Hey guys. How's it going? Welcome to the show. How's everybody feeling today? I hope you're well. Who's here? Who's here, huh? What's up, Sleoys? What's up, Josh? What's up, Shades? What's up? We got the Mothman, we got Sean, we got Nikolai, we got Toasty, Ortopia, Bealzul, how's it going? Josh. The Wheel. Always good to have you here in sentient form, Wheel. What's up, Sponge? What's up, Yazakan? Dice, how you doing, buddy? Claudian, Jimbo, Abe. How you doing, Abe? Asguero. Lady. Azelia, how are you? Jimbo. Phelan Mercia. Phelan is a cool name. Phelan, that might be your real name. Is that your real name? That's a cool name. How'd you get such a cool name? Where'd it come from? What's up, Cassin the Lion? How's it going, buddy? Welcome. It's your first time at the show? Well, Iffy Tickwid, welcome. Supercone, how's it going? I ditched the eye mouth. You want it back? We can have the eye mouth. I have full control over my physical flesh sack. So if you prefer the eye mouth, we can keep the eye mouth. I just wasn't sure if we were going to. I thought more teeth would be better. Don't you guys love teeth? Isn't that how it works? What's up, Cantrip? What's up, Marcus? You like nails? All right, word. I'll keep that in mind. I might have just fucked up my camera. It's okay. We'll deal with it when we need to. How's everybody doing today? I pronounced your name correctly? Yes. I am the power and I am the fury. I was pronouncing names for many years. I also have a weird name. People never know how to pronounce it. Eyebrow mustache? One day. I can aspire for greatness, but I don't know if I've yet achieved it, you know? Anyway. Welcome to the show. How's everybody doing today? You feeling good? Ready to look at some homebrew? You kind of have one without trying? Well, listen, we can't all be so lucky, my guy. I'm sorry. I'm not perfect. I once, if you like really squeeze your face muscles, it sometimes can maybe get a little bit of something going, but mostly my flesh just bulges. I get a little button I can push. It's my angry button. If you ever get like, you go, and it releases the energy. Question time, answer time. Hey, Cinder, I'm writing a ranger subclass that gets a mimic companion and gets to fight with it as a weapon, but I'm having trouble figuring out the spell list. I might give them acid-like spells because mimics are a little acidy. So throw some acid stuff in there. That's what I would do. That's the first thing that comes to my mind anyway. Or maybe some just like weird shape-shifty powers, like alter self. You know? I just drank tea and just went in a big mess. Tips for a new DM? How new? Make sure you're just having fun and your friends are having fun. And ask your players what they're enjoying. And don't plan more than you want to. And be willing to say no, but also be comfortable saying yes. Those are very vague, but that's okay. Disguise Self is good for a Homebrew Ranger subclass. Doesn't the Gloomstalker get Disguise Self? I don't remember. I might try to do something that the Gloomstalker doesn't get. I might try to come up with something that's kind of fresh. But you should do whatever you want. You know what? Grease could be funny for a first level spell, because they're all slimy. And then you do for the second level spell, you do Alter Self. And then for the third level spell, you do like the acid thing. I'm sure there's an acid thing at third level. And then at fourth level, maybe you do Polymorph. And then the fifth level, I don't know. Dealer's Choice. That's what I would do for the spell list. What are your thoughts on a high-level campaign? Getting way harder to come up with encounters. Those are my thoughts on a high-level campaign. It is hard to come up with encounters. I think when you get to a higher-level campaign, you enter you have to start playing D&D in a way where solving the problem isn't killing the monster. Like, the problems have to be nuanced so that the players are incredibly powerful when they fight monsters, but they still have to sort of problem solve in a way that isn't, like, scalable by power, you know? It's just like, how do we navigate solving this problem in a way that we don't, like, destroy the world, or how do we figure out what this monster is so we can kill it? You know, those sorts of problems, I think, never rely too much on player power, more like player ingenuity. Can you light a grease spell on fire? I don't know if I don't think you can in the spell, but you should be able to. I would just treat it the same as lighting the web on fire, because you can light the spell web on fire, and I would just make it do the same thing as that. What's the best place to start a D&D campaign? I don't want a bar. My favorite place to start a D&D campaign is during a train crash, or a caravan that something has gone awry. Folks on a train, big explosion, something happens. They're the people that were there. And then you can make the place that they were going sort of specific in a way that they could all sort of have secret reasons for wanting to go there. So, for example, if the train was taking them to a prison, they could all sort of have secret reasons that they might share or might not share about why they were going to prison. Or if they're going to, like, you know, the school of super magic, they could all have their own reasons for wanting to go there, whether they want to become super wizards or they want to slay super wizards or whatever. An electric eel-wielding barbarian? That could be fun. That's a really wacky idea. What's up, Pasta? How can I make a young purple worm as a companion? I believe there is a young purple worm stat block. And I think it's like between CR 2 and 5, maybe. So I would probably look at that for inspiration. And I would probably scale it down a little bit, depending on what level your players are. If your players are really high level, you could probably just use that stat block. But if they're below level, like, 11, I would scale it down a bit. Unless its stat block is like CR2. If its stat block is like CR2, they could probably be like level 7, and I think it would be fine. But I don't remember what CR it is. Thoughts on bringing multiverse stuff into normal cliche fantasy? I'm all about it, but also Toasty, I very much struggle with running normal D&D fantasy. I inevitably make it very silly and, like, cosmic very quickly because I like that kind of stuff a lot. So I think it fits nicely into it. I also think that it is a good way to make D&D feel different than traditional sort of stereotypical fantasy. Because I think that one of the things... So, like, I have run D&D for a lot of new people. When I started playing D&D, I played about 7 sessions, and then I had to move to a new city, and no one in the new city that I knew how to play D&D, and I really wanted to play. So I started hosting as many D&D games as I could, and I was not a good DM for a while, but I continued to be somebody that, like, regularly was like, you want to try D&D? Yes. So I really like introducing people to the game. And one of the things that, in my experience, makes people go from thinking, okay, this is kind of interesting, to like, oh, this is fun, is when you introduce those slightly non-traditional fantasy elements. Or when you subvert expectations by having things involve aliens or sci-fi or just other weird stuff. So I lean into that because I think it's good. Hello, France. How's it going? A rogue subclass based on mounted combat. No, I don't. I will also say that I would struggle as a dungeon master. Not a dungeon master. As a homebrew writer, I am not particularly interested in writing a subclass based on a mounted combat, just because I don't love the rules of mounted combat and often mostly ignore them. So if there's something that you really like, or maybe there's something you've changed for your own game, you could definitely aspire to do that for sure. But I wouldn't want to build a subclass around a mechanic that I don't love. Yeah, that's why Cavalier, I think, is a really good subclass for what it is, where it interacts with being a mounted subclass, but it doesn't rely on it. The Drake Warden is kind of that too, right? The Drake Warden is you basically get a dragon you can ride, but you also just get a lot of other nifty stuff that are dragon things. Guys, today is Member Homebrew Review. We moved the schedule around a little bit this week because we have a very fun show on Thursday, and I wanted to give you guys a little bit more time to work on it. And the premise for Thursday, and I will be posting this homebrew submission prompt if you want to participate in this challenge. I'll be posting it tomorrow on YouTube and in my Discord. But the prompt is design a monster that is intended to be synergized with an officially published monster. So, for example, take the Roper, right, and make a monster that in design both from like sort of a, well, that could work well with it in combat based on the things it can do, or that could exist within it in like its ecosystem in the narrative of your game. So a lot of people in the Discord have said, like, does this mean they could like hunt this monster? And I don't want to do anti-synergy. I want the goal to be that if a dungeon master picked up your homebrew and they read it, they could be like, cool, I could run a really cool combat encounter if I combined this with this other monster. Or I could combine this with this other monster to tell a really cool story. So you want them to synergize either from a narrative perspective, where they fit into each other's lore and ecosystem very well, or you want them to synergize from a mechanical perspective, where they have interactive features or things that combo well with each other. And what I would suggest doing is trying to do both. Trying to make it so the mechanics and the narrative both synergize. I think that would be harder, but is the goal to strive for if you can accomplish it. So that's what we're doing on Thursday, which is why tonight we are doing the Member Homebrew Review. So if you want to do that on Thursday, come to Thursday's show. We'll read a bunch of cool monsters. We can combo with other monsters. It's going to be a good time. And tonight's going to be a good time, too. Tonight is the Member Homebrew Review stream, which means that if you are a subscriber on YouTube, a subscriber on Twitch, or a Prime subscriber on Twitch, or you were gifted a sub on Twitch, or you are a very cool member on YouTube, or were gifted a membership on YouTube, you can submit Homebrew today. Or if you're a patron on Patreon. So this is the special. We review Homebrew for the people that throw me some coins. And if you want to do that, you're more than welcome to. And if you don't want to do that, no worries. And if you are one of those people, the easiest way to get to this submission link is to make sure your Discord is connected to whatever thing you pay me through. And just click the link in the announcement, and it goes right to the submission form. Last question. For the main focus of my campaign that I'm about to DM, I really want to give the players like a dragon egg or something and have them try to protect it, but every DM I've talked about, it says it's super hard to do unless I nerf the risks of caring for an egg a ton. I want the caring for the egg to be challenging. So any thoughts on how to do that? Well, would it be fun? I think that's the question to ask yourself, is it going to be fun? I've done that where my players have had like a very precious cargo thing, and normally they sort of, the protecting of it often is more of a roleplay element where there's like a threat that there's this very vulnerable thing they want to care for. And I think you could do that really easily. I think if you want to do mechanically how do they take care of it, then it almost is becoming like a survival game, except instead of like I have to find food and water and make a fire, it's like I have to protect the baby. And some people might like that. I don't know if everyone's gonna like that. My players would not enjoy, they would struggle with that part. So I would skip that part, and I would do mostly through roleplay. Dragon eggs can be tough too. Matt Cats, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Alrighty. Can you rig the wheel tonight? I can never rig the wheel. I have no power to rig the wheel. The only people that can rig the wheel are you guys and the wheel. Oh, who's coming over here? Crimson Rockstar. Welcome to the show, Crimson Rockstar. How are you doing today? Are you having a good day? I hope so. Fenrir Stalker, thank you for the sub. What were you doing? Were you doing anything fun or weird or silly? What's up, Cantrip? What's up, Bart? Welcome back. You're sick, so not really? Oof. What's up, Moot? How's it going? Did you miss anything? No, we're doing the part of the show where I catch in with my lovely community before we dive in. And we, what's up, son? And we were talking about how on Thursday we are going to be doing this cool monster companion piece prompt, which people can find the details for in the Discord. And then I'll be posting all the info about it if you want to just submit tomorrow or maybe tonight after stream. What's up, Aaron? What's up, Duke? Yeah, man. Funny but informative. Oh, God. I got to start being less informative. I don't want people to start thinking I'm informative. That's going to lead to trouble. That's not the kind of life I can lead, you know? That's going to set like expectations. Can I handle those expectations? I don't know, man. You love the stream? I love you, Thingamajig. You're one of my favorite types of majigs. You have a major writer's block in terms of execution? That's rough. Day is hard. Pug King, thank you for the sub. What's the command word for the submission link? The submission link today you have to find in the Discord. And it's in the announcement for the stream, and it's also in the member section of the Discord. Oh, the music got so gentle. I'm here for it, I guess. The link for the Discord is in the video description if you're watching on YouTube, and it's the command Discord, or also just the Discord link in my Twitch. Hi, Gina. How are you doing, buddy? Gina, I was just describing how the music was changing and got very chill, and I had to start getting wiggly to match it. And if you have trouble finding the way to submit Homebrew tonight, if you're new, you can also just ask in the Discord. People are generally reasonably helpful there. Can you do the wiggle? I am in a perpetual state of doing the wiggle, my dear Rengoku. I wish I was about to pour a bourbon. Can I tell you something, Jimbo? I think it would be so fun sometimes to do a slightly drunk stream, but I don't actually think it would be good. I think it would be fun, but I am not a particularly, I don't think I'm a particularly entertaining drunk. Like, I just kind of get silly and sloppy. Like, I don't know if it would be fun. I'm not like, I'm more just like, eh, you know, and like, I don't know if that would be good, but it would be fun. I'm also a lightweight. Yeah, man, I have to be. Well, I used to be a teacher, so I had to figure out how to. I had to perfect being ultimate silly sober as a job. My job was to be as silly as I could be and be incredibly sober. So I perfected it. When I get intoxicated, I think I get less silly. Because well, it depends. If I'm at a party, I might not get less silly because I'm going to start singing and I'm going to start grabbing people by the head and telling them that I love them and that they're my best friend. But mostly, I just get a little quieter, I think. If it's a party situation, I'm going to be dancing and telling people they're my best friend. But if it's any other sort of situation, I just kind of chill. I just get quiet. What's up, Baba? You did some stage improv? I used to do theater for a while with a big weird, crazy rock opera company. And then I put on a show or two on my own, but not in a long time. You were interested in watching me play a campaign one-shot. Are there VODs somewhere? I have a actual play show that I have been a part of for over a year or two now called Unbalanced Encounters. So if you Google Unbalanced Encounters or go to Spotify or Apple or whatever and look up Unbalanced Encounters, that's a podcast that I play one of the main characters on. I play a Warforged named Guard. I'm a big robot and I smash stuff. And I do that. And then we have a couple one-shots that we've done where I have been the dungeon master. Yeah, the website's cool. You guys want to see what you want to look at the website? Sure. The website is this. Oh, behold the website. So nice. Look at the trees. How they fade in like that. What's that mysterious thing in the background? Is it a mountain or is it a turtle? Who's to say? Anyway, if you want to see me do D&D, there you go. For Liberty, hell yeah, dude. Man, I want to play Helldivers so much all the time. What makes you decide on what character to play? It depends on the setting of the campaign that it takes place in and the dungeon master that I'm playing with and the people that I'm playing with. But most of the time, I just want to be the barbarian because I like to smash stuff. And because I like to not have to think about what my spells do, I like to think about how to use. So here's the main reason. Here's the non-joking reason. The serious reason of why I prefer playing martial characters over magic characters is I feel like spells are a bunch of solutions to problems, and I feel like I would rather not use spells to solve problems. I feel like I would rather have to figure out the solutions to problems based on my skills. that is a more interesting game for me. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want to have to be like, oh, I can use invisibility or flight, or I want to be like, okay, how can I use athletics to solve this problem? I hope that clarifies. All right, let's take a look at this wheel, shall we? Oh, we have to add a bunch of people to it. Oops. Let me do that first. Excuse me. You guys want to see the wheel? Sleozy. You can use spells in unconventional and creative ways, but technically you can't. And by that I mean you only can do that so much as is allowed at your table and is interpreted by your dungeon master. Most of the time, when I think about spells, I sort of think about them as they do exactly what they say and nothing more, because I don't want my agency and my power to be limited by my dungeon master's interpretation of something if I disagree with that interpretation of it. And I don't have to play that mental negotiation game as much for martial characters. Which is, I acknowledge, is quite illogical, by the way. But it's just what it is. Brian, thank you for the 2. Could a player's character be a mind flayer? Yeah, sure, why not? You know what we figured out the other day? The best D&D monster race to the best D&D race to represent a mind flayer is the the Emerald Gemstone Dragonborn. The Emerald Gemstone Dragonborn gets a psionic blast, they get telepathy, they can levitate. It's literally perfect for reflavoring as a mind flayer. I would say that would be the it's such an easy solution that it is just the answer to the question. Like you don't even need to homebrew it. It just is it. It's perfect. It's kind of crazy how well it works. What are you talking about, Beelzebub? You're getting weird and talking about eyes of the groin of the face? That's a hectic sentence. Okay, do you guys want to see the wheel? Is it time? Hooray! Bart Jeb, thank you for the prime. Are you the same Bart? Are you Bart from YouTube also? Are we getting a double Bart action? Is that what's happening right now? Hell yeah. Well, welcome. I'm glad. I hope you enjoy the platform you've decided to watch on. I think the biggest problem with spells is they are too straightforward. Buff spells don't offer anything outside of what it says. Like enlarge reduce seems cool to put on a barbarian. But doesn't really do anything for them. Yeah, I somewhat agree. I don't know. I go back and forth on it because I think that at a certain point, it would be cool if you could reinterpret them to be more like, how would these work in a literal world? But you kind of bump up hard against the fact that D&D at the end of the day still kind of needs to be a game with rules and balance and mechanics. And if you let spells be as open-ended as they actually would be, they are just too powerful to, you would just have to be a magic user, you know? All right, let's take a look at this wheel. Boom! What do you think? It's pretty nice, right? Okay, genuine question for chat. We have entered the month of March. Okay? When do we change the color scheme again? Because we're leaving this is like the end of winter color scheme. And I think we need to change it soon. Now? Oh god, now is really soon. Now is sooner than I was thinking. Yeah, I was thinking maybe April. When do I usually, man? This is my first time doing this. This is like my, I haven't been doing this full-time type streaming for, I've only been doing this type of streaming for about a year, so we're figuring it out as we go. First day of spring? When is the first day of spring on Earth? What's the human first day of spring? March 21st? Okay, yeah, maybe we'll do it March 21st then. That's pretty soon. Cool. All right. I gave you all enough time to send things in, right? Yeah, we go. Cloud got something in. You guys want to look at some homebrew? I feel like we should definitely look at some homebrew. Right? Probably. Just a little bit of homebrew. No? Nah. Okay, fine. A bucket, 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 boo. Actual sun. How can I access the form to add my homebrew to the wheel? If you are a Twitch sub, then you make sure that your Twitch account is connected to your Discord account, and you can find the link in the Discord. And if you need help doing that, you can ask for help in the Discord. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, if you want to come on stream to talk about your piece today, you can. Just let me know in the chat, because I'm not going to be looking at the Discord while I'm reviewing them. What is this song? I don't like this song. So, let's get more whimsical, please. Thank you. All right, Actual Sun, what you got for us today? Happy Girl Scout Cookie Day. It's Girl Scout Cookie Day? Hey, Cinder. That's me. Have you ever thought that sending was too expensive and too specific? Are you asking me honestly? Because the answer is no, but that's okay. Have you ever wanted communication to be slightly harder? Boy, do I have a solution for you. Okay. Mohi's Sending. It's a second level evocation spell. Evocation? Why evocation? Evocation is an odd choice. Range unlimited. You need a little bit of gold wire. You send a short string of 4 emotive faces or symbols. That's funny. To a creature with which you are familiar. The creature sees the message in its mind, recognizes you as its sender, and can answer in a like manner immediately. The spell enables creatures with an intelligence score of at least 1 to interpret the meaning of the message. This is not, make this number higher than 1 or remove this sentence. What you could say is creatures do not need to know a language to understand the meaning of your message. Or to be able to interpret your message, something like that. You can send the message across any distance and even to other planes of existence. But if the target is on a different plane than you, there's a 50% chance the message doesn't arrive. Okay, I'm going to say something here that I think you might not have thought about, my dear son. I'm curious if chat will spot it. There is something very, very powerful about this that I think you're not giving enough credence to. I'm curious if you can tell what it is. Yeah. Sending the ability to send images, I would argue, is almost more versatile and in a lot of situations more powerful than the ability to send words. It bypasses language. It allows you to communicate with creatures that don't understand language. It also, in a weird sort of way, allows you to communicate with creatures a little bit more emotionally. You know? I feel like I don't know what words I would say to use the sending spell on a monster or a villain to make them stop. But I feel like I could send some pictures that would make them take pause. So, I like this quite a lot as an idea, but I don't think it's a second level spell. I think it's still a third level. I think it's probably a third level spell. But because we don't really know what emotive faces or symbols means, I feel like it's a little open-ended. If it's just emotive faces, which might prevent interpretation, but it's look at it, but look at read this last sentence, because let's think about the intention of the author. It literally basically says anybody can interpret the meaning of the message. That is what this last sentence says. So if you want anybody to be able to interpret the meaning of the message, I think it's a little bit more powerful than you're giving it credence for. And I just think that's worth thinking about. I think if you aren't intending it, this last part, to mean anybody can understand it, I would just get rid of it entirely and not worry about this last part. I might also, and this is the kind of thing that I would put as like an addendum note here. If the goal here is that you can basically send an emoji message, which I feel like it is, I would literally put a star here and put a little note at the bottom and say, Dungeon Master's note, the images are limited to what a player could put as an emoji image on his phone or on their phone, something like that. Like be very specific with the note, not necessarily so that to power balance it, but just, I mean, honestly, yeah, to power balance it through understanding the intention of the spell. Because if the intention of the spell is they could just send phone emojis, then it's not that powerful. Then I think it's totally reasonable. But if it's, they could send 4 images of faces or symbols that anyone can interpret, that's pretty strong.
Hooray!
So that's what I would think about if I was you. Hans! Oh, you gifted a sub. You very generous, lovely, lovely creature. Thank you, buddy. The last line was an edit from the last line of the normal sending. Is this in the normal sending spell? Really? Then I might have just been talking out of my butt the whole time. Oh, let's see. Interesting. All right, I take it back absolutely everything I said. I would not have assumed the sending spell allows you to communicate with creatures you couldn't normally communicate with. Huh. That's crazy. I did not know that. Why aren't people using sending to do that? You could stop any monster fight with a monster that just doesn't understand what's going on. Yeah, but being familiar with, that just means you know what it is. You know? I feel like I'm pretty familiar with the Remoraz that's trying to eat my wagon. Huh. Well, okay, either way, actual sun. Wait, I need to take a little note here. This is crazy, right? Yeah. Sending and communicate with monsters. Okay, note taken. Actual sun. I do think this is a very fun spell. And all of that little confusion that I had was because I genuinely just didn't know that sending could communicate with monsters. I think this is a really, really fun way of being like, you're putting emoji stuff on your phone. But I also think that if your goal is to really sell the joke of it, I think it would be totally, totally reasonable to put a note so that the dungeon master or whoever's using the spell really understands how they're using it, so they're not like making up symbols. Because I actually think it would be really funny to be in the middle of a session to be like, okay, I cast Mohi's sending, and they take out their phone and they're like, I'm gonna send a bearded policeman and a nail polish and 2 dogs. Do you know what I mean? All right, cool. Thank you. I'm Sun, aka Actual Sun. Let's give a little round of applause. This is a fun one. Very fun, goofy spell. One interpretation would be that creatures below 1 intelligence can't understand the message, even if they understood the language. I don't think that's what I don't think they would... If that was the intended meaning, I don't think they would write it this way, though. You know? This is written so in the positive. But I'm the Chad in that situation too, Fluffcopter. I'm both. That's the weird thing that you guys don't even realize, is that I'm always both. We're all both. One day you're gonna wake up and you're gonna realize that we've been the same person the whole time. What's my favorite class? People like to ask me what my favorite class is quite a lot. I have a favorite class. I could tell you. It is the barbarian. Barbarian. I like other classes. I'm not really anti any class. I have no hatred for the monk. Yeah, I love the barbarian the most. My favorite class to play. We are all one. This is true. That's the point. Feeble-minded characters don't technically have a language when they're feeble-minded either. Who's Cole? Probably some dude named Cole. Did I ever watch Dave the Barbarian? No, I don't know what that is. Boo, Coat. Hello, Coat. Welcome to Coat. I made this when trying to introduce feliness, I don't know what that word is, from MH Saga, don't know what that is, to my games. I reckon this is a big document with a lot of subclasses, so I understand I'm perfectly fine you skipping all the lore and starting reviewing some of the subclasses. Just so you know, when I do read Homebrew, I look at one thing. I make that pretty clear in my... You didn't send me any subclasses. Did I click the wrong thing? Oh, subraces. Okay. I got confused. Here it is in YouTube. Here it is in Twitch. Let me pick my nose for a second. All right, let's see. So, it is totally fine to do the oh yeah, we're gonna skip the lore. You said you don't mind, and I accept you not minding. The whole thing of ability score increases being specific based on races and subraces and things like that, you can still do that if you want to, but you also don't have to anymore. And I personally think it's nice to not, just because I feel like it allows more freedom, both from a design perspective and from a player perspective. You came here directly from the short. Let's see some homebrew. We're looking at some homebrew right now. Here's the link if you want to take a peek at it yourself. They live some ages. Their alignment is their alignment. The one thing that I am going to say here that I think is pretty important to think about from a use perspective, when I am deciding if I'm going to be a monster or be a, not a monster, whatever, when I'm deciding what thing I'm going to be in D&D, if I get to alignment and I can't see what the alignment of this creature is in the first sentence, I'm not going to read this whole thing. Like, this is a lot of lore in what is essentially supposed to be a reference section of the document. So I would make this work more easily as a reference section. If you want to include a bunch of lore here, I guess you could. But I feel like it would be easier to navigate and to actually use if basically the first thing you say is the alignment. Because it's a lot of words. They're pretty short. They have dark vision. They have keen senses. They have fur that makes them resistant to cold and fire. Not being affected by ambient effects. Ambiential? What is this word? What a crazy word. I don't think ambiential is a word. It's a very tangential word. Okay. Giving a character resistance to cold and fire damage is pretty strong. Just so you know. Very, very strong. Ambiential effects is a little confusing in the way it's written. And then half the effects from high-risk climates is also confusing. Like, what does it mean to be half of... What does half of the risk of high-risk climate mean mechanically? So what I would do... Because normally, the way that that sort of thing is written would be something like on the... like the Goliath. They get a thing like that. That has to do with temperature. Where is it? Mountain boar, you're resistant to cold, and you're naturally acclimated to high altitudes, even if you've never been to one before. And the reason why they write it this way, in my opinion, is basically because there are not a lot of hard and fast rules for how to deal with climate issues and extreme temperatures. There are some, but it's a lot of homebrew. And what this basically is an indicator for that whatever those end up being, you can ignore them. And by having a rule where you can ignore half of them from high-risk ones and all of them from medium intense ones is going to be a lot of confusing to actually interpret. It's supposed to be subtract 3 damage from each time you get cold or fire, not resistant. Well, if that's what it's supposed to be, it's probably what should be written here. But beyond that, I would still say that's still very strong. Cat sistry. You're treated as if having animal handling proficiency, even when treating with non-magical felines. I would just... This is such a long sentence. Why don't you just get animal handling proficiency? Just give them animal handling proficiency. Or if you want it to be you only have animal handling when interacting with cats, I think you need to clean up this sentence a little bit. When you make animal handling checks to interact with cats, you can add your proficiency modifier, something like that. Movement and language should all be up at the top with the other things, the other sort of basic things. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm very anti-burrow speeds. Getting a burrow speed, land speed isn't a thing in D&D. Land speed isn't a thing in D&D, so fix all that language. Burrow speeds are really strong. Burrow speeds are stronger than fly speeds because it is essentially as free roaming as a fly speed in terms of ignoring obstacles and navigating the map, but it also gives you total cover, and it also basically makes you invisible. So I would drop the burrow speed entirely. Okay. And then we get a language. And then we have extra stuff. So I'm going to say right off the bat, this is a pretty strong class. If we're getting 2 resistances or 2 versions of resistances and the ability to completely ignore extreme weather and a climb speed, it's not like crazy strong, but we're getting up there. And then we get some subraces. This one is called, we have a crafty cat, and we have a crystal cat, and a domestic cat, and a shadow cat. We're going to just read one of them, I think. We're just going to look at the crafty cat, I think. Crafty cats are engineers, witty and versatile. They create complex gadgets from scrap, while domestic cats do the hard work. They design the structure of the burrows and nests. They also make weapons, clothing, and tools, and other needed manufacturing. Oh, music just got... Calm down, music. I'm inclined to ask why this is a subrace, as opposed to just somebody would be the feline folk and be an artificer. Like, I don't understand why this needs to be a subrace. This feels like it makes... This is like a background more than it would be a subrace, at least to me. You have advantage on survival checks to find materials. You can always build small things, even if you don't have the needed tools to manufacture them. You need to be specific on what the small things are, or how they're limited. There's very powerful small things in D&D. You do it with disadvantage. Do what with disadvantage? That sentence is a little bit confusing. Additionally, when you build anything, you need to invest 20% less gold. 20% is not a math thing that I would put on players. Normally, if I'm going to make players do math, they're dividing by 2, if anything. Alchemist supplies, brewer supplies, and cook utensils do not apply. This is a feature that is going to require a lot of reiteration and checking in with your dungeon master and clarification to actually implement in the game, I think. Because the way that it's written right now, it basically says you have advantage on checks to find things, and you can build things even if you don't have the materials to build, even if you don't have the kits to build them, but you do it with disadvantage. Also, it costs 20% less gold, but not for things that you would build with alchemist supplies, brewer supplies, or cooking utensils. So I think that is a little bit, it needs to be more specific. I think you need to focus it in a little bit. What's up, Art Hard Studio? How's it going? But yeah, it needs more clarification. Always prepared. You gain proficiency in 2 artisan tools. Why are we getting a special cool feature that allows us to build something without needing tools and then needing tools? Oh, I guess the proficiency... This doesn't give you proficiency with things. This just means you don't need the tool set. Okay. You gain proficiency with 2 artisan tools of your liking. But why are these the things that are excluded? This is confusing to me. I feel like the only reason these would be excluded would be if you were like, I'm going to make another sub-race that are just for these. But I feel like there's no reason for these to be excluded. If you don't have those tools at any moment, you can create an improvised one. Wait, okay, now you are being redundant, though. This is redundancy. We don't need a feature to make improvised tools. We just got a feature to say that we don't need tools. So I would try not to, don't step on your own foot there, buddy. And then we have Ingenious Cat Venturer. In any moment, you can improvise a backpack, a bucket, caltrops, a hunting trap. All of this is just this. These features are the same. Am I being crazy? This feature says you can build small things. And you can find materials really well, and you don't need tool sets. So we don't need another feature that says we can build small things, and another feature that says we can make tool sets. It just feels like it's doing a lot of the same thing. Here's what I'm going to say. Here's my main feedback. I appreciate that I'm sure there's a lot of lore to these guys. But the way that it's written right now, I feel like you could just be a tabaxi. And I don't know what specific fiction these feline folk are trying to sell that we wouldn't be able to just accomplish with a tabaxi. So I think that in your base features, even before you get into the sub features, I feel like we need to feel that a little bit more. Like, I need to feel like I understand the reason that these are not tabaxi. And then I probably would cut down on my subraces. Maybe not entirely, because if you like making a lot of subraces, fine. But I would see if I could make this thing have a genuine identity without any subraces and what that would be. But know that I would be leaving enough power real estate to put subraces in. And then come up with 2 or 3 subraces that help sort of elevate that fiction. But right now, I think that's the main thing to work on, is getting this core to feel like it isn't sort of just a rehashing and maybe power scaling up of the tabaxi. Some of the subraces really push the power of this race through the roof. There's another one that focuses on alchemists, brewers, supplies, and cook tools. Yeah, I feel like maybe you just wanted to put too much in. I think you need to simplify the race a little bit. Your D&D race shouldn't be where that much of your power comes from. It should be from a little bit of your power, but mostly your vibe. I feel like your race is mostly there to help you fill out your vibe, you know? But yeah, those are my thoughts. I think that if you want to make a cat person thing, you should definitely go about it. But again, I think that my first question is, there is already a cat person in D&D. So what are we doing to make this stand out from that? What are we doing to make this feel like a very specific type of cat person that is radically different than a stereotypical standard cat person? I think it's cool, but those 3 features feel like they were written by 3 different people. What, these 3? Well, it just seems like there's a lot of redundancy. All right, yeah, so those are my thoughts. All right, Coat, thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Chat, round of applause, please. Hey, Cinder. That's me. I want to make a race that slowly turns into a tree as they get older. Do you have any ideas on how to go about that? I probably wouldn't make too much of that in the game mechanics. I would probably be more of a flavor thing. Because I don't think your D&D race should get powers that scale past level 5. Or that grow and change past level 5. In fact, if you look at any D&D race, none of them get anything that do that. Favorite monk subclass? For you, it's got to be Mercy Monk. I don't know if I have a favorite monk subclass. I'll tell you what I don't have. I don't have a monk subclass that I think is awesome. I think there's a bunch of ones that are cool and fine, but there are almost every class in D&D, there's 1 or 2 classes that I'm like, this is the coolest in my opinion. Like, I think it's the coolest. If I was going to be one, I would be that thing because it's the coolest feeling for me. I don't have that for a monk. I also don't really have that for a bard. Reflavored Simic Hybrid for a tree person? Yeah, that could work. Well, a lot of D&D races will get, like, minor spellcasting at level, like, 2, like at level 2 or 3, they'll get like a first level spell, and then at level 5, they'll get like a second level spell. That's also a thing that happens. And the Simic Hybrid gets 2 evolutions. One, I don't remember, one's at level 1 and one's at level 5. Or maybe they get 3, but the highest one they get is level 5. No, the only races that have mechanics that scale directly with level are breath attacks of Dragonborn and things that scale with proficiency bonus. Everything else just triggers at certain levels. And nothing has anything that like is growing in power beyond like a single die getting higher every 4 or 5 levels. Yep, Dragon Breath does scale. Just said that. Might be a little bit of lag in the chat. Anyway, thank you, Cot, for sharing. Sponge is the bottom here. All right, guys. Make your offerings to the wheel if you want. Oh, yeah, Azamar also have stuff that scale with your level, too. Sure, yeah. But again, it's like a one-time use feature. Generally, you don't have new powers or radically changing powers that like come online at levels higher than that. That's a power you still get at early levels. That's really what the rule is. The rule is that you don't get new things past level 5, is what I would say. Where'd the music go? It left us. Is it going to come back? Don't Gem Dragonborn get flight at level 6? I don't think so. But maybe. Let me check. The Gem Dragonborn are a little bit newer, so I might not be knowing everything about them. Level 5. No, they get stuff at level 5, not level 6. Level 5, yep. No, I'm right. See, sometimes I'm right. I'm not always right, but sometimes I'm right. Boo! You can ask for counseling. You can chat. We're here. Osteoporosis? My friend made this subclass for me. I hope you can give us some advice. Let's take a look. The Circle of Snow Leopard. Oh, little snow leopard person at the bottom. You haven't been spun since you made the rigged emote? Dang. What do I think of One Piece D&D? I think D&D should have all sorts of different pieces in it. I think if you just have one piece of your D&D game, you're kind of missing out on the larger whole. All right, those I just posted it in the chat. If you guys want to take a look, this is the Snow Leopard, Circle of Snow Leopard Druid. We don't have any flavor text, so what we're going to assume is the vibe is that we want to be a druid that is like a snow leopard. That's my guess. What's up, Tradosio? How's it going, buddy? Rough couple hours of work? Oh, I'm sorry, man. Well, if you want to join us for a bit, we're checking out this snow leopard druid. At second level, we get 2 features. One, we get proficiency in stealth and intimidation, and we get resistance to cold. We also get snow leopard hybrid form. As a bonus action, you can expend use of your wild shape to take on a snow leopard form for 10 minutes. rather than transforming into a beast. While in your snow leopard hybrid form, you retain your game statistics, but your body becomes more feline. You have paws and claws instead of hands. You can still hold weapons. Whenever you assume your snow leopard hybrid form, you gain these following benefits. Okay. You gain frigid claws that deals 1d6 plus or slashing or cold damage, and you can use it as an attack action. Your frigid claws reduce a target's walking speed by 5 feet. When you transform, you gain temporary hit points equal to 5 times your druid level. Okay, this is very similar to the Spore Druid, but I feel like it's quite a bit weaker. Right? You get 4 times your level of hit points. Your halo deals more damage, and your weapon attacks deal more damage. Okay, so it's sort of different. Here's what I would say. I don't think you should get 5 times your druid level. I think you should get 4 times your druid level, probably. But I also think you should make your frigid claws quite a bit stronger. I would do one of 2 things. I would either make them count as light weapons, so that you could attack twice, once with your action and once with your bonus action. And or I would change the damage, and I would probably have them do 1d4 slashing and 1d4 cold damage each. But even then, I feel like I would maybe add on top of that you could use your spellcasting modifier for your attack and damage rolls with them. Because the reason why this druid, the symbiotic entity one, doesn't do that is because it's kind of assuming you're going to use Shillelagh. But these aren't enhancing a weapon attack. These are giving you a special claw attack. So you couldn't even use Shillelagh with this. So I would make these use your spell attack modifier. $2d4 split damage is sort of meh. I mean, it's on average. It's the same as 1d8. It's on average more consistent than 1d8 damage. They get extra attack at 6. If they get extra attack at 6, then maybe don't do the bonus action attack here. But regardless, this should be higher than 1d6. This should do more damage than the Shillelagh spell, because we have very limited use of this compared to Shillelagh. So maybe have it do 1d6 slashing and 1d6 cold. I think that could also be totally fine. And I would have it use your wisdom. And yeah, I think that's cool. I also think that you could... Maybe this would be overkill, but I actually think it would be fine. But maybe also when you were in your snow leopard form, I would give you increased movement. Maybe. Especially if you lower the temp hit points. Okay, wait. I'm trying to tell you what to do. I shouldn't tell you what to do. I apologize. I just feel like if I was being a snow leopard, I'd want to be quick. Okay. But other than that, I think it's a cool idea. I like the idea of you entering into like a half werewolf form. We get extra attack at 6 level. Okay. I don't actually know if that's enough for this druid at 6 level, which is a silly thing to say. Do you know what I might do? I might not give you extra attack. What I might do is I might do something where when you take the attack action on your turn, you could like make a bonus action cantrip attack or something like that. Sort of like an alternative extra attack. Because I feel like extra attack on its own on this druid, especially considering We're only really getting this feature a couple times a day. I just feel like it's not enough. So if you wanted to do extra attack, I think that's fine, but I would maybe put something else, or I might go in like more of a magical interpretation of extra attack. Because you got to remember, you're still a druid, right? You're still a full spellcaster. Yeah, taking basically the same sort of extra attack that the Blade Singer has, I think was sort of where I'm thinking. You could also just enhance your natural attack. That's true, Yazakan. You could do something sort of like the way the clerics get Divine Strike. But again, I like the idea of multi-attacking for the claws, so I feel like you want to get that in some way. If you don't get that into here, you'd want to put it in here. Let's look at level 10. Also, at 6th level, your Frigid Claw attacks should count as magical for the purposes of overcoming damage. If they're doing non-magical damage still. At 10th level, as a bonus action, you can expend 2 uses of your wild shape to take on a snow leopard beast form for 10 minutes. While in your snow leopard beast form, you're no longer considered a humanoid. You're considered a large beast. You retain your game statistics but cannot speak. Whenever you assume your beast form, you gain these benefits. You gain Frigid Claws as a melee attack. This is very confusing the way this is written. And it deals regular things. Once per turn, you can attack with the claws 2 times as part of the same action. We can make this so much smoother, I think. Your Frigid Claw reduces walking speed by 5 feet per hit. Isn't that what it already did? It already does that. When you transform, you get temporary hit points. Okay. Here's what I would do. I wouldn't describe it as you turning it into a snow leopard unless you're actually going to give us a new snow leopard stat block. I would call this improved snow leopard hybrid form. And I would say when you can use 2 uses of your wild shape to gain the following features. And then I would say your Frigid Claw attacks deal an extra this much damage. I would say when you use your action to attack with your Frigid Claws, you can make an extra attack as a bonus action. If you want to up the temporary hit points, that's fine. I also think you could do a little AC boost here instead. And the Icy Bite, if you want to do a special move, I think that could be fine. But I wouldn't make it so similar to what Frigid Claw actually does. This is basically the same as Frigid Claw, just numbers go up. So I might give it like, I might try to come up with something different for Icy Bite to do. Maybe have it paralyze or stun or something for a short period of time. Like restrain them in ice, you know? Yeah. Or if you want to make it a snow leopard beast form where you truly turn into a giant snow leopard monster, give us the stat block for that snow leopard monster. Am I wrong for saying that Primal Savagery shouldn't be acid in the first place? I think... No, I don't think you're wrong. I could totally see it being like magical slashing damage. But I think that acid is also... I accept it. It's weird, but I accept it. Traditionally, cold reduces movement. Yeah, for sure. This has 2 separate transformations. Not really. It has snow hybrid form and then amped up snow hybrid form, which is basically just snow hybrid form on drugs. And then at 14th level, what is this music? At 14th level, we get permanent hybrid form. While you're not wild shaping, you gain Frigid Claws as a bonus. You gain Frigid Claws as a bonus action melee attack that deals this for 2 hits. And this is a what the fuck are you trying to say here? You have to write this in a way that it makes sense. I feel like you wrote this like stream of thought consciousness. Let me read you this sentence. While you're not wild shaping, you gain Frigid Claws as a bonus action melee attack that deals 3d6 cold or slashing damage for 2 hits, and also reduces the target's walking speed by 5 feet per hit. So, what? How does this work? Are you saying that as a bonus action, you can make 2 attacks with your Frigid Claws? because then you should just write it like that sentence. So what I would say is at 14th level, you always have access to your frigid claws, and as a bonus action, you can make 2 melee attacks with them. I don't think you should introduce essentially a brand new mechanic for them where they're now doing radically different damage. And I think for 2 hits is very confusing the way that it's put here. And I don't think you need to re-explain the mechanic again every time you mention it. You saved frigid claws earlier. You don't need to keep saying it. I also feel like maybe this shouldn't be the 14th level feature. I kind of wish we got something new here. I feel like every single feature that we've gotten, other than our proficiency little bump here, has been directly tied to the frigid claws. And this subclass isn't called the Summon Frigid Claws subclass. It's the Circle of the Snow Leopard. So I feel like we should try to have some stuff in here that pulls back to that idea. And I think the places that I would put them would be at 6th level and at 14th level. And I would just not worry about enhancing Frigid Claws more. I'm not sure if the movement penalty is intended to stack with itself. If it is, that needs to be made more clear. But again, I don't think that is even a thing that we need to worry about. I think that it probably works the same way that like Ray of Frost works. And I think that the bigger thing to think about here is not hyper fixating on the frigid claws and pulling back a little bit into more other snow leopard, cold magic things. A climb speed and altitude acclimation would be on brand for a snow leopard. Yeah, for sure. It's a cool idea. I think you tunnel visioned in a little bit on the frigid claws. I would pull back on it a little bit. And some of your mechanical language needs a lot of clarification, specifically some of this, like this kind of stuff. And also, yeah, you don't need to reinterpret. You don't need to re-describe the mechanics every time you say them again. You can just mention frigid claws. Okay, those are my thoughts. Thank you, Asti, for sharing. Let's give her a round of applause. Yeah, interesting idea. I like it. I like the vibe of like a hyper-specific druid that like specializes in learning from and adapting the vibe of like a very specific animal. I think that's cool. Monsieur Fax, you fiend. Thank you for the 5 months. You've been here 5 months. That's crazy. We gotta go get an ultrasound. How would you create a circle of potted plant druid? Like a druid, but for urban environments? I'm not exactly sure. I don't know. It's a fun idea, though. I think that's a question that you should ask yourself, because you're the one that asked it. What would you want to give them? What do you think they should be able to do? If I was going to make an urban environment druid, I probably would not lean into the potted plants. I would probably lean into them being able to sort of communicate with and interact with structures and manufactured materials in the same way that druids can interact with plants and natural things. But it would be kind of interesting to try to make a druid that was all about like urban agriculture and urban planting, not farming, but urban. I'm urban farming, but urban plant life, urban botany. Botany is the word I was looking for. What about a level 14 breath weapon for their hybrid, like a winter wolf? But a winter wolf is not a snow leopard, you know? Maybe it is for you. If your player changes the damage type to acid, does it damage over time, or is it mostly flavor unless it's a weakness? All damage types are just flavor, unless creatures have specific resistances or immunities or vulnerabilities to those damage types, or those damage types trigger certain additional effects. So, for example, some monsters will get a buff or a debuff depending on them taking a damage type, or they will have some sort of reaction to specific damage types. But it doesn't intrinsically do anything different. It's not like Baldur's Gate in that way. Beep boop. Spag. What you got for us today, buddy? A Paladin subclass. It's one of my very first pieces, but has received many rounds of revision since it was first written. Curious to hear your take on it. Cool. Paladins are always such a weird game. The game of homebrewing a Paladin. Here it is on Twitch. Here it is on YouTube. Oh, my dad texted me. What did he say? He sent me an article. It's so funny. My dad's a goofy guy. And he's a little bit of an, he's an odd duck. Very creative, charismatic, alternative person. Feller. But every now and then he also is just such like a classic dad. He sent me an article about something from he sent me an article about basically about Philly sports. And I was like, all right, I'll take a look at that later. It's just a very dad article to be sent. Paladins are hard to write because they don't adhere to a theme or mechanic like all other classes, but instead they adhere to an ideal. They also do adhere to very specific themes and mechanics, though, Shades. In fact, I would argue they adhere to mechanics more closely than most other classes in D&D. But we're about to dive into that, and I can talk about how and why. Sacred Oath, the Oath of Heroism. Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, my first thought is that is really vague. Because there are a lot of oaths that are basically the Oath of Heroism in D&D. I would argue, the Oath of Devotion, the Oath of Glory, the Oath of the Crown even, like Oath of Conquest even. So what I'm going to be looking for in this is like, what does that mean to be a hero in here? Because I do think that Oath of Heroism is just it's a little open-ended. Oath of Heroism was in Unearthed Arcana. Well, there's probably a reason why it didn't get all the way through the roofs yet, Hey, Cinder, I'm not seeing my name on the wheel. Not sure what I did wrong. The submission said I'd been entered. What's your name, Matt? Matt Cat? You didn't submit it to the right place, I guess? Or you didn't put your name? I don't know. If you want, you can ask for help in the Discord. But you're not here. So you didn't... Unless you wrote something that wasn't your name. Did you maybe, instead of writing your name, write the name of your creation? Alright, let's take a look at the Oath of Heroism. Paladins that take the Oath of Heroism bind themselves specifically and emphatically to the protection of the innocent and those in need. They are known for their ideals of leadership, bravery, and have a reputation of being self-sacrificing to a fault when others' life is in the balance. Stories of heroic paladins lie in the annals of history, told by those whose lives they saved. All right. Yeah, sort of as I said before, it doesn't, for me so far, it kind of just feels like Paladin. Let's see. Protect the innocent. There are forces in this world who seek to take advantage of the weak and innocent. Protect them with great power. You have power to prevent atrocities. If you do nothing, it is your fault. Me before you. It's preferable to prevent a death than to undo one. You must intervene before it's too late. Why is the music exploding? Calm down, music. Punish the wicked. Set the example. Okay, yeah, so I'm still not really seeing anything that feels super specific. I mean, maybe that's the point, I guess. Maybe the goal is that here's like a champion fighter version of a paladin. Okay, we get healing word. Maybe that's the way I have to think about it. Healing word and heroism, calm emotions, enhance ability, haste and revivify. Why haste? Freedom of movement and guardian of faith, greater restoration and mass cure wounds. Okay. All right. All of these seem fine. I don't understand exactly why haste is. I don't understand exactly why freedom of movement is, but I accept them. The vibe is still very much Paladin. It's the most Paladin I've ever paladined. Why revivify if it says you're not supposed to let people die? In case you mess up. At third level, we get 2 channel divinities. Protect the innocent and enchanting protection. When you see a creature take damage, you can use your reaction to expend a use of your channel divinity and move up to half your speed in their direction. This movement does not provoke opportunity attacks. And if you end it within 5 feet of the creature taking the damage, a glimmering shield of force protects the creature, absorbing all inciting damage for them. If the damage is caused in an area of effect and this movement causes you to move into the area, you become the target of it. Interesting. So you can just completely negate 1 instance of damage. I don't think there's anything else that gets anything like that. Haste is on there because it's utterly broken on paladins. Maybe. Is it grenade jumping? Kinda. You're not actually taking the damage. You're just preventing them from taking the damage. So it's not really grenade jumping. It's more damage negation. Let's take a look at enchanting protection. As an action, you can expend use of your channel divinity to protect someone allied to you. That's such an awkward sentence. By making them unappealing to attack. This is a very awkwardly written sentence. Choose 1 non-hostile creature within 60 feet of you. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet of the target has to make a wisdom saving throw or become charmed by the target for 1 minute. An affected creature can repeat the save at the end of each of their turns. I know that one of the aspects of being charmed is that you can't willingly harm the target, but I don't think that that is the way I would represent this mechanic. I feel like it's going in a different direction. I think I would write out what happens here mechanically. Each creature of your choice within 30 feet of the target has to make a wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, they cannot willingly attack or harm the target until the end of their next turn. Also, you need to say how long it lasts. You say they can make the save at the end of each of their turns. It still needs a time limit. Blocking all damage on level 3 seems strong. I mean, it's a channel divinity, so you're not getting that many uses of it. And it's only blocking the damage if you are within half your movement speed's distance to the ally that's getting attacked. So it's somewhat limited. Yeah, enchanting protection is basically Sanctuary. It's basically casting Sanctuary on your buddy. It says it lasts a minute. Where? Oh, for 1 minute. I see. I'm dumb. Okay. Let's see. Aura of teamwork. Your ethos of protecting your allies has developed to a sense of camaraderie and trust within your team, to such a degree that it manifests in a 10-foot aura around you. This sentence is way too long. I appreciate that you're trying to get the flavor in, but you don't want me to get frustrated before I ever get to the mechanic. This is such a long sentence. Shorten it. Okay, you get a 10-foot aura. When you or an ally in the aura take damage, the damage is reduced by the number of allies in the aura, including themselves and yourself, to a maximum of 3. The maximum damage reduction increases at certain levels to 4 at level 9, 5 at level 13. I don't know how I feel about this. This is a weird one. I also kind of feel like, I don't know, chat, tell me if I'm being crazy, but like this kind of feels like it's not doing anything new. I don't know. I guess part of it is I don't feel good about this mechanic. Maximum of 3 is 1 more than the minimum. Yeah. It's always at least 2. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a weird mechanic to me. I don't think it particularly works in like feeling fun. I also think it's going to be like a little bit tedious to keep track of. It kind of just feels like it's doing exactly the same thing as Protect the Innocent. And also kind of the same thing as Enchanting Protection. Like, I want this thing to do kind of different stuff a little bit. Like, it's not like, it's a little one note right now. Yeah, this aura is like a more complicated version of Heavy Armor Master. Blunt Heart says they think it should let people use help as a bonus action. That could work. Regardless, I don't know. If you like it, I think you still need to clean up the mechanic, because the minimum, maximum, and the scaling, I don't think that works. You could have it, they could reduce the damage by an amount equal to your charisma modifier. Something simple like that could work. But even then, I still... This Paladin feels... It's too one note. Quick question about the monster with Homebrew prompt. When you say with, do you mean alongside in the same battle? Or with as in a companion to? Maybe before the fight, the main monster or heard about in a layer? What? That question is confusing, Civ. I mean that they synergize mechanically. I don't know how to be more clear than that. That you could use them in the same encounter, that they might live together, they could enhance each other's lore, that they synergize mechanically. 2 monsters that you would use in tangent together. I don't know how to be more clear than that, and I genuinely I think your last sentence, you maybe started to fall asleep when you were writing or something, because that sentence got really confusing at the end. Maybe before the fight with the main monster or heard about in a lair. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. But I hope that answer helped you a little bit. I wasn't trying to be rude. I was mostly just confused. Could one monster summon the other? I guess, yeah, sure. If you have a cool idea for it. The rules are that they need to synergize mechanically or narratively, but it would be pretty cool if you made them do both. And beyond that, you should just try to make it a balanced, fun D&D monster for people to use in their games. Okay, let's take a look at the 15th level feature. Mercy to the Allied. Whenever an ally within 30 feet of you takes damage that would reduce them to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to instill them with durability, allowing them to drop to 1 hit point instead. You can use this reaction a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. I think this is a little too strong. There's another paladin that can do this, but they can only do it for themselves, and they can only do it once a day, I think. So being able to do this to all of your allies within 30 feet of you, and to be able to do a charisma modifier times a day feels like a lot. And then at 20th level, we get Legendary Hero. As an action, you transform into a Legendary Hero. You get a bunch of damage resistances. When you use a Divine Smite, you deal more damage. This really is just the Paladin times Paladin. As a bonus action, you can grant one creature within 30 feet of you a number of hit points equal to twice your Charisma modifier. All right. Listen. My feedback for this piece is it feels like a paladin. There's some stuff in here that's strong. There's some stuff in here that I think needs to be toned back a little bit. I think that I wish it felt a little bit more nuanced, and I think I'm feeling that a lot in the aura and in the tenets. But if your goal is to make a paladin that is the most paladin, this paladin feels like it might be that paladin. Matt Katz, thank you. There you go, Matt. There you go. You should be able to access it now. You were at the wrong membership tier. That was the issue. Do you want more paladin in your paladin? Then consider this paladin. Exactly. This paladin feels more like a one-ish note hospitaler? Not heroism. What's a hospitaler? What is that word? Gotta look that word up. A member of a charitable religious order, originally the Knights of Hospitaller. Cool. Nice word. All right, thank you very much, Spag. Let's give Spag a round of applause. Doop. All right, let's see here. The bottom of the list right now is Tychus. You got Monsieur Fax. Boop. Ba 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 bee 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 boo 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 ba 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 ba. You guys know that song? I wrote it. It's a pretty cool song. I knew he was gonna. I wanted to wait because I knew Matt was our dear Matty Caddy was about to be there. There he is. Okay. Boo! Tychus. Tychus, I hardly know Cus. Made this with a friend of mine. It was his first time making homebrew. Happy with all the feedback. What's up, Iceball? How you doing, buddy? You can make stuff with a friend. You've never made homebrew with other people? Why are you crediting a monster stat block? Alright, I won't worry about that. That's confusing to me. Okay. Let's see here. I'm pretty good. Here it is in YouTube if you guys want to take a look at it. We're doing our member review stream today because I have to move my schedule around. A fey sorcerer. Yeah, fey sorcerers are one of those things that it really makes you question why Wizards of the Coast haven't made one yet. Because, my goodness, doesn't everybody want one? You know, they come up so often. I feel like... Of course you want them. Okay, so we get some Fey. We get a Fey spell list. Let's see what we get. Sleep, Charm Person, Phantasmal Force, Nather's Mischief, Hypnotic Pattern, Major Illusion, Hallucinatory Terrain, Polymorph, Mislead, Gaius. Okay, here's my thought immediately. I really like this spell list for the vibe of a Fey sorcerer. I think every spell on this list does a good job of communicating an aspect of doing fey things. I want to push back, and I just want to say that I feel like every other sorcerer spell list has a little bit more of a, like, School of Magic's focused vibe to it. And this one does a little bit, but there's some things on this list that I would lose polymorph, for example. I think polymorph makes a lot of sense from a vibe perspective, but if you're not leaning into the transmutation side throughout of the changing into stuff, I don't know if I would keep it. Also, this spell is bad. I just would never give this spell to anybody. Question about the upcoming monster challenge. According to the monster manual, all those things are considered monsters. With that in mind, could you technically create a monster that helps out the elders or picks out trash around town? If you have a stat, if there is a stat block in the monster manual for an elder that you could compare this with, yes. But you have to pair it with a monster that there is an officially published stat block for. And I would say you should probably, again, you want it to synergize mechanically and narratively, not just one or the other if possible. So I would look for a interesting monster stat block you like and try to make something that works in tangent with that. Question, I'm making a homebrew class at the moment, but I wanted to double check. Have you ever heard of an intelligent spellcaster that must use their bonus action to move and control an external object? There's some D&D feats that do that. Like, there's some telekinetic powers that move things with a bonus action. It could be an interesting thing to build a class where you have an object that you have to move around. I would just be cautious about making sure it's, like, easy to manage. That could be neat. Firth, you don't like Firth level? A Firth, yeah, usually this is an ST, not a TH. Usually. Not always. Here it is again in the chat if you guys want. If you're only writing a short story about this creature and not having something that is fun mechanically, I can't see it getting more than an neat. Yes, that is correct. If you come up with a monster that really doesn't have anything mechanically interesting going on where it's working in tangent with another monster, my response will almost certainly be roughly neat. Or it'll be like, huh, this doesn't really connect with that. We got the Firth, and we got both. We got Firth and we got First. They're doing both. That way everybody's happy. So at Firth level, we get Pixie support. When you target a creature with an enchantment or illusion spell, you can spend a sorcery point to summon a Pixie that follows the target for 1 minute. If the spell targets multiple creatures, you can spend a sorcery point for each Pixie you want to summon. A creature can only be affected by 1 Pixie at a time. I would not incorporate the sorcery points until level 3. You could say at 3rd level, when you use this feature, you can expend additional sorcery points to have it affect multiple creatures or whatever. That's the way that it works for, like, the Shadow Sorcerer, who gets a feature at 1st level that grows in power when they get access to sorcery points. At the start of an affected creature's turn, a Pixie attempts to taunt them. The affected creature needs to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save. On a failed save, they have disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than the Pixie until the end of its next turn, or the Pixie dies. Oh, it's really a Pixie? I wouldn't do that. If the Pixie saves against the taunt, they become immune for 24 hours, and then it has hit points and an AC. Okay, I think the flavor of you using enchantment spells to create a little Pixie thing that gives them, like, disadvantage on stuff as it distracts them, that's really cool. I would not make it an actual creature that they have to attack and has hit points and an armor class. That, I think, makes it a little too strong. I also think the Pixie should definitely only last for the duration that they are affected by the spell. Good night, Iffy Tickwid. Iffy Tickwid. If you Tickwid. How much flavor text would you say is tolerable for a monster? I want to include enough to sell the fantasy of the creature without the reader being overwhelmed. I would say a paragraph. I would say, unless you are a really good writer, more than a paragraph of flavor text for your monster is too much. And not a long paragraph either. You're potty training your 2-year-old? Good luck. Good luck. My nephew's potty training right now. When I was a preschool teacher, I helped potty train many a human child. Yeah, 4 to 6 sentences is the sweet spot. Assuming that you're also writing not all super long sentences. Like, you want to have, like, a little bit of dynamism to your sentences. Who's my nephew potty training? Lots of people. He's very skilled at it. Okay, so we get the ability to give people disadvantage on attacks. And I would make it this. I would basically make it so they can make the wisdom saving throw every turn. And I would say probably it would, if it's not all attacks, maybe it's just their first attack each round. Something like that. But yeah, drop the Pixie element, I think. Or keep the Pixie flavor, but drop the Pixie mechanics. We also learn Minor Illusion, and we learn Sylvan. And when we make charisma checks interacting with the Fae, we get expertise on it. Okay, these are all pretty cool. This is really, I will say, this is pretty strong for a first level, but it's pretty good. I like the vibe. At second level. Second is how you pronounce that. Minor illusion should be listed in the spells, yeah, for sure. Usually D&D they do both. So, for example, like the Spore Druid gets an extra cantrip, and it's written as like a sentence, and it's also written up here in the spell list. At 6th level, we get Pixie Glitter. As an action, you can shoot a ray pixie dust. I think you mean a ray of pixie dust at a creature within 30 feet of you that you can see. The recipient don't say the recipient, say the creature. The creature gains a fly speed of 30 feet and the ability to hover for 1 minute. If the creature is airborne when this effect ends, it falls safely to the ground, taking no damage. You can use this feature equal to half your proficiency rounded down per long rest. I would probably not make it half your proficiency. I'd probably make it your wisdom modifier. But giving buddies a free flying is pretty cool. And then we get this feel. I would drop this. This is strong enough, I think, for 6th level. Letting to get all your friends to fly. I think that's pretty strong. Oh yeah, charisma. I'm sorry. I kept thinking this was a druid. You know what? With that in mind, another thing that you should think about here is the 6th level feature for the sorcerer is usually one where you get something where you can interact with spell points. So I would do similarly to what you did with the Pixie thing. I would probably do that here, where I would maybe make this a sorcery point to use, and you could use more sorcery points to target more creatures. So for 3 sorcery points, I could give 3 creatures a fly speed for a minute or something like that. Or maybe the first creature is free and any extra creatures cost sorcery points. But I think you should incorporate sorcery points in by this level a little bit more. And I think that would just tie in nicely with that. And that way you could just not... It doesn't need to be limited by times per day at all. It could literally just be a sorcery point usage thing. The monster I want to pair has around 4 paragraphs. If I need to read those 4 paragraphs to understand how the monsters pair, I would challenge you to make a monster that pairs more obviously. Or to make it so the monster's pairing is evident enough in the game mechanics that one does not need to read 4 paragraphs of flavor text. If I read if somebody sends me Homebrew for a monster that has like 4 big paragraphs of flavor text, I'm going to skim the first one, and then I'm going to start reading the stat block. That's usually how it goes. The only thing that would make me keep reading it is if the writing was so evocative that I really was enjoying reading it. And as much as all of you are very good at writing and on your way at getting better at writing, very rarely do I see flavor text where the issue is that it's kind of long because it needs to get all the information in, and it's exciting to read. It ends up just feeling like lore dumping or like a slog. So if you feel like this monster needs 4 paragraphs to really explain for the reader to understand how to use it and how it synergizes with another monster, I would probably not submit it for this one, or I would try to challenge myself to have this sort of, reevaluate the design and ask yourself what you can change that you can support with the mechanics that maybe don't need to be written out in the flavor. A page is enough for most things. You feel like 1 sorcery point is pretty strong, you'd go with 2 points per target. I think I would do, it's only for a minute. It's 30 feet of flight for 1 minute. That's not that strong. I would probably make it 2 sorcery points for the first target, and then maybe 1 sorcery point for every additional target after that. Let's take a look at the 14th level feature. Also, we're getting 2 features at every level. I wouldn't do that. It's good to get 2 features sometimes. Don't do it at every level. Honestly, I would just drop this one. At 14th level, Elite Pixie support. A creature that is affected by one of your summoned pixies has disadvantage on saving throws against enchantment or illusion spells. I would say depending on how you figure out balancing the pixies, this is too strong. So, if you don't figure out how to make the pixies a little bit less intense, this is really strong for this just to always be on whenever the pixies happen, because the pixies just happen when you use a enchantment spell or an illusion spell. So this essentially means that creatures always have disadvantage on your enchantment and illusion spells forever, which is quite strong. You gain the ability to talk to plants and animals. This is cool. I would look at other mechanics that do this, both in terms of like the beast speech spell and talk with plants and animals, just to make sure you're getting the wording right to actually explain this. And I would include the caveats of like what ways the plants and animals are able to communicate back. And then at 18th level, we get a Euphoria breath. Bonus action, you can shoot out a cone 15 feet. Everybody has to make a wisdom save. On a failure, they roll a d6 at the start of their turn to determine what happens. They take no actions. They use their movement and attack the closest creature. They dance. They monologue. They don't move, and they use their entire turn to repeat the saving throw against Euphoria breath. So it's like a powered up version of the confusion spell. How long does it last? It's just 1 round for a minute, and they don't get to remake the save every round. That's really strong. If they don't get to remake the save every round, I might make it cost more than 5 sorcery points to use again, or I might change it up a little bit. They should be able to remake that save. What's up, Beluga? I don't think D&D druids can do anything. I think they have one of the most limited spell lists of any class in D&D. I find their spell list incredibly boring. That's why I don't like playing druids. We need a fever dream time after this one. Why do we need fever dream time? Because it's all Feywild? I think it's a pretty neat idea. I think that you threw a little bit too much in here. I think that your core Pixie mechanic is a little convoluted. I think your Euphoria breath is a little strong. But I think overall it's a pretty fun looking piece. There's definitely some stuff to work on, but overall it's a neat idea. All right, let's give Tychus a round of applause. What's up, Zach? How's it going? What if one of the dice roll options was the target was teleported to the Feywild for that round? That could be cool. See you, Bart. Be good to yourself. Don't forget to tell the pets I say. And you want to play that at half speed backwards. They will understand. If you don't, they'll probably just look at you confused. Which is also kind of entertaining in its own right. Nothing's wrong with a little confusion every now and then. We got a couple new submissions. Lovely. I think wild magic makes for a good fey sorcerer. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I'm going to go pee before we spin the wheel again because I need to. And I would rather do that now. I will be back in like 3 seconds. Okay? Everybody, chill out. Give me a second. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Don't be sad. Have a little dance party. I'll be back in a minute. back. Don't be sad. Don't be sad. Papa's home. He came back from the grocery store. Just like he said he would. Hi, guys. How's everybody feeling? You having a good show so far? Everybody having a good time? Feeling good? Enjoying it? I hope so. Did I miss anything crazy while I was gone? Go to bed if you're sleepy, dude. You guys are more than welcome to do what you can to riot, but I'm always watching. I'm like Santa Claus. Speaking of Santa Claus, let's see if we have any new gifts on the wheel. We don't. Perfect. It's been chill. Good. Yes, I am your dad. I'm also your uncle. Boo! Beyonder. We looked at some of your homebrew yesterday too. Oops. A warlock item that modifies the arcane focus rod. Let's take a look. Eldritch handgun. Why is this item so many words? Why is this so many words? It shouldn't have to be this many words. That's okay. We'll figure it out. Beyonder, I hardly know her. It's funny. Eldritch handgun. This gnarled ebony and yew device has a protruding grip underneath the main portion to be held by the user's hand, a more vertical and ergonomic angle. The main portion has been okay, so it's a handgun. It's a handgun stick. You can combine Eldritch handgun with any arcane focus rod and share the attunement slot if the rod requires it. This merging takes 1 hour and can be done with a short rest. Let me just remember what the what does the arcane focused rod even do? Is that an item? Is it the enhanced arcane focus? What is it intended to be mixed with? Maybe Rod of the Pact Keeper? Alright, so let's assume we're using this with the Rod of the Pact Keeper. Or at least something like Rod of the Pact Keeper. Like a +1 rod. Okay. So you can mix it with a +1 item. Or you can mix it with the magic rod. They share the attunement slot. That is powerful. When you attune to the Eldritch handgun for the first time, choose one of the following forms that modifies your Eldritch Blast. The handgun will have that form for the Warlock anytime the Warlock uses it. Why are you mentioning Warlocks here for the first time? So you pick one of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 options. Okay. Either we can quick draw. When a hostile creature's movement provokes opportunity attack, you can use your action to cast Eldritch Blast at the creature rather than making an opportunity attack. This is sort of just what we get from the War Mage feat, which I guess is okay, but it's also still just a feat. We get it from War Mage. That's not a Warcaster. Warcasters can opportunity attack cast spells. Being within 5 feet of a hostile creature doesn't impose disadvantage on Eldritch Blasts. You gain the Eldritch Spear invocation. You get +1 to your Eldritch Blast. Once per turn, you can deal half the damage from the damage die of a single beam to another creature within 5 feet of the target. All of these are... Here's what I'll say. This is something that we can get from a feat. This is something that we can get from an Eldritch Invocation. This is something we will likely get from the Rod. This is kind of an interesting new unique feature. This is a nice quality of life feature. I would encourage you, if you're going to make a new magic item, to try to make them do things that we couldn't normally do. You think Warcaster only lets you cast melee spells as an opportunity attack? All right, fair. I like the idea of making a magic item that's specifically intended for Eldritch Blast. That's a lot of fun. But I would encourage you to tweak what they're doing, what it's doing a little bit, so that it's a little bit more unique. The other thing that I would do, if I were you, is I wouldn't let the person pick what thing they get. I would just make each of these a different type of Eldritch handgun. You know, there's the quick draw one, there's the close quarter combat one, there's the sniper one, there's the dead shot one. I would make them all different things. What's up, Claudian? I said hi to you earlier. Close quarters combat is also possible with the gunner or crossbow expert feat. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so it's a neat idea. What power level would this be? The fact that it's basically enhancing a magic item without requiring attunement, it really depends. Because some of them, like this, on top of an item that already is a +1 item, would be really fucking strong. Some of them are going to be more strong than others, which is maybe another reason to split them up. Or, better yet, let it, you know, again, if I were you, I would try to come up with more unique features for what it actually did. But if you can do that, maybe over the course of a long rest, you could like change it to switch what type it is. That could be kind of fun. So it's like, okay, we're going to be doing a close quarter combat one. I want this one. Oh, we're going to be shooting people from far away. I want this one, or whatever. That could be fun. But yeah, I would encourage you not to just make them give you the stuff we already get as a warlock. I mean, if it's for your home game, it's kind of whatever. But if your goal is to make like a cool magic item that like strangers would want to use on the internet, I would try to switch this stuff up a little bit, make it a little bit more unique. All right, those are my thoughts. Thank you, Beyonder. Let's give them a round of applause. My favorite Eldritch Blast modifying item I saw was a staff. And the way that it worked was that when you cast Eldritch Blast, you could do different things with it. And you could change it from being single target to being a beam or a cone. Or you could change it in a way where if you put all of the Eldritch Blasts on one creature, you could fire an extra one. And then there was another option, but it basically was like it had like different modes that were all like really different feeling, and they pretty dramatically changed the way it fired and like the way this cantrip Eldritch Blast worked. I thought it was pretty cool. I thought it was really clever the way that they made a line and like made different AoE versions of them. I thought it was cool. Anyway, yes, thank you very much, Beyonder. Are there Twitch folks around too? Yeah, we're on Twitch and YouTube. I think the point of that line is to say, like, when you would be able to do an opportunity attack against a creature, you could do this instead. You can kind of do rapid fire Eldritch Blast right now with just a little bit of sorcerer. Everybody loves Sentinel. I've never had a character take Sentinel. Or I've never taken Sentinel as a character either. Quick question. Would a CR3 knight that's equipped with one use of counterspell be too much for a level 2 or 3 party? Depends on the quality of their... It depends on the power level of their characters and the tacticalness of them and how much they enjoy hard combat. Maybe? a CR3 knight that doesn't have a use of counterspell is going to be pretty challenging for a level 2 or 3 party a lot of the time. All right, Squatch, what you get for us today? Refight the fighter armlet, an artificer infusion. Interesting. I would appreciate thoughts on whether the bonus action should be changed to an action, free object interaction, or limited. I thought the bonus action because it seems weaker than the other options. Interesting. So what are we looking at? It's the fighter armlet is what we're looking at. Is this a, so this is a magic item? This is a fighter infusion? This is a artificer infusion we're looking at? I'm assuming? Okay, yes it is. There it is in Twitch. There it is in the tube. Let's take a look. Fighter's armlet. You carve 10 arcane runes onto this bracelet, each associated with one of the following fighting styles. And we have a bunch of fighting styles. As a bonus action, you can activate one of the runes to gain the associated fighting style. Any other rune deactivates. When you reach 10th level in this class, you have 2 runes active at once. If you activate a new rune while 2 are already active, you can choose which other runes to deactivate as part of the same bonus action. I think something like this could definitely work. I'm going to be honest, I would not include all of the fighting styles on it. I think a Artificer infusion... Yeah, right now this Artificer infusion is just an infinitely better feat. There is a feat in D&D that is, you get a fighting style. It doesn't let you change it. You can't have more than one active at a time. That's all that feat does. So if you wanted to make this work as an infusion, what I would probably do is I would make it very limited in use. Maybe once per day, somebody could activate it and gain the benefits from a fighting style for 10 minutes. Something like that, maybe. Or maybe even 1 minute. And it could be used once per short rest or something like that. That could work. Well, if it's an infusion, you could just change it when you make new infusions. You could always just redo the infusion and make a new one. So I don't actually think you need to worry about the changing it element too much, because the Artificer can just do that. They can just rebuild it. You only pick one fighting style from the list when you make the infusion. Not the way that it's written right now. The way that it's written right now, it quite intentionally is written in a way where it implies that you can use more than one infusion, because it says any other rune deactivates. So you could bonus action activate one of them to then bonus action activate another. Oh no, that's a suggestion. Yeah, I would say when you make it, you pick an infusion, and then the person who's wielding it can activate it to gain the access to that infusion for like 10 minutes. That could work really well. Aren't bracers of archery already an option for an infusion? They very well might be. You know as well as I that I don't particularly love artificers. Where's the infusion list? Bracers of archery. Yeah, so you shouldn't really be able to access this infusion until 10th level, because bracers of archery just literally give you the archery fighting style. So there is an infusion that already exists that is just this, and it's at 10th level. So that might be worth thinking about. Neat idea, but a little bit OP in its current iteration. Boop! All right, Squatch, thank you very much. I think it's a fun idea. I think if you limit how often they can be used, that is going to be where the power... That's going to be how that ends up working. They work for... You activate it, it turns on for a minute. I think that... Something like that. Some very limited use would be how that would balance that out. All right, let's give Squatch a round of applause. It's a neat idea. You haven't had time to keep up with my content, that's fine. Yeah, I have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Isn't that crazy? I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know what all these fucking jabronis are doing here. Bunch of psychopaths. Anyway, thank you, Squatch. 111. I hit 11K. 111K. That's cool. I'm okay with that. Get it? Aren't I so funny, guys? Guys, aren't I so funny? Aren't I so funny? Ha ha ha. Guys? Yes? Okay, cool. Thank you. I just needed that. Whew, I was worried I wasn't so funny. I was gonna have to go to bed or something. It made me sad. To look at? Hey man, that's half the battle. I'd rather be funny to look at than boring to look at, you know? Can I tell you a secret to being a content creator? I kind of made a video about this today, actually. One of the harder parts about being a content creator is you have to think about the way you want to present. Or rather, let me rephrase that. One of the things that is tricky about being a content creator is that the way you present has a big impact on everything. Everything from the way people react to you in positive ways to the way people react to you in negative ways, to the types of people that engage with you, to how many people engage with you. And one of the tricky things, what makes it so weird is that it's like the bottom of the barrel of judgment is what it is. Because you're not really trying to be interesting to, I mean, ideally you're interesting to everyone, but the committed people, the people that are like, I like this person, they kind of, they're in it at a certain point. But if you're trying to grow, you have to be realistic about how many other people are doing what you're trying to do. So something as sort of benign as being a little bit goofy looking and deciding to lean into that, like what I do in my shorts, that's a very good, that's a good strategy for gaining attention as a content creator. Like, you don't want to be making a fool of yourself in a way that you're embarrassed, because it is, you are presenting yourself. Like, you want to be able to own whatever you present yourself as, because it's what you're doing, and a lot of people are responding to it a lot of the time. But if I didn't lean into the slightly silliness of the way that I look, I don't think I would be nearly as successful as a content creator. Straight up. I think there's a million bearded men yelling about D&D or doing some silly, you know, talking about something, and they all have nice lighting, and they're all reasonably well trimmed. And I feel like if this little thing I have here, this little poof, that's special, you know? Being a little bit scraggly. I wouldn't say I do it entirely with intention, because some of it does come down to laziness, but at least some of it is with intention, because I do think it has a pretty big impact on the success of my channel. All right, let's rant over. A bucket, 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 boo! Sophisticated Cinder. Sophisticated Cinder sucks. I fucking hate that guy. I also could do like businessman Cinder or like office Cinder. I hate them all though. I prefer silly. Cole has for us a goofy little item, sure to lead to shenanigans. I love a good shenanigan if the players remember its effects. What if they forget them? Shouldn't the Oh, Cole. One second. One second, one second, one second. One second. No, it's not. Okay, this way. Friends, we all strive for greatness, and we fail. We always fail. But we also always get up. Cole wanted to bring us a goofy little item that might lead to shenanigans, and I, for one, would love to see that item. But it seems that Cole did not properly fill out the form and did not read the section that explained very explicitly that you must allow access to the homebrew and give instructions as to how to do it. So with a heavy heart, we must pass Cole by. But fear not, friends, because though we stumble, we shall rise. And Cole, if you're out there, if you arrive at stream today and you fix this mistake and you let me know that you fixed it, I will put you back on the wheel. Because though we fall, we rise. And sometimes it is hard to find your footing. So we allow mistakes. We give second chances. But we also must live by the rules of this universe. And in the rules of this universe, I cannot access a Google document that I do not have access to. Goodbye, sweet prince. Goodbye. All right, well, we can't look at Cole's piece right now, unfortunately, but hopefully he he sees that and comes back and gets back to us. How do I feel about melee necromancers? Same way I feel about fey-melee necromancers. I don't think D&D are really designed. I don't think the D&D necromancer is really designed to be a melee-focused one, but I think you could pretty easily make it that if you want. I think the easiest way to make a melee necromancer in D&D is to go an Oathbreaker Paladin. On your marks. A Circle of Spores Druid could also work too. Boo! The knotted head. The mighty knot of heads. This is a cursed item I made with a bard in mind, but might be picked up by any charisma caster. I like the curse, but I'm worried it might be a bit much. I balanced it by only giving some of the barbarian traits and not making them a full barbarian. Is this changing a class? I don't know if I would. I'm not a big fan of that in general, but let's see how it goes. I feel like if I was going to give a curse to a character, I would only make it a curse that gave you access to other class features if I wasn't running one of those other classes. But let's see what this does before I start judging it. This is called a three-faced coin. It's a fun name. This platinum coin Has the comedy smiling mask on one side, the tragedy on the other. Your charisma score increases by 2. Your maximum score is now 22. Okay, so if your item is increasing your score by 2 and your maximum score to 22, this is not a rare item. Even if it has a bad curse, this is not a rare item. This is up, 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 up. Cursed. This coin is cursed. A fact that is revealed only when an identify spell is cast on the coin, or it sparks its rage effect for the first time. When it manifests rage for the first time, the mask... How does it manifest rage? Don't start describing what it looks like when it manifests its rage if we don't know what its rage manifestation is or when it happens yet. Introduce the idea that it has a rage manifestation and when that happens before you start describing it. This sentence should also probably be sooner. Okay, what does the curse do? This should be a new paragraph. Like, we shouldn't have to hunt. I shouldn't have to hunt this hard for what the curse does. All the attuning, removal bullshit, you can put that at the end. Just jump into what the curse does. So when you roll initiative, roll a d6. On a 1 to 2, you enter a rage and must attack with whatever item you have in your hand. While raging, you gain the following. You can't cast spells. You're proficient with other weapons. When you make an attack using strength, you gain a bonus to the damage roll that increases per your character level. You have resistance to slashing and piercing and bludgeoning damage. Your charisma and strength scores are exchanged. This isn't really a curse. This is so much of the aspect of being a barbarian that this is not a curse. This just feels different. Yeah, you should not use the word rage. I also... The curse part is really strong. Yeah, what happens if you just give this to a fighter or a paladin? Now suddenly they're getting extra bonus damage to their attacks. They have resistance to all the damage types. If I were you, I would tone back on the curse a little bit, and I would make it less good and less extreme. I guess my question is, what is the point of this item? And I don't mean, like, what does it do? It's very obvious what it does. But what's the story of it? Why does this coin increase your charisma to extreme magical extents that normally would be hidden behind a very rare or legendary item? And then why does it also make you go into a battle rage? I don't understand how those things connect. You know? I also think that these mechanics that I have highlighted here, which is sort of just plucked from a combination of plucked from the barbarian rage, as well as these two, which are basically there to make it so you can use attacks even though you're a bard. I feel like they're a little bit much. Yeah, if you use all your spells, you can just use this and it's just good. So it doesn't feel like a curse. So it's a neat idea. I mean, all the different parts of it are neat, but I don't really understand why they're connected. And I think that you are underestimating the positive aspects of this curse. And I feel like I don't understand why this curse is tied with this item. Like, there's not a lot of connection between these two ideas. Why do you want to cry? Oh, because you didn't submit your form properly? Did you fix it? If you fix it, let me know. I'll put you back on the wheel. It should at least make you target creatures randomly for the attack. That would make it feel like a curse. You enter a rage and you just attack the creatures closest to you? Yeah. Chaos Strip? That would for sure make it feel like a curse. And if it's a curse, you should probably drop the things that make you effective in combat. I kind of agree. I feel like I would drop the bonus damage and I would drop the charisma strength change switch. I think you could keep the resistance. I don't know if I would make you proficient with all this stuff, but I think you could keep the resistance and that you can't cast spells if you add the part where you just have to attack random creatures, and also make it so the only thing that can attune to this is a bard. But even then, it would still be pretty good on a bard paladin multi-class. Where's the third face? I don't know. It's hidden. Cole, the point of life is to grow and change, you silly goof. You don't have to be overly dramatic. You miswrote on a form for a Twitch/YouTube D&D stream. You're okay. In fact, you could just fix it. And maybe next time, take some of the upsetness you feel now, the energy that is creating inside of you, good or bad, and just squeeze that energy into making sure you, like, read the form closely before you just click yes and everything. Because that will help. They should also make it work if the closest living thing near you is your teammate. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You should just attack the thing closest to you. How do we submit Google Docs, and where is the instructions for that? The way that this show works normally, it depends on what day of the week it is. So today we're doing a member review stream. So if you are on YouTube, if you are a very cool member on YouTube or higher, or a Twitch member, or a Patreon subscriber, then you get access to the link to submit Homebrew for today. Most days of the week is not paywalled behind membership. And in those days, you will always find all the links for whatever we're doing on the day in the video description on YouTube. So, for example, on Thursday, we're doing a review stream where I'm looking at monsters that are designed to be used in synergy with other monsters. And all the instructions are in the forum. They're all up on my Discord, and that stream will be Thursday. It's an angry face when the curse triggers? Yeah, for sure. The word frenzy could work, yeah. Rampage, rampage, rampage. I agree, yeah. Anyway, it's a cool idea. I think you got to tone this down a little bit. And again, if you want it to be like, you get much better at talking, but then you have explosions of rage, I think we need to feel that a little bit more in the mechanics here. And like how those two ideas sync together. All right, thank you, Nodded Head. Let's give them a round of applause. Cole, if you do fix the forum, let me know. I'll add you back to the wheel. What day is it for reviewing Homebrew for normal subscribers? Every other day that I stream, pretty much. This week, it's going to be on Thursday. Most days I stream like 4 days a week. Most weeks I stream 4 days a week. This week I'm doing 3. Usually some combination of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Usually 4 days in there. Usually around this time. And I would say some of the streams, like yesterday, we did a stream where there was no writing prompt. Anybody could send in anything. And then on Thursday, we're doing a stream where there is a writing prompt. And you got to try to do the writing prompt. And it's like a challenge. Buggita, 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 buggita. Love you too. Bye. Buggita, 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 buggita. Boo! It's Zapmancy. You're the bets. Are there monsters today? Today, people can send in whatever they want. So we might get some monsters. Usually on days that people send in whatever they want, we get a lot of like subclasses. Subclasses tend to be the most. Sometimes I'll stream on Sunday night, but it depends on the week. I've been having a lot of family responsibilities and editing works I needed to do for the podcast lately, so I haven't had my weekends available. But I like streaming on Sunday nights when I can. Yeah, we're doing the Monster Mash on Thursday. This was originally meant to be its own class, but halfway through making it, I changed it to a fighter subclass instead. Ah. Often a good move. The Parasite. Oh. It's a lot of words. Why do I see SL0, SL1? Did I read this before? I saw something similar to this kind of hecticness before. I don't think I read this before. I'll tell you what my first thought is before I even read it. I am really hesitant about features that require, like, additional language and things like that. Let's see. Parasite, fighter subclass. This archetype focuses on the connection between parasite and host. Maybe you picked it up during your adventures and it's been dormant. Either way, the parasite is inside you. The foul worm would kill most others, but you've learned to control it. You are the parasite. This doesn't tell us anything about what the parasite does. I wish we had a little bit more flavor in this flavor text. You know, this could just be, you just have this could just be, oops. Why can't I move that? You have to be... Did you give me, like, full editing control? You got to be careful with that, buddy. I think you might have given everyone full editing control. The parasite could just be a tapeworm based on this language. You know what I mean? Let's see. Nodes. I'm assuming this is at 3rd level. A number of fleshy nodes equal to your constitution modifier grow from your back like tumors gross. These nodes can be expended to activate your parasitic abilities. You gained expended nodes that replenish at a long rest, and you gain additional nodes at 7th, 10th, and 15th. Okay, so you're basically like a gross battle master. And then you get bond to host. Beginning at 3rd level, when you choose this archetype, you can expend one of your nodes to create a parasitic link that can be implanted into the neck of any willing or restrained creature. This process takes 1 minute of uninterrupted concentration, requires you to be within your... Then you'll be within your reach. Once per short rest or long rest. Oh my god, why are we talking about per short rest or long rest already again? Once per short rest or long rest, after implanting a link, you can expend an additional node to grant your host a number of temporary hit points equal to your parasite level as a reaction to when they take damage. This is so fucking confusing in the way that it's written. Do you understand that? Why is this so confusing? Is it so confusing because you're just, like, cramming features in? Is it because there's no paragraph breaks? I'm not sure. But this is very tedious in how it's written. Definitely put a paragraph break here. Also, this whole feature should be like a thing. This is like a special feature. Parasite stages. As time passes, both you and your host gain a number of benefits from the form of parasite stages. Each stage has an SL stage level that determines how much time passes. Oh, so they get stronger the more they're in the host? Days before the next stage 5 plus host's intelligence modifier plus stage level divided by 2 rounded down. That hurts my brain. And I'm inclined to say, what the fuck? But I'm going to not say what the fuck. I'm just going to say, I don't think any logical person would look at that and be like, that's a very clear and understandable mechanic that I'm going to be able to incorporate into my character that's going to uplift them, the narrative, and the gameplay. I don't think anyone is going to look at that math equation and say that. The other thing that I'm going to say is a thing I really hate that I'm moving the background. Another thing that I'm going to say is I think that the abilities growing based on how long they're in the guy is not a good idea, because that's not something that it's scaling so non-traditionally, and it sort of leads to this thing like you're going to be with your adventuring party forever. So, like, you're just going to be at the highest level with all of them. And I don't think in D&D, nothing's power scales with in-game time. And I think having a core mechanic that scales with in-game time is not going to work super well. And I think that, combined with how genuinely convoluted this is, and this whole idea sort of feels so far, in terms of the way it's being presented, I would not do that. I would completely remove that element. Let's see what we get at... We don't get anything else until 10th level? That's weird. Why don't we get anything else until 10th level? It's just missing something? Where's the 7th level feature? So at 3rd level, the only thing we can do with our node is we can use it to give someone temporary hit points. And I wish that was written more clearly. And we can enter parasitic stages of people where we can communicate with them or control them and do other stuff that, again, we're just not going to worry about. I don't think this system is going to scale or work well. And it gives me a headache to think about how this mechanic works. I have no idea how to do that. So I apologize if you're annoyed with me for not reading the parasite stages. If you feel like they are really important for the concept of the class, I would have the parasite stages grow with your character level and not with time based on how long they're in a thing. At 7th level, gaining another node, that's not really a power, considering you're also getting another node at 10th level and 15th level. So why are we getting a 10th level and 15th level feature then? You see what I mean? The logic does not logic. Parasitic mutation. At 10th level, you can spend a node to catalyze a temporary mutation in yourself. Have you even mentioned mutations yet? To catalyze... I think you're using the word catalyze wrong, maybe? Temporary mutation. You mean like activate in your host or in yourself or a host you are bonded to from the mutations list below. These mutations last until the end of the creature's long rest or short rest, which they will revert to in original form. How do we do it? Is it an action? Is it a bonus action? Any non-magical weapon made of metal that deals 6 damage to you in a single hit takes a permanent -1 penalty. Corrosive blood is a very powerful. I feel weird about giving corrosive blood to characters. Are all of these just messing with attack rolls and AC and stuff? We get a higher AC. You get blind sight. You get long arms. Fuck me, this fucking document. You get long arms. You get higher strength. I think this is doing too many things in too many directions. I feel like this subclass doesn't exist before level 10, and at level 10, we're throwing the whole subclass up all at once. There's like... The only thing connecting these things mechanically is like they all could sort of be interpreted as like a weird body change, but I don't think that's enough, and I think that these are too many things to get all at 10th. I know we aren't getting all of them, but even just the choices, like spread this stuff out. Yeah, it's a little late in the game to get such a big new mechanic. When you get to 15th level, you gain the ability to create weapons out of your flesh. As a bonus action, you can expend a node. A simple weapon that deals an extra 1d4 damage at level 15 is pretty bad. Like, you're never going to use that. You're going to have much stronger weapons by then. Like, a +1 weapon is better than a weapon that deals 1d4 extra damage. So, yeah. I would, if you want to do something like you can summon weapons, do that earlier. And then at 18th level, you can choose to expend a node to achieve parasitic stage in a host without needing to wait the full time for progress. All right, I feel like you said that you started trying to make this a class and you turned it into a subclass. I think you need to turn it into more of a subclass and cut even more of it out. Because this feels like it's trying to do too many things. It feels like you're trying to do these like stages of... Like, I feel like you're trying to, like, do these parasitic bonds with creatures, but it's also just sort of like a weird, gross version of an Artificer. Like, it feels like you're basically making Artificer infusions instead of, you know, as nodes. And I don't know if both of these things make sense to have in the same thing, because it's making it so there's, like, not a lot of There's like a lot of stuff here that feels like it's missing. You know? The issue with scaling for the host is that you can have multiple hosts at the same time, and I was trying to find a way to scale them individually. Do you have any recommendations for I could change this? I would not have them scale individually. I don't think, I don't have any recommendations for how you could change that, because I don't think you can make them scale with time. You could make them scale based on when the person gets them. But it's a fucking confusing mechanic, and the math here, like, it's just, I just want to, like, look, if you want to keep working on it, great, but I would just burn this whole part with fire. It is a cool idea. The flavor is really fun, but I think that you need to majorly simplify the idea, and then once you simplify the idea, you have more room to lean into the mutations element, which I think is where more of the subclass feels like it should sit from my perspective. That's what I feel about it. That's the part that feels the most like a subclass. This all feels like it's like a weird magic item or a curse that you're trying to figure out how to tie into a class mechanic. Those are my thoughts. It's a weird idea. I feel like if you didn't tell me that this was you trying to make a class work as a subclass, I would have guessed that. Because it does feel like a lot of ideas trying to be smushed together, and you are trying to add a lot of new mechanics in a way that maybe would just be justified for a class, but really feel completely unjustified in a subclass. I will also say, this mechanic not working, and this being fucking, god damn it, and this math being fucking confusing and stuff, that has nothing to do with this being a subclass. So that would be that way if it was a class or a subclass or anything. You got to simplify that. You believe you fixed the access problem? Cool. I'll re-add you to the wheel. All right, Zap Man. I don't really have more to say. It's a neat idea. I think that it's not expressing itself super clearly right now, and I feel like the meat and potatoes of this thing, for me, is the mutations. I would drop all this Parasite stage nonsense, lean into the mutations. That's how I feel about it. And if you like the idea of the Parasite having stages and you really, really are keen on that, that's a perfect thing for a magic item to have. Literally a perfect thing for a magic item to have. So I would turn that into a magic item or a curse or something. All right, thank you, Zapamancy. Let's give them a round of applause. Cole, you believe you fixed it? All right. You're back on the wheel. The easiest way to check if it works is to try to open it in an incognito window, which, by the way, is a instruction that I give you in the form. How do you feel about having a character that gets below 10 health, it can self-destruct? I wouldn't do that, but if you feel fun about I guess go for it. I feel like that doesn't really fit D&D vibes. Not in the long term anyway. Maybe for like a one-shot. You gotta call it or it won't be awesome when it happens. Yeah, that's fair. Non-homebrew question. What's your favorite archetypal fantasy creature? I don't know if I have one anymore. When I was younger, it was werewolves. I really liked the werewolf. I think that I've moved past having favorite monsters now that I've gotten to know so many. It's like, you know, it feels weird to like objectify them like that. The Keyring is not an archetypal fantasy creature, you silly goose. DES is next. Des. What you got for us, Des? The correct answer is not Keyring. It is not an archetypal fantasy monster. And if you think it is, you have a very weird, unique perspective that I'm sure is valid to you, but outside of your perspective, it's not valid. I feel too unlucky to be spun tonight. Hopefully the wheel doesn't feel that way. Des says, I built this with the shields Captain America used in Infinity War in mind. Please let me know if the language on the shield extension and holding things works. The extra attack is based on the Beast Barbarian's claws, but if it's too strong, I can make it a bonus action attack. It's probably too strong. Make it a I'm going to tell you right now, it's probably too strong. Make it a bonus action attack. But I haven't read it yet, so you don't need to listen to me if you don't want to. Just got on stream. You're welcome. I appreciate you sharing it. Where did that Y come from? Where didn't it come from? Brawler's Shield. A very rare item that requires attunement. These two heater shields are dull black, one with golden trim, the other with silver. They strap to the forearms with the blunted triangular ends extended beyond the hands. Upon rolling initiative or once per turn per shield, you can extend or retract the triangle and no action required. I would not call it a triangular end. If it's like made to be a blade, just call it a blade. Triangular end is like a little funny and awkward sounding. If you've already extended or retracted the shield, you can use a bonus action to extend or retract. Okay, why are you repeating yourself? How about this? Copy paste this whole thing and hit backspace, and then say, as a bonus action, I would say when you roll initiative or as a bonus action on your turn, you could extend or retract the blade from the shield, period. That's it. You don't need all this. You're repeating yourself and getting all weird with language. While extended, your hands cannot hold or grasp other items. While wearing only one shield, one of the shields, it acts as normal shield, providing normal +2 to the AC. While wearing both shields, you gain an additional +1 to your AC. When the ends are extended, stop calling them the ends. Oh my god, it sounds so silly. It sounds like a little kid describing a machine that they don't understand what it is. When the ends are extended, the shields count as martial weapons that deal 1d6 bludgeoning damage on a hit. Once on each of your turns, when you attack with a shield using an attack action, you can make an additional attack with the shield as part of the same action. I'd probably make it a bonus action. Every weapon attack that misses you applies 1 charge. So the way that I would say that is I would say when a creature misses you with a weapon attack, the shield gains 1 charge to a maximum of blank, and you can't give it infinite charges. It needs to have a maximum. If you're using 4 charges to do the thing, I would say to a maximum of 4 charges. You can expend 4 charges as a bonus action, slamming the shields together to cast Thunder Wave at 1st level. At 11th level, Thunder Wave can be cast at 2nd level. I would just drop all the leveling up stuff. That's silly. And they don't use your intelligence modifier for the spell. Just give it a saving throw. Magic items get their own saving throws. Almost always. They don't use your saving throw. Or they don't use a saving throw based on your stats. I would also say that these extendable ends, probably, I agree, they should do slashing damage. Bludgeoning damage doesn't make sense for them. Okay, so basically these, do they count as light weapons? I guess they do because you can bonus action attack with them. Yeah, I would say keep this as a bonus action, and then I think it's good. I think it's probably fine. And drop all this extra charge stuff. Yeah, if there's no limit, you can max up charges forever, yeah. I think it's pretty cool. And basically, you're sacrificing a little bit of damage for a little bit more AC. And you might not actually even be sacrificing that much damage if you're getting that bonus action hit. You would not make them attunement? Well, that's madness. I love you, but you have lost your mind. You have eaten the mushrooms of the strange creatures of the forest, and you have seen visions of the past, future, and present all at the same time, and it's clouded your judgment of the gaming balance mechanics. And I appreciate that you are on a spiritual journey, but this definitely should require attunement. What's the point of retracting them? Classiness. Holding other things in your hands. Hi, Cinder. What do you think about a level 50 campaign where the players start at level 20 and gain 10 levels between sessions? Characters don't... The way that leveling works in D&D is not that numbers go up very often. So your stats only increase once every like 4 or 5 levels. Every other time you level up, you're getting new powers. So there's no rules for what you would get between level 20 and level 30. Like there's no features that exist for the game that way, and the scaling of the game doesn't work in that way. So it wouldn't really work. There are people that have designed prestige classes, which are like special second classes that you would take on top of yours. So you might be a level 20 barbarian, but a level 3 prestige dragon warrior barbarian. And those could definitely work. Those could definitely work. Epic boons? Yeah, for sure. The comment card from the deck of many things and multi-classing is a mediocre counterpoint, but I accept it. But I think it is not a super beneficial one. But I accept it. How do you feel about character that has 19 AC? I feel great. At level 4, fine. They probably don't have much else going on. What are they? A Warforged Forge Cleric? With a Shield of Faith on them or something like that? It's fine. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Are they wearing medium armor or heavy armor? And they got like 19 AC is not that crazy. You can have high. I think you can get up to like 21 or 22 AC if you really want at earlier levels. They're going to be hard to hit, but they're still going to suck at some stuff. Yeah, breastplate, fighting style, shield, boom, done. Also, if they're level 3 and they could afford the armor that got their AC that high, that might be on you for letting them buy expensive armor a little bit before the game is scaled for them to have it. But regardless, having a 19 armor class is fine. My idea was to incentivize multi-classing, and I've seen wiki pages with 50 blocks for each characters. I want to give players the ability to capture beasts and use 6 of them like Pokemon. I mean, you could do that. You're really going to be slamming your head against the wall trying to balance that, or you're just going to be throwing balance out the window at that point. If you're using like wikis with like 50 stat blocks of different random stuff, and that could be a lot of fun, but you're sort of deciding that you don't care. No, you're not deciding that. You're gonna need to decide to like be very comfortable with the game being unbalanced and not really worrying about it. Cool. All right, yeah, I think the brawler shield's pretty neat. I think it's pretty neat. I don't know if I'd give the extra attack for free. Cool. Thank you very much for sharing. I think honestly, Des, I think it's pretty straightforward. The one thing it's missing from the Captain America is the ability to throw it and have it bounce back to you. All right. Thank you very much for sharing. I know these ones don't do that. He doesn't have that shield in Infinity War? Doesn't he fling his shield around in that movie at least a little bit? He's holding it when it breaks, no? I don't know. I'm mixing up the movies. All right. Listen, when you know what? It breaks in endgame. That's endgame. Oh, okay. I apologize. You know, like, have any of you ever like been around for a historic moment, like been present at a particularly impactful event in history? If you have, you would know that sometimes people just don't want to watch media about things that they've been at. So I'm not super familiar with all of the newer Marvel movies, because I only watched, you know, I think I saw them once, but it was like, I was there. I don't need to watch somebody's interpretation of what happened, you know. He doesn't have the flinging one in Infinity. He only has punchy stuff. I guess that maybe they changed that for the movie, but he definitely was flinging stuff around when it was happening. Who was I? What do you mean? Bucket. I'm Cinder. Bucket. Boo! Fluffcopter. What's the point of multiclassing past level 20? Like, I don't know if a third level bard you picked is going to be impactful. You'd be surprised, dude. A level 20 Paladin that starts multiclassing into Warlock is going to start gaining temporary hit points every time they kill a creature. Or they're going to start being able to pick a creature that they will always have a 5% chance higher of critting and can teleport next to. Or they are going to be able to be resistant to all damage types other than psychic. You know what I mean? Like, the early level class features you get are pretty good at every level of the game. That's why. That, you know, yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell. Bone xylophone time. I'm here for a bone xylophone. Uh-oh. Fluffcopter. Oh, my dear Fluffcopter. Do not lament. We have all been down this path before, dear friend. Even the most experienced of us, those that have submitted homebrew time and time again, occasionally stumble. But that's okay. If you return to this stream and you let us know that you fixed it, I will happily put you back on the wheel. But in the meantime, we wish you well on your journey into darkness. And may the fires of the heavens guide you as you trudge through those shadowy wastes. We shall burn an effigy in your honor. And the skies will rain tears of blood. Anyway, sorry, buddy. But yeah, if you fix it, we'll put you back on the wheel. You only get 20 levels? There's definitely D&D. There's lots of homebrew that takes you above level 20. There's also, in older editions, there were like whole books and stuff that did over level 20. So you only get 20 levels in regular D&D, but you can definitely change it to do more. But default D&D, but yeah, but we're not really talking about default D&D, the Nether Queen. Like, the whole point of everything we're talking about is, like, how do you do those things that you normally can't do? And I feel like there's a lot of answers for that already. So, while technically there might not be official things above level 20, I think that that's an easy enough solve. Like, there are things that people want to put in their game that I genuinely don't know how I would put them in my game. And if they ask me, how can I put this in D&D in the way that I want it in D&D, my answer sometimes will be like, I don't think you can, or maybe you should try a game that isn't D&D. And that's the answer to questions a lot of the time. Because there's certain things that just go so fundamentally against like the core rules, mechanics of the game that they just won't work. Or you'd have to adjust so much to make them work. But there's a lot of stuff that you can make work. And I think that when you find something you can make work, you know, lean in. Cameron, you're being silly. The gladiator lets you pick a free weapon. Yes. But if you look anywhere, the idea that I kind of hate comments like that. The idea that you could pick a free weapon and you could pick the antimatter rifle and that's broken. It's not broken. You're completely ignoring the whole chapter that the antimatter rifle sits in. That whole section of the book is Dungeon Masters. If you want to include these in your games, you can. Ignoring that is just being willfully ignorant, and I think it's silly. I think it's kind of a waste of folks' time, because it's just going to make people do what I'm doing, where I'm just like, that's silly, and then it's wasting time, or it's going to make people have the wrong impression and lead to confusion at other people's gaming tables, because that is not an item that you can just take from that background, and to assume it is silly. That's like letting the genie warlock pick the Ring of Three Wishes because they get a small item and it doesn't say it can't be magic. I mean, I love when people ask me those sorts of questions. If somebody that I want to play D&D with asks me that, I love that, because that just means I don't have to worry about figuring out how to play D&D with that person. You like my bathrobe? I would say it's less of a bathrobe and more of an evening robe, because I don't really wear it in the bath. I mostly wear it in the evening or the early morning. My parents got it for me. It has lovely fuzzy insides. It's very warm. Yeah, it's a house coat. Exactly. Ah, a man of class. I do declare, Mr. Beauregard. I do declare. The Chaos Shaman, first-time viewer, how do I get on the wheel? One day of the week, I do a homebrew stream that are for people that are on my Patreon, subscribed on my Twitch channel, or members on my YouTube channel. That stream is today this week. But every other homebrew review stream I do, anybody can submit stuff to. So if you can't do it today, no worries. You could participate in the stream on Thursday if you want to, which is going to be a special homebrew monster making theme day. Usually I do one day a week where there's no prompt, there's no theme. You can send in whatever you want. I do one day of the week where I do something that's exclusive for my members. And then I do one day a week where there's like a themed project. And then I'll usually have one other thing that I do that week that might be me making some homebrew or me doing a call-in show and answering your questions or whatever. That's like the general vibe. Boo! You're welcome. And please feel zero pressure to give me any of your money. I love money and I love spending it on things to stay alive in this weird, stupid little flesh vessel, but I really don't like taking people's money if they don't want to just give it all to me. So, no pressure. Let's see. Databank has an old barbarian of mine. Boy, I used to do a lot of flavor text for fancy letters. What does that mean? Links I don't think work in my streams. I don't want people sending random links. So I'm not going to look at it. But I appreciate that you want to share it. I wish to be spun. I really want to share my Helldivers Artificer. Trudosio, if it makes you feel any better, I will say that I looked at it last night at like 5 in the morning for a couple minutes. and my first thought was, I'm too tired to read this, but it looks cool. I started to read it, and when the stratagems were a little bit more complicated than just you can push a button and then it has an effect in an area, I was like, there's got to be like a, there's something, I haven't paid that much attention. Yeah, I was in bed, and I saw you guys talking about it, and I was like, I'm going to click that. I'll take a look at it, because I was playing Helldivers. I'll probably take a look at it anyway, honestly, because I do think the idea is cool. So if it doesn't get spin, Tradosio, I can't promise I'm going to do a whole half-hour talk about it, but I will read it in the Discord and probably leave some thoughts, regardless of whether or not it gets spun today. Because as somebody who has gotten a little bit obsessed with Helldivers, you know, you're playing into my interests, you know. Okay, this is Path of the Tornado Barbarian. What's up, Mr. Mysterious? What's up, Shy Tsunami? Yeah, barbarians. The best class in D&D. They're not actually... They are the best class in D&D, but they get some of the worst features. Barbarians are really fun, but they get kind of boring at the higher levels. But the early levels, they're fun to play at the higher levels, but they don't get anything cool at higher levels. Okay. Barbarians thrive when it's one fighting many. It's an awkward sentence, but I understand what you're trying to say. The path of the tornado barbarians find it easier to just not stop swinging. I feel like this should be the first sentence. This is funnier. This is a better funny opener. They hit everything nearby, going faster and faster. These barbarians find themselves becoming one with the tornado. This could also be a pretty great opening sentence. Wind ruffles their bodies or flies from them even when none is around. Don't say or flies from them. Just say even when. Or their bodies become nearly tornado-like while raging. Why is this why is this weird ors? Why are you oring these? This is not a good or sentence. Get rid of these ors. Just make these sentences. Nearly all of these barbarians end up being used for as weapons of war. Why are we getting so political at the end? Your flavor text is a little weird. Not gonna lie. There's some weirdness with some or language that I'm not a big fan of. I think your second sentence is a way better sentence than your first sentence. But also, why are we getting so political at that? Why is this like, and they're used as weapons of war? It's like, oh shit. Against who? Okay, let's see what we get. You're a political tool? Dude, I wish I was a political tool. I'd make so much money. So, I have not done this, and I don't know anyone personally that's done this, but I tangentially am aware of people that had things where they posted like one political video, and it did like really well, and they just like completely changed their vibe to be like very political and sort of like in a like an echo chamber sort of way, like singing to the crowd. What's the word? Pandering. But pandering and rage baiting kind of at the same time. And I've seen a couple people sort of shift into that, and I know it does well, but I don't like it. It makes me very uncomfortable. Because I feel two ways about it. One, I'm kind of dumb, and I know that. So I feel like it's not really the best thing in the world for me to talk about real life things. But then the other thing is that I feel like it creates this very toxic back and forth environment that is just not fun. I would rather have the toxicity come from people disagreeing with my interpretations of D&D rules, you know? But I'm a scared, simple man. Okay, let's see what this thing's actually doing. I like politics in that I like the politics that I believe in, and I am an active supporter of them, but I just don't think it makes sense to do for my show. I just want to talk about monsters. You know? Can't we just talk about monsters? Can't we just be monster men? Okay, spinning body. When you rage, you begin spinning. Oh, I don't like this song. It's too out in the world. We need to be back in the fantasy realm. Spinning body. If you're raging and not spinning, you can use your bonus action to spin. Overpowered. No, I'm just kidding. If you are knocked prone, become restrained, or your rage comes to an end, you stop spinning. Okay, so we got a lot of spin options. We're the spinsters. We've gone to Spin City. How apt that we are now discussing politics. And we're talking about getting the spin. Okay. While spinning, you get the following. You get proficiency in dex saves. When you make an attack, you can apply your attack roll to all creatures within melee range of you. That's quite strong. If a creature is hit by the attack roll, they are pushed to the edge of your melee range. Do they not take damage? No, I'm confused. When you stop spinning, you can't move or take actions until after your next turn. Okay. So my immediate thought is, are we attacking all these creatures, or are we just knocking them back? If we're attacking all these creatures, I feel like the punishment of you can't move or take actions for a turn when you stop, I don't think that is... I don't think it works. I don't think it's a good way of balancing it. I think this is just too strong for that. Automatic opportunity attacks while swinging. Everything can make opportunity attacks against you. That would be really funny. It is doing both. It's hitting everybody and knocking everybody back. But I still think that, like, the ability to attack all creatures within range of your melee attack roll, those are features that are limited by, like, the Hunter Ranger gets that at a higher level, or the Drunken Master Monk get it at a higher level, but nobody gets anything like that at 3rd level. Like, when does the Hunter Ranger get that? Is it at 3rd level? Once on each of your turns, when you make a weapon attack, you can make another attack with the same weapon against a different creature that is within 5 feet of the original target. Not exactly. It's better than Horde Breaker, because not all the creatures have to be within 5 feet of the original target. It's at 11th level. I don't think this downside is enough balance for this upside. And I want to say, I'm curious if you said this is like an earlier homebrew you made, because we literally have talked about this mechanic before on stream. And the idea of making all of these individual attack rolls as opposed to doing an AoE, everybody within your melee attack has to make a dexterity saving throw, and on a failure, they take some damage. Like, that's so obviously the way to express this mechanically more smoothly. So I would just do that. Because this is just, if the only thing Spinning Body did was the attack, it wasn't the dex things, it wasn't the pushback, it would still, I think, be a little too strong. '11th level might be a little bit late for Whirlwind, but 3rd level is too early for it, especially on a barbarian. At 6th level, your melee attack range increases by 5 feet. This is something that doesn't really work now with the Path of the Giant Barbarian. So I would change it. Once spinning fast enough, you can take flight. While spinning, you can use the bonus action to get a fly speed equal to your movement for the rest of your turn. You can use the ability once per rage. This is kind of funny. I don't know if I'd give you a fly speed. I might give you like a triple jump. Yeah, I would drop this entirely, and I might change this to like a triple jump. And if you make it a triple jump, you probably could make it more than once per rage. Windy, or windy. You learn the Gust cantrip. As an action, you can touch one creature and cast Warding Wind. This does not require concentration and lasts for the full duration. Once you cast this spell, you can't do so again until you complete a long rest, or expend one use of your rage to use it again. All right, I think that's kind of a fine feature. Casting Warding Wind. Warding Wind is not that good a spell, if I remember correctly. It gives attack rolls it gives ranged attack rolls disadvantage, which is nice. But everything else is kind of whatever. It's a lot better on a barbarian without concentration. That is true. That is true. It is quite strong on a barbarian without concentration. That is a good way. And then at 14th level, we get affected area. Like a real tornado, you move unpredictably, hitting everything in your path. As an action, you can move up to your speed without provoking opportunity attacks. And when you move within melee range of a creature, you can make an attack roll against them. A creature can only be attacked once when you use this action. This is kind of fun. I like the vibe of this. I think the vibe of this is nice. You can just like bop, 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 run around and hit everybody. I think that's fun. I would probably only let you do this pretty limited. Right now, it looks like you can do this infinitely. You should not be able to use this infinitely. Beyond that, I think the third level feature really is a fun idea, but just doesn't work right now. It's a neat idea. I get the vibe that you're going for. I think that I would look at it with fresh eyes with the way the game has been developed since whenever you made this. And those are my thoughts. It is like Steel Wind Strike. It's better than it's not better than Steel Wind Strike, but it's potentially better than Steel Wind Strike. Maybe not for terms of damage output, but in terms of targets you could hit. If you have some crazy magic weapon and spells and stuff cast on you though, and Great Weapon Master, it could compete with Steel Wind Strike. Great Weapon Master plus like a Flame Tongue Blade weapon. You're close. Yeah, it's a neat idea. I think you're overestimating the downside of this feature and underestimating the power of being able to attack everything within range of you immediately at 3rd level. Okay, thank you very much, Databank. Steel Wind Strike is one of the coolest feeling spells in D&D. It just does one thing, and it's not particularly creative in use, but it's so fucking flavorful and fun feeling. Thank you, Data, for sharing. I like the idea of a barbarian that spins so fast that he starts to fly. It's a good idea. It's what we should all aspire for, I think, in this cold little world of ours. Maybe one day I, too, could be a barbarian that flies. Maybe. Just maybe. Reminds me of a cantrip I made that was effectively concentration for temporary health. I'm a huge Zephyr Strike defender. I like Zephyr Strike. Zephyr Strike's a fun spell. Nathan, are you still at the bottom? No, we got 2 new people. Gotta hold your starting dagger on your wizard so one day you can show off. Yeah. Boo, sponge. This made in honor of a PC that died. The player was going to play a reincarnation of their summon. They ended up playing a different character, but I enjoyed what I cooked up and wanted to make it stand on its own. Let's see. Warrior of Ice and Fire. Is this a Game of Thrones thing? Probably not. I just linked it in the chat. Hi, CinderBlocksally. I have returned yet again. Welcome back. You have new homebrew items, which are sure to be badly made. Lovely. I hope that you still like them. If you don't like them, then you should learn, then you should make something you like. Don't forget what they say. Warrior of Ice and Fire. Yeah, it's a fighter. Fighters get things at 3, 7, and 10. 3, 7, 10. Also, just the name kind of made me feel like it was going to be a fighter. There is an ancient tome. It holds the story of a hero wielding a blade of fire and ice. Fighters who know the story well are able to draw on the power of the legend. The story holds magic to strengthen the warrior's own weapons and transfer some of that same power into the hands of their allies. Okay, I want to point something out before we dive in here. That is a very unique and specific place where the power comes from. The power comes from the story of the hero. And if you don't want to include mechanics that sort of symbolize that this power comes from, like, the story and the legend and the idea of the story and the legend, I might not have the flavor text so specifically focused on that element. I would lean more into, like, they've learned this special technique. Because it's cool to have it be like, we've learned this from the power of the story, but that should show up in the mechanics, I think, just because it's so specific. Let's see. At 3rd level, we get 2 features. We get Blades of Legend and Storied Armaments. Blade of Legend. As a bonus action, you can create a weapon made of fire or ice. It takes the shape of a martial weapon of your choice. It deals fire or cold damage instead of its normal type. You can have 2 such weapons created at a time. If you make a new one, the oldest one disappears. These weapons improve when you reach higher levels in this class, becoming +1 weapons at 7th, +2 at 10th, and +3 at 15th. So, here's what I would do if I were you. I would drop this second part, and I would allow you to take magic items that are weapons and to have them be enchanted with this magic power. Because I feel like the only reason why you have this second part is to make up for the fact that you now have to use these items, basically, and you want them to be something that people will want to use at higher levels. And I think the easiest way to just do that is to essentially do what the Warlock does with the Pact Blade, where you can essentially have this ability tied to a specific item, and then maybe over the course of a long rest, you could change it. I would do that. Because I don't think this is going to be as much of a solution to that problem as you want it to be. Let's take a look at Storied Armaments. Other than that, though, I think it's cool. The idea of summoning flame and ice weapons sounds fun. You know? I think it's fine if they're a separate weapon, but they definitely could buff your weapons too. That's definitely another option. The idea of summoning a weapon where there wasn't one is cool for sure, though. So I get the interest in that. Storied Armaments. While using a weapon created by your Blades of Legend feature, you can make a special attack, replacing one attack from the attack action on your turn. Choose a point you can see within 60 feet of you. Each creature within a 15-point of that must make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, the creature takes 1d6 plus half your fighter level in cold or fire damage. Okay, so you can like shoot a little explodey thing. I would make the radius smaller. 1d6 plus half your fighter level is pretty good. Actually, maybe it's not pretty good. You know what I would do? I take it back. I would make it do more damage, and I would make it limited in use if I was going to be using this. I feel like make it 2d6 and make it, you can use it Constitution modifier times per day or something like that. You definitely don't have to do that. But I think if you keep it this way, I would lower the radius. 15 feet is a big radius to be able to do this infinitely. I would make it a 10-foot radius. And that's still a big radius. That's still a 20-foot across circle. That's going to hit a lot of guys. You know? That's 4 by 4 squares. It's quite a bit. So we can summon little fire and ice weapons, and we can shoot little fire and ice explosions. Both of these are fine. I feel like this piece is missing the flavor element. Like, I wish, like, what if we got, you know, proficiency in intelligence checks that related to stories of legend or you know, we got some bonus to something having to do with like us knowing like stories or history or legends or something like that. Yeah, it's a baby fireball for sure. But again, I don't think it should be infinite in use. But I do. It is a baby fireball, and that's very lovely. But yeah, I want there to be like a little bit of a role play something at this level. Or at the very least, a way to interact with the world that isn't directly related to making weapon attacks. Like if you want to put in some other utility feature, I think it would be fine. Twin auras. You gain resistance to fire and cold while you're wielding a blade created by Blades of Legend feature. Other creatures of your choice within 15 feet of you can deal an additional 1d6 fire or cold once per turn when they hit with an attack. This is too strong. This is really strong. I would not get this. This just can't. This is too much. This is on all the time. This is stronger than like Paladin auras. I think you got to either... I think you got to get rid of this, honestly. It's a cool idea, but it's just too strong. Or you got to limit its use. It's like a mode you can activate once per day, and it's on for a minute. But even then, I would bust it up to like 10th level earliest. Yeah, like once per long rest for a minute, that could work. But getting 2 damage resistances that are like 2 of the most common ones is pretty good. I could see trying to squeeze something else at 7th level, but I think that this is honestly at the 2 damage resistances was probably enough. The idea is super cool. It's just too strong to get at this level. Everybody within 15 feet of you does 1d6 extra damage on every hit they ever do. That's a lot. If you made it a reaction, it almost feels like it would be bad, though. Because a reaction to do 1d6 damage is not a lot. The reason why it's so powerful is it's every attack, and it's all the time. Yeah, like the Beast Barbarian Howl, exactly. Which they get at a higher level, and they can do very limited. How do you know something is well balanced or not? The best way, if you have no idea how to check, is to look at other subclasses for the class that you're making a subclass for. Don't just look at one, but look at like an array of them and see what sorts of features they get. There are patterns to it and things, but a lot of it just comes from going through the motions and familiarizing yourself with the mechanics of the things that already exist. They sort of act as like the anchor points for balancing. It's only one attack per turn, that's true, but it's still all the time on. And that's on top of getting 2 very good damage resistances. 7th level is usually not a particularly heavy-hitting one for fighters, but sometimes it is. Let's look at blue flames. At 10th level, we get 2 features, blue flames and red ice. When you deal fire damage, it ignores resistance to fire damage, unless the target has immunity to cold damage. When you deal cold damage, it ignores resistance to cold, unless the target has immunity to fire. I'm going to be honest with you here. I am never really a big fan of features that remove, that ignore resistances to damage immunities. If you need them to make your subclass work, I understand it, which I think you kind of do need here. I would limit the cold and fire damage to the blades features. I wouldn't just make it whenever you deal that damage. But for me, whenever a class gets a feature like this, it sort of feels like a non-feature. Like, it feels like you're solving a problem that I think is an interesting problem to have. And I also just feel like it doesn't feel like it's adding anything, at least for me. It's not particularly exciting or evocative. So if I were you, I would go in a different direction with 10th level. But if this is really exciting for you and you're like, yes, the thing that I really want is for my weapons to be to ignore damage resistances, then, you know, go in that direction. Changing the damage types would pretty dramatically be pushing in a direction that I think the creator is not interested in going in due to the name of the class. But I do think that the idea that we are only really interacting with fire and cold as damage types and nothing beyond that, like no other interpretive features, no other fire vibes or cold vibes other than literally damage, is an issue. I don't love that. It makes the whole thing feel weirdly one note in a way that I don't think it should be. Because we're not doing lots of stuff with fire, we're just doing damage. And we're not, like, changing between fire, the way that this thing is written right now, changing between fire and cold literally has no effect. The only effect it has is if a creature is resistant or vulnerable to one of the damage types. But there is no vibe of fire. There is no vibe of cold. It's just damage type. At 15th level, we get Legendary Vigor. When you create a weapon with your Blade of Legend, you gain temporary hit points equal to 1d10 plus your con modifier. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your con modifier. Again, it's like, what is... Why are we now getting temporary hit points? How does that sell the fiction of this thing? How does that feature tie into the rest of this thing? It feels sort of random to me. I mean, getting a little temp hit point boost is fine. 1d10 plus your con modifier at level 15 is pretty negligible. Like, it's not a lot at all by 15th level. I don't know, man. This feature doesn't feel particularly exciting to me. I might try to reimagine that. You could add special effects here. Now, whenever you hit damage with your fire blades, something special happens, or with your ice blades, something special happens for sure. At 18th level, once per turn when you hit a creature with an attack, using your blades, you can choose the following. Their movement speed is reduced, and they have disadvantage on dex saving throws, or they take 2d6 fire damage at the start of each of their turns, and they have to use an action to put themselves out, or the target is disadvantaged on con saving throws. So what you did, in my opinion, is you took the things that you should be getting way earlier, you made them too powerful, but then you balanced that by giving them at 18th level. That's kind of the vibe of this. I think that all of these do too many things, but I think that all of them are going in the right direction. I think having the cold, slow creatures, or having the fire have some ongoing effect, I think that makes a lot of sense. I would not make it they have to use an action to stop this for either of these. And I mean, I guess if you got it at 18th level, it's probably okay. But I wish that we were getting features like that earlier, and they were more appropriately balanced for getting them earlier in the game. All right, those are my thoughts. Thank you, Sponge. Ice and Fire. The warrior of ice and fire. Let's hear it for Sponge. It's a very cool idea. I want to see more of the flavor side expressed in the mechanics. Because I think that you have all of the workings in here for something interesting. I think we're just getting some of it too late. And some of it's taking up extra space, and I think it needs to. But that's just a theory. A cinder theory. Oh god, I will never say that sentence again. That was cringy. That was cringy. You're cringy. Cinder. I know. I know. You big dummies. You think I don't know? Okay. Let's spin this wheel. Bucket. How do I throw my item in to be reviewed? I want to know how to make it better. If you are a Twitch sub or a member, you can find the link in the Discord. And if you're not, you have to submit it on a day that is not today, because today is the day for member submissions and sub submissions. And then you can submit it on a day that I'm just doing an open forum homebrew review, which I usually do once a week or so. Shy Tsunami is up next. Oh, they were the most recent person to submit something. That's crazy. Homebrew fodder for the Eldritch Lord streamcast. All right, let's take a look. An insect queen barbarian. That's fun sounding. How did you mess it up? What did you mess up? It's a short one. Here it is in the Twitch. Here it is in the YouTube. Insect Queen Barbarian. I mean, I don't know what it's going to be, but that's a fun sounding vibe immediately. Am I the queen of the insects? Do I protect a queen? This is one of the 100 word pieces. Oh, I see. Barbarians who walk the path of the insect queen draw their rage from the material need to protect the insectoid creatures growing within. Oh, you are like a swarm keeper. You protect your insects. It's a swarm keeper barb. Cool. When you rage, gain bonus action melee attack on each turn after this one. Suffer 1d6 piercing damage when rage ends. So, this is sort of struggling in that it is almost identical to the Berserker Barbarian's 3rd level feature. The Berserker Barbarian's 3rd level feature is that you can make a bonus action attack on your turn when you rage. You go Frenzied Rage, you get a bonus action attack. And then when your rage ends, you suffer a level of exhaustion. The way this works is you get that same feature, except instead of suffering a level of exhaustion, you take 1d6 piercing damage. The problem is that this is nothing. This downside is so little that it genuinely doesn't matter. So I think for 2 reasons. One, because this subclass it's literally exactly what the Frenzy Barbarian gets so far, the Berserker Barbarian. It's just that the downside is infinitely better. That's a reason, I think, to change it. I think another reason to change it is even if the Berserker Barbarian didn't exist, this would be way too strong. And then the last reason is, how does this sell the idea of you being an Insect Queen Barbarian? Because I don't think it does. You know? This doesn't feel insecty at all. It's just you're just getting an extra attack. So I would look, look at what you're trying to build here. Remember, your third class feature, your third level feature, is the most important feature your subclass is getting. Most of the time. If this feature doesn't sell the fantasy of the subclass, that means you need to go back to this feature and rewrite it. More than 50% of the people that are going to play your barbarian are never going to see any of these higher level features. They're going to just see this one. Maybe they'll see this one. Hardened Carapace. While raging, you gain temporary hit points equal to 1d4 plus con modifier. Again, this is kind of a nothing burger feature. And like, why is this insect? This is literally just you gain temp hit points. And it's not a lot of temp hit points. We also don't know exactly when we gain them. And it's not really selling fiction. So Shy Tsunami, one of the things that I think you should challenge yourself in doing when you're designing Homebrew is make your Homebrew do more than just numbers go up. Because that's literally all that's happening right now. We're not getting any flavor. We have... If I describe this barbarian as a berserker barbarian, I wouldn't need to change anything about the mechanics. I shouldn't be able to have the mechanics for my insect swarm barbarian perfectly work for a berserker barbarian. Do you know what I mean? I don't even think it should be rage bonus D4 plus con modifier. I question why we're getting temporary HP. I don't understand. What's up, Captivist? You're a massive fan. I'm a massive fan of you. Let's take a look at 10th level. As an action, target creature within 10 feet of you. Target a creature within 10 feet of you. Why don't you have any punctuation in your sentences? As an action, comma, target a creature within 10 feet of you. Period. Capital T. They must make a wisdom saving throw. Or suffer the effects of the confusion spell for 1 minute. If they succeed on the saving throw, then this can't be used on the same creature for 24 hours. You should not be able to infinitely affect creatures like this. This is a little too much. I would probably just give you the confusion spell. You can just, or some version of the confusion spell. But I wouldn't make it infinite in use. This should be limited. You shouldn't be able to use this infinitely. Oh, the music's getting too intense. Why are you getting so intense, music? Chill the fuck out. Yeah, it's unlimited. Creatures can only be affected by it once after they succeed, but it's unlimited. Yeah, it's just overpowered, and it doesn't really sell... I feel like it's... this feels like it sells the fiction more than anything else, but barely. Like, it's a little bit, but it's like, it's not that much there. Then we get Hoarding Brood. While raging, your brood will gather and collect all objects of interest within 30-foot radius. This is confusing, and I don't know what it means, and it's very unclear what it means. What is objects of interest? What is the limits of it? How big can the objects be? When do they carry them to you? When do they bring them to you? This is very unclear in how it's written right now. You need to do a lot of clarification on this if you want this thing to be a part of the mechanic. Also, like, why are we getting this feature? What does this have anything to do with anything else we've gotten so far? An attacks made with high defense inflict an additional 3d10 poison damage. What's that? Oh, that's this? I'm going to be honest with you, Shy. I don't know what this thing's supposed to feel like, man. I like the flavor of an insect queen, but I feel like none of these mechanics feel like they make sense together. If I were you, I would go back to these first features, these two. And I would make sure these two feel really unique and interesting and really sell the fiction of this insect swarm barbarian. And when you do that, then look back at your 10th and 14th level features and ask yourself, do these fit? Do these work? In the current iteration, this is too strong, and this is too strong, and this is unclear. Getting 3d10 extra damage on an attack every single turn is a lot for a barbarian forever. That's a little bit hectic. The data bank. The Swarm Keeper gets Mage Hand. I don't think like I would give getting Mage Hand at 14th level is kind of nothing though. Like, I don't know what the intention is supposed to be with this, but again, it's just confusing in the way that it's written. All right, Shide Tsunami. I don't really have more thoughts than that. I feel like the real thing to do is to re-examine these two first features before you do anything else, and really try to think about the idea of the flavor you're trying to sell of this thing. Okay, those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. Let's give Shai Tsunami a round of applause. You could do some sort of big swarm or pheromone abilities. Yeah, all those could be interesting ideas. I'm trying to do less telling people what I think they should do with their homebrew, and more just giving them my feedback, response, review of it, because I don't love being particularly influential in the things you design. I kind of want you to make the things you want to make, you know? And if you're interested in the way I feel about them, you can share them with me. But I feel like the more I try to tell you what I think something should be, the more I am inserting myself into your homebrew. And I don't love that. What's up, Bildo? Oh, my back is itchy. Did you get spun? Yeah, a little while ago. The consensus was it had a really fun vibe. The third level feature wasn't particularly well balanced. And there were a couple things that felt like maybe they could change a little bit. But overall, it was pretty cool. Diana. Hi. Welcome to the show. Hi. Folks, hi. How's it going? Here, you want to see something weird? Ba 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 ba. How was that? Was that good? Anyway, welcome to the show. My name is CinderBlocksally. Love to see you. I'm a big fan of Diana of the Rose. It's you know, if you don't follow her, she's a pretty cool cat. And today we are reviewing people's homebrew. So that's what we're doing on stream. So the way that it works is I have this big wheel. People have their homebrew on it. I spin the wheel, and then we bring the homebrew up on stream, and we give feedback. And that's kind of the vibe. And if that sounds cool to you, you should definitely stick around. And if you're like, nah, man, I'm just trying to hang out with the artist formerly known as Diana, now a mini painter extraordinaire, then get the heck out of here, because I am unskilled. But y'all should go follow Diana also if you are my followers and you were here before. She's very, very talented, very funny lady. She makes me laugh, and she has insightful thoughts. You didn't paint? I saw you were painting. I saw you were doing like D&D discussion mini painting, but I guess you weren't mini painting. That's fine. Dude, you know one of my favorite things to do is I love when there is a plan for stream and then the plan doesn't happen. And you just sort of do another thing. When it ends up being when you got to go with the flow and it's got to be a little different. So fun. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Well, I'm glad the stream was good, and I'm glad you had a good time talking about Death. I love talking about Death. He's a great guy. Homebrew campaigns, by the way, races, classes, all sorts of stuff. So the way that my stream works is that different days I have different themes of types of reviews. So I'll have days where there's no prompt. Anybody can send in anything. And then I'll have days where there's like a very specific prompt. So for example, for my show on Thursday, all of the homebrew has to have the very specific prompt of design a monster that is intended to be used with another monster that already exists in D&D. So, like, for example, take a look at, like, the fire giant stat block and try to design a monster that would work well alongside the fire giant, either mechanically or narratively or whatever. So that's, like, the theme for Thursday. So if that sounds cool to you, come on Thursday. But today, the theme is we are looking at homebrews submitted by members, patrons, subscribers. And there are all sorts of different stuff here. So we looked at some subclasses already. What did we look at today, guys? Mostly subclasses and magic items, I think. Excuse me. I also burp a lot into the microphone. I apologize if you don't like that. I've long ago decided I don't want to put on airs for you. I would rather just be as much of the flesh vessel as I can while the show happens. You know? So I make noises. Sounds come out of it. Gaseous sounds. Sexy? Good. So anyway, here's how it works. A bucket, 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 a boo! And then Ortopia got rolled. Ooh. And then we go like this. Boom, boom. Boom. And then Ortopia says, this is a subclass meant to represent a community of rangers in my homebrewed setting. A drawing from China's Melville novel, Iron Council. Well, I don't know this novel. So here's what I'm going to say. Whenever you make homebrew that's inspired by a thing from fiction, which I think is a great thing to do, by the way, the trick is it has to work if I don't know what the fiction it's inspired by is. So the goal should be that somebody that has no idea of where this comes from, they can see a consistency and understand the logic behind it and feel like it can stand on its own 2 feet. By the way, if you want to follow along, let me post the link in YouTube and Twitch. There you go. I just spammed it. Let's see what we're looking at here. The flavor text also. Let me just take a look at it. These herdsmen and scouts for hire were renowned for their abilities to control animals and dissuade bandits with mere whispers. They could harness these whispers to fuel their spells, often over long distances. Okay. Besides lording over their herds, the whisper smiths of the Howling Plains would also find work as scouts. I would say all of this should be in the present tense. Don't say they would, say they do. The herdsmen and scouts for hire are renowned for their abilities to control animals and dissuade bandits with mere whispers. Do you feel how much stronger that sounds when you write it in the present tense? It's silly how much better it sounds. Silly, I would say. Whisper Smith is a good name. I agree. So please, write this in the present tense. It's going to sound so much better. Like, you're going to feel silly at how much better it's going to sound immediately. Doing a little bit of world building in your flavor text is also fine. This is important, though. It's good that this is here. The vibe of, like, this is what they're supposed to feel like. This is what they're supposed to play like. Because that is what I need when I'm reading a subclass and I'm reading the intro to a subclass. I want that intro to the subclass to be an intro. I want it to take me by the hand and to gently guide me down the hallway to the door of your homebrew. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. At 3rd level, let's see. You've mastered a technique of animal herding and mental control using barely audible commands. This style of spellcasting was passed down by the Whisper Smiths, native to the Howling Plains. You don't need to repeat that. You've talked about that up here. It's common for a new recruit to... this is nothing. Okay, so there's no mechanic here. Okay, that's just more flavor text, unless I'm missing something. So we get some spells. We get command, hold person, fast friends, dominate beast, and dominate person. Okay, so we are a manipulator. We are a manipulator. Okay. Whispering. What the fuck is this? This is a little bit confusing in the way that you're organizing here. Is this a subclass feature? What is this? You should list this like a subclass feature. Like, why are some of your subclass features have titles that are proper titles and some of them don't? That's confusing. Give all of your subclass features proper titles. Otherwise, I don't know what I'm looking at. Verbal components of all spells can be performed with mostly unheard with soft whispering. Is this a mechanical thing you're describing? Because you need to write this sentence in a way that it's a mechanical description of a sentence. This allows you to attempt to avoid detection by allowing... Oh my god, why are you saying allowing so much? Look, or. I know you can write... I know you can fix this. But just listen to what you wrote. This allows you to attempt to avoid detection by allowing. Like, what are you doing here? Why are you taking 2 steps forward and 3 steps back? Stop that, you silly goose. Let me read what the whole thing does, and then I'm going to help you translate it into regular writing. This allows you to attempt to avoid detection by allowing advantage on stealth or deception rolls meant to hide. Oh my fucking god. This feature does not affect sounds created by the knock or other... Okay. Do you know what you could say here? Do you know what you should say here? Erase all of this. And then say, you have advantage on stealth or deception checks meant to hide the verbal components of spellcasting. Period. Just say that sentence. Okay? Also, don't say allow. Say can. Yes. The feature does not affect sounds created by spells, not a spell, by spells such as knock or thunderwave or whatever. Spells like silence will still affect the whispersmith. Why does this matter? This feels like an irrelevant point. Yeah, this is like double passive writing. If I was going to make a guess, Ortopia, I don't know you. So I don't want to make any assumptions about the kind of person you are. But the way this is written, I feel like you probably have been subjugated to some really aggressive essay homework where you needed to write an essay that needed an absurd amount of words. So you just got really good at taking way too long to say a thing to survive. That's what my guess would be. That might not be the case. And I hope that if it is the case, that we can help you through that trauma of the word limit of essays and get to a headspace of less is more 99% of the time. Because it is. When you are writing for passion, when you're writing for fun, when you're writing for something creative like this, what you really, really, really want to do is you want to try to break the formal boundaries down. And there's a couple ways to do that. The best way to do that, which is also hard, but is the best way to do that, is to just get better at writing in the present tense, with not always the present tense, but writing not in the passive voice, in the active voice, and being dynamic and direct with your language. You can also do it by subverting expectations and doing silly stuff with your wording, but let me give you the simplest idea. Instead of saying this allows you to have advantage on stealth or deception rolls, just say you have advantage on stealth or deception rolls. It's punchier. It just, boom, it's in it. And that's kind of what you are going to want to do. And I'm excited to read the rest of this piece, but I do think, quite genuinely, that that addressing that passive voice, addressing the sentence structure that you are using to explain mechanics, I think that is going to have a significantly bigger impact on you improving as a writer than any feedback I'm going to have for this piece specifically. So if you want to take anything away from this review, that is what you should take away. You want to be working towards shorter sentences and conciser ideas. A very easy trick to do that is hard to accomplish but will help you write is to try to cut any of the passive verbs out of your writing. Am, is, are, was, were, been, being, been. Any of those words. Also have, would, yeah, all of those. Try not to write with them. Like, don't allow yourself to write with them. And you will find your writing will become much sharper and much more provocative and descriptive because you are going to use action-oriented verbs instead of passive verbs that lead into using nouns and passive verbs differently than ways that suck. Okay, enough ranting. Anyway, Long story short, you have advantage on stealth and deception checks to hide the verbal components of spellcasting. Also, all of these features, by the way, should say 3rd level feature whisper casting. 3rd level feature herdsman's plane. All of this needs to be clear like that. You also know the message cantrip. This should be up here too. I would just put it next to this. So at 3rd level, we don't get much. Oh, we get one more thing. We get herdsman. Excuse me. Okay. Herdsman of the Howling Plains. I'm gonna burp. Whisper smiths have an enhanced ability to speak with their herds. This allows you to know and cast the spell Speak with Animals at will without expending a spell slot and not requiring the time to cast it as a ritual. You don't need the time to cast it as a ritual. You can just cast it at will. So you don't need to say any of this. The spell's duration increases for 1 hour. Again, you're casting it at will. We don't need the spell's duration to increase. We're casting it at will. So just get rid of both of these. You can cast this spell this way once per short rest. Wait, then it's not at will if it's once per short rest. So is it at will or is it once per short rest? Unclear. Your target can be whispered to at a range of 30 feet and still understood. This is confusing, and what does this have to do with anything? And I would get rid of this. You gain proficiency with animal handling if you already have it. This proficiency, no extra bonuses applied. Okay, so at 3rd level, we have advantage on stealth and deception checks to hide our spells. We know the message cantrip. We can cast Speak with Animals at will, and we get animal handling. I think this is trying to go in too many different directions. I'm going to tell you right now that I have zero understanding of why we are getting the ability to lie, spellcast, and talk with animals. I think that if you want, you can sell this thing more to feel like I am a subclass that can use my voice magically to communicate with things. But I think that you really need to focus that flavor, and you are not doing that right now in a way that it is making this thing feel completely disjointed from itself. Like, if I were you, I would probably honestly drop the whisper casting thing, and I would lean into your voice has power. So keep the, I can command things with my voice. I can talk to animals with my voice. Keep that. But the whole whisper thing feels like it belongs to another subclass. It just doesn't, I'm not buying it right now. So that would be what I would drop probably. Or you got to figure out how to make those two ideas connect more because they really feel like they don't connect right now at all. Let's look at the 7th level feature. Also, we don't get any way to deal more damage, which is weird. Every single ranger at 3rd level gets a way to deal more damage, whether it's through an alternative hunter's mark like Monster Slayer, Slayer's Prey of the Monster Slayer, or whether it's once per combat encounter like the Gloomstalker's Ambusher, or whether it's, just a consistent semi-passive like the Fey Wanderer. Every single ranger has a way to deal more damage. It usually is around d6 damage per turn, give or take, depending on circumstances and things like that. So this probably should have that. You forgot this was a ranger? Kind of doesn't feel like a ranger, right? Doesn't it feel like a bard? Okay, let's take a look at the 7th level feature. But yeah, 3rd level, I think, needs some work, needs some cleaning up. You definitely need to put some energy in here to make these two features feel tied together. At 7th level, you're immune to frightened or charmed from all beast-type creatures. That's basically not a feature. I don't know if there's any beast creatures that give the charmed effect, and I don't think there's any I don't think there's any beasts that can apply the charmed or frightened effect. Maybe there's one that can apply the frightened effect, but there's definitely no beasts that can apply the charm effect. So this is a nothing burger. You have advantage on all rolls against being frightened and charmed from all other creatures. This is a little strong. So the way that you would say this is you have advantage on you have resistance to being charmed and frightened, basically. Why does that have to do with this subclass? Why are we getting this? How does this tie into any of these earlier features or this flavor? It just feels kind of random. Also, getting advantage on checks against being charmed or frightened is like, it's okay. It's not a bad feature, but a lot of things get some version of this, and I find it to be incredibly boring. I just don't think it's interesting. I don't like, what does it tell me about this subclass? You know, it doesn't really, it just doesn't, I don't know. Maybe that's just me because I just see it show up a lot, but I feel like the resistance against charmed or frightened is kind of, it's kind of nothing. Like, it doesn't feel like anything. It's Fey ancestry, you know? You think the idea is an espionage class that gathers intelligence through talking? That is not what I read out of it at all. But I do think that it is unclear what it is supposed to be. Let's look at 11th level. You have the ability to whisper. You can, if you're casting Speak with Animals at will with an infinite duration. What? I think you're leaning too hard on the talking to animals thing, man. You get Speak with Animals at will at 3rd level. This is nothing. This is another feature that isn't anything. The range of your Speak with Animals is 60 feet. Like, that doesn't mean anything. Speak with Animals doesn't have a range. It's just, how loud can you be? And then at 15th level, you can swallow any variable components of a spell to be completely immune to the effects of silence or similar conditions. What does that mean, to be completely immune to the effects of silence? Like, you need to be a little bit more specific what that means. Being immune to silence doesn't mean anything. What you could say is you don't need to make the verbal components of spells, because that means something mechanically. But you need to be clear what the thing means mechanically. The range of all your Whispersmith spells is doubled. Why? Why are we getting expertise now also? Okay, what are our Whispersmith spells? These being doubled is in range is pretty strong. The last part is way too late to be getting expertise in animal handling. I don't know, man. This is fucking weird. I'm going to be honest, Ortopia, I don't get it. I don't understand the connection between the animal talking stuff and the mind control stuff and the whispering stuff. I don't, this doesn't feel like a subclass to me right now. Like, there are some definitely interesting ideas in here. I like the idea of a ranger that can whisper their spells and can throw them long range to, like, mind control people. That's cool. I like the idea of a ranger that can talk to animals. I think both of those core ideas are cool. I think the mechanical expression of those ideas right now feels pretty fucking convoluted. The writing is really hard to get through. You really need to work on explaining, writing your features mechanically. And by that, I mean using D&D verbiage, using the right D&D language to express the ideas. And the way to do that is to look at other things that are written in D&D that do similar things, or to just look at other subclasses and see, okay, this is the way. Don't just read the subclass and be like, this is what it does. Pay attention to the sentence structure. Pay attention to the language that they use. D&D is very much like legalese in that there are specific phrases that you need to write with for clarity's sake, because you are combining like narrative writing with mechanical implications. So you got to be really precise with your language. But yeah, I think if you really want to, again, I don't know what this thing is based on, but if you really want to sell the idea of this being you doing stuff with animals and you being a secret whisper guy, I think the question to ask is, what is between those two things? What is a feature mechanic idea that uses the ability to communicate with animals and uses the secret voice spy manipulation stuff? Like, what's between the two of those? And that's what you should be getting, as opposed to just getting both things on either side of the spectrum. All right, those are my thoughts. I don't really have more thoughts than that. I think I looked at everything. Yeah. You get the idea, but it's not clear if you unless you know the original idea from other media. Struggling verbiage and being clear is one of the hardest parts of writing for D&D. A good trick for it is to put your writing away for like a day or two or more, ideally like a week or two. And then look at it again, but the first time you look at it again, don't read it out loud. And when you read it out loud, you are going to hear a lot of the clunkiness of your writing in your words. Another thing that you can do, which I highly recommend, is share your homebrew in my Discord. Because there's a lot of people in my Discord that do this all the time. And they are very good at helping with verbiage. And helping people find the right verbiage, the right language, is one of those things that is not... Like, this forum is not the ideal one for that. But, like, a Discord forum where people can just, like, type ideas and, like, quote stuff and show different examples of writing is very good for that. Yeah, writing in D&D is hard, but it's really important if you want anyone other than your specific friend to use your homebrew. Like, if you aspire for a stranger to be able to read your homebrew and understand it, or if you aspire even for your friend to be able to read your homebrew and understand it without having to ask clarifying questions, it's an important thing to navigate. Also, you end up noticing that you like often forget little details if you don't do it, because part of the writing of D&D is like the order of operations of things. Like, usually when you write a feature, you start with like what incites the feature. So it's like as an action, as a bonus action, at the start of your turn, and then what is affected by the feature. Pick a creature you can see, and then what are the limitations on that? A creature you can see within range. A creature that you can see within 60 feet, period. And then whatever happens, happens. They make a saving throw, bop, 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 bop. They glow green, bop, 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 bop. And then at the end of the feature is the limiters of that feature. On a successful save, nothing happens. At the end of each of their turns, they can make another saving throw to break free. Or this lasts for 1 minute. Or once you use this feature, you can't use it again until your next long rest. So, like, that's usually the order of operations. It's intro to the feature, limitations of the feature, the thing the feature does, how often you can use the feature / when it ends. Often that's the order. And, like, I don't know if that's written down anywhere, but you kind of start to pick it up over time. And when you start trying to write in that system, where you're writing in, like, proper order of operations, it helps you remember to hit all those important beats. All right, let's give Ortopia a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. Ooh, a parasitic monster for the Thursday stream would be cool. Yeah, that's a cool idea for sure. Like a weird parasite that goes into a giant's brain that makes them super, super smart and gives them weird extra powers, but like they go blind and deaf, so they're just like wandering brilliant magic monsters. I think it'd be weird. But I would still make it a monster stat block is the thing. I wouldn't make it like, here is the stat block of a giant that has combined with this parasite. If you want to make it like a weird parasite thing, I still want it to be its own monster. That's the challenge for Thursday. The challenge for Thursday, it still should be its own monster. Anyway, thank you, Ortopia, for sharing. I appreciate it, as I appreciate you. Alrighty. Don't bring it up, Cinder, but do you think the ability for the spinning barbarian to hit their own allies is enough of a debuff? I think that the ability for the spinning barbarian to hit everybody within 5 feet is just too similar to essentially high-level features of the hunter ranger and the drunken monk. And I think that there are better mechanics to use than the hit everybody in a circle to represent them spinning in a circle like a whirlwind. So I will probably disagree with whatever downsides you put on the I'm going to make them attack everybody within range if they're getting it at 3rd level, because I just fundamentally disagree with it. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it if you don't want to. If you like it, keep it. I just don't think that's the best way to represent you becoming a whirlwind. Boo! Elena, aka Sleoise. Sleoise.
Thanks for the advice. Also, I do what I want.
Good. You should always do what you want. One of my players loves sloths. So this is a pet for them. We have a sloth that shows up to our stream sometimes. If sloths were not rare creatures that live in like tropical jungles and are incredibly stinky, I would love to have a pet sloth. Could you imagine how fun that would be? Just like a thing that hangs in the tree in your room. You just sort of hang out with it. It just sort of looks at you really slowly. You feed it weird stuff. But they're really stinky, and I think they're really endangered, and they need really tropical environment. There's no way it would ever become a thing. CR0. Oh, I love a little boy. I love a little guy. We got a little guy. CR0 sloth. Here it is in Twitch. Here it is in YouTube. Small beast, 6 hit points. That's a lot of hit points. 9 AC. Why does it have... You calculated the hit points wrong. Where does this +2 come from? So, if their hit points should be a... Okay, so... Okay, what's your name? Elena. I'm going to use you as an example to teach some very fundamental things about monster design in D&D. Now, monsters have to follow the same exact rules as players in terms of the way that you interpret their stats leading to abilities. So, for example, if this thing has a -8 or -1 to its constitution, its hit die should be 1d8 -1, not +2. The way that it would be a +2 would be if this was a +2. Now, also, something that makes monsters a little bit different than players is your hit die is determined by your size when you're a monster. So, a small beast does not have a d8 hit die. A small beast has a d6 hit die. So if you were calculating this properly with these stats and this size, this monster would have a d6 -1 hit points. So 3 is how many it would have. That same logic applies to things like attack rolls. So for example, our bite attack has -2. Why? We have a +1 to our +1 to our strength. So realistically, their bite attack should be +3 because it's going to be the passive proficiency bonus +2 plus the strength modifier. So keep that in mind. Also, for a CR0 monster, these stats are too high. The strength, this thing should be tiny, not small. And the strength should tiny is like the size of like a house cat, which is what these things are. And the strength should probably be less than 5. This thing should not have a +4 to hit or +3 to hit. And it should not hit as hard as like a kobold. It's a little guy. Most little monsters have a +0 to their attack roll and do 1 damage, and it probably should be similar. You could give it advantage on athletics checks made to grip and grapple still, if you wanted to do something like that, but it should definitely have a much lower numbers for its attack rolls and damage. Conserving energy. For every round the sloth doesn't take any action or movement, it gains an additional attack and 5 feet of movement. It starts with 0 attacks and must rest. I wouldn't do this. This is a CR0 monster. This is an interesting mechanic, but first of all, this mechanic needs to be limited. So right now, the way it's written, this thing could have like 1 billion attacks because it could just do nothing for an hour and then make 30 attacks in a row. Yeah, we talked about it should be a +3 to hit. Again, this is too powerful for a CR0 monster, so I would just completely remove this feature. You could say, if you wanted to keep this feature, you could say that this monster simply doesn't get access to its attack abilities unless it takes its turn to do nothing. That would be a way to balance it. So instead of giving it extra attacks, basically mean it can only attack if before it attacks, it spends a turn doing nothing. You could do something like that. I love your shorts, a happy mommy oaf. Of 4, happy mommy 04. I understand that now. Needs a limit, but also this shouldn't be CR0. I'd raise the CR personally. Not for a sloth. Like, if you're trying to make a cute little sloth pet, I would lower its power. Make it feel more like a sloth. They have advantage on stealth checks in forest terrain or when sloth hasn't taken any movement. I would specifically make this when they're in trees. Once per turn, when it lands an attack, it can grapple. This thing shouldn't be able to grapple. It's a tiny monster. Just make it really hard. Just give it a strong grip. And it has advantage on smell stuff. And then for some reason, this text is bold and you can't change it. Cool. So it's kind of a neat idea. I would say none of these features really make sense on a sloth that you want to make an actual sloth. I would say all of these features make sense if you made a giant sloth and you maybe made this a medium-sized beast. You could pretty much keep almost everything the same. You could maybe up the up a little bit of the stats a little bit, but not much. Maybe give it a little bit more hit points and maybe make it like a CR 1/8 monster instead of a CR 0 monster. But yeah, if you want it to be a CR 0, like CR 0 monsters don't do anything. They got to be really fucking simple. Those are my thoughts. Fun, goofy little monster. I like that it can climb faster than it can walk. Thank you, Elena. Let's give Elena a round of applause. I do think you could keep all these features if you made the monster bigger, but it would also be more of like a proper pet that is supposed to just like a familiar vibe. Thank you for sharing. Golf clap. We love a good golf clap. What would we do if we didn't have golf claps, huh? What a sad world it would be. A sad world with some clapping that would be way too loud. You know what I mean? You'd be like, whoa, slow that clapping down, dude. We're at a golf game. And they'd be like, sorry, man, this is how we clap. I'd be like, oh, if only there was some sort of clap that was specifically designed for situations like this. You know? Then we would find freedom. That's what I was thinking. Okay. What are we doing with the rest of our lives, guys? We are reviewing Homebrew. Cool. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Buggada 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 ba buggada ba buggada ba buggada 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 ba 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 bio. It's Fenrir. Still working on the flavor text. It's a celestial night. Are we getting weird magical weapons? Okay. Weird magical weapons is a bold option. That could go really in a bunch of different directions. Let's see what we're getting here. Celestial Knights either spend most of their training days on the celestial plane, learning how to channel radiant energy to use as weapons under the guidance of some sort of holy host. I think you mean holy host here. Or holly is a plant. Or we're taken under the wing of a mentor. Is this all one sentence? Why is this all one sentence? Because you're still working on your flavor text. Okay. Don't make this all one sentence. That's insane. Okay, so they're knights that learn to summon holy weapons and fight evil on the plane of Celestia. Okay, cool. We're not going to criticize too much of this. Just fix it. They said they're not done it yet. Okay, at 3rd level, as a bonus action, you can channel radiant energy to form a weapon in your hand. The weapon can take on any form that you choose, but uses one of the stat block options below. All damage is radiant damage. Changing from one form to another requires a bonus action. Okay, so you can change it a lot. If a saving throw is required for a special property, it's based on your strength or dex, your choice. Okay. So let's see. We have... Oh, you don't name them at all. You should name them. Give them specific vibes. So you either have one that does 1d6 plus dex dot damage, and you can throw it. And it has the property when you hit with a... When hit by a ranged attack... So, again, this is passive voice. When hit by a ranged attack. When you hit a target with a ranged attack. Stop writing in passive voice, guys. Active voice. When you hit a target with a ranged attack with this weapon, they must make a strength saving throw or be knocked prone as the weapon explodes into radiant light. You can use this property a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus per day. So, my question is... This... Okay. If you can switch the weapon really quickly... I actually want to check something really quickly. If you can switch the weapon really quickly, I don't know how I feel about the proficiency bonus times per day thing. Like, I would either give all of the weapons special features that are all tied to the same resource, or I would all give them special features that did not need to be required to be tied to a resource. I would not have some of them tied to a resource and some of them not. Because you can switch your weapon all the time, so it doesn't really matter. And you don't want to have a resource system where you're keeping track of multiple resource systems. That's confusing. Okay, then we have the martial weapon, which does a little bit more damage and uses strength. It also has the light property. Not sure why. I probably would drop the light property. Once per turn when you hit, you can add additional damage equal to your strength or dex modifier. This is nothing. This is a nothing burger. I would not do this. This is just a very sort of simple numbers go up. If you want to deal extra damage, then I think that extra damage should not be coming from the thing that your damage is already coming from. I don't think it should be adding double your strength or double your dex. That's silly. Also, I would say it's not really selling any fiction of any sort. It's just you hit harder. This weapon has 10-foot reach and does a D12. This should do a D10 if it's going to have reach. On a hit, the target has to make a strength saving throw or be knocked back 5 feet. This is on every hit. Okay. They're all a little too strong, I think, if they're happening every time. All of these are okay. This is okay if it's once per turn. This is okay if it's once per turn. This I would just get rid of. I also think you got to work on your numbers here a little bit. This should definitely not have reach if it's going to be a D12, or it should be a D10 if it's going to have reach. Overall, I think it's a fun idea to summon little radiant weapons, but I wish there was, I wish they felt more consistent in the differences between the things they do. And it's hard for me to tell how powerful they are, because I think that you got to sort of tone them back a little bit in terms of how often they can be used. All weapons count as melee weapons and have the weapon properties. You don't need to say this. They disappear when it leaves your hands and needs to be resummoned. If they disappear when they leave your hands, then this one can't be thrown. Just so you know. Doesn't work, so you got to fix that. This doesn't vibe with giving weapons as loot. I mean, that's the issue of having any martial character that has a special unique weapon. I think it's kind of cool. I like the idea. It's like feels like an opposite Hexblade. Not necessarily in terms of mechanics, but in terms of vibe. If you don't want a skill to be spammed, is there any other way of then adding recoil damage or charge limits? You could just limit, you could limit its use. There's lots of ways you could limit its use. You could make its use conditional. Like, you can only use its ability when something is happening, when somebody's standing somewhere, when it's a certain time of day. Okay, let's see what we get. Okay, so it's a neat idea at 3rd level. What I would say is I would tone... I think you gotta focus the 3 ideas so that they feel like they're in symmetry a little bit better. And the fact that you're spending so much time actually writing out the mechanics of these weapons, like the technical side of it, this should be better. All this technical side needs to be logically a little bit cleaner. You got to deal with the fact that you can't throw your thrown weapon, that sort of thing. What other martials can't work with weapons besides the soul blade, I guess? What do you mean? What don't need weapons? Beast barbarian? And then I think if you do that, you could also get something else at 3rd level. This subclass should totally get thaumaturgy. There's no reason for it not to get thaumaturgy. Thaumaturgy would make sense on this guy. Let's see what we get 7th level. At 7th level, we get 2 features: Shield of Heavens and Tempered Celestial Wings. As a bonus action, you can manifest a shield in an empty hand, provided you have at least 1 empty hand. The shield functions as a normal shield. Okay. As a reaction, when an ally within 30 feet of you attacked, you can move the shield to your ally, providing them AC bonus for that attack, destroying the shield. You will need to use a bonus action to resummon the shield. That is cool, but again, it's infinite use in a way that's too strong. You should not be able to use this feature every turn, and you basically can right now. It's essentially being able to do a minor version of the shield spell on allies every single turn. It's a little too strong. Your celestial weapons now count as magical. That really doesn't matter because they did radiant damage before. So you only really need them to count as magical if they're not doing magical damage. And radiant damage basically is magical damage. They become higher weapons. I don't like any of this. I would drop all of this weapon growth thing. Yeah, this is going to get really choppy. Having the die increase, like this system, writing the die increase is not going to be, it's going to be tedious to keep track of. I would just completely remove this feature, honestly, and I would just say that you can now, like, apply the effects of magical weapons you're attuned to your celestial weapons or something like that instead. But this is not the way. At 10th level, we get Armor of Light. You can wreath yourself in light. The form of this light is determined by you and adds the following. How do you do it? At the start of your turn, it just happens. You gain temporary hit points equal to your level. When you have these temporary hit points, you have resistance to necrotic and radiant. When you have these, you get +1 to your AC. Why? We don't need to double dip. You don't need to put a hat on a hat. Temporary hit points are boosting us. We don't need the AC boost. So pick one of the two. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Great. How long does this feature last, and how do we activate it? Is it a bonus action? Is it an action? It needs to be something. This needs an activation feature, and we need to know how long it lasts. This also feels kind of... I don't know, man. I don't love it. I don't feel like we need temporary hit... Like, how are temporary hit points... I understand the resistance to necrotic and radiant, but how are the other features helping, like, sell the fiction of this class? I'm not seeing why... I don't know. I'm not... I feel like the temporary hit points in the AC doesn't do anything for me. It's kind of It's kind of, like, uninspiring. For what it's worth, the shield is probably the most fair thing. I think this thing? I think it's a cool idea if it's limited in use. But it's got to be limited in use. Let's look at 15th level. All your weapon forms gain the finesse property. Alright. we might, I don't know if I'm going to even get through all of this. Honestly, dude, I really, really disagree. Like, what is the point of us getting all of these different weapons and doing things to them just all get all of the same features later on? Like, the weapons getting the finesse property, suddenly I'm the fucking dumbest fighter ever if I didn't pick Dex as my core thing. Because being able to be finesse on one of these is so much better than anything else. Like, if I don't think you should be mushing all the things to feel the same, right? Doesn't this just feel like you're mushing everything to feel the same a little bit? Like, I feel like the more we're reading this, the less I feel like each of these weapons feels unique and defined. Yeah, there's also way too many features that are proficiency bonus based. Really, you should only give one at the most. Okay, so then we get all these other things. When you hit with a ranged attack, you can forego using Celestial Burst. The weapon stays embedded in the target, and you can have up to your proficiency. Stop using proficiency bonus. You can expand the use of your Celestial Burst. Okay, so... Okay, this is a little bit hard to understand, and the way it's written is choppy at best. You want to be able to throw daggers into people and then explode them all at the same time? The target takes damage equal to your strength or dex modifier for each embedded weapon. I disagree with that. I would probably make it they take a d6 damage for each embedded weapon. If the target is medium or smaller, it's launched 5 feet up into the air. I think if you can't figure out how to write this in way less words, I don't think this works. This is a confusing feature if you can't figure out how to write it shorter. You also can't throw weapons, just so you know, based on your features, yeah. Okay. When you hit a creature with a ranged attack with your Celestial Dagger, you can have the dagger remain embedded into the target, period. So long as you have any daggers embedded in any targets, you can use your action to immediately explode all of the daggers, dealing 1d6 damage per dagger for each target that has a dagger embedded in them. That is how I would write that sentence. And I would still limit the amount of daggers you could have embedded at a time, but I stopped doing stuff based on your proficiency bonus. It's too fucking much. I'm not familiar with D&D. How would one limit the power of these abilities? That's a very broad question. I mean, with this one specifically, the power is not so much of an issue outside of the strength or dex modifier thing. It's the clarity of the way it's written. And also limiting its use. Like this one can just be used infinitely. Your bigger sword, you just do more damage again. And then you also heal. Nah, I don't know, man. I feel like we're losing the plot. You can smash the weapon in front of you. Blinding light bursts. Okay. I'm not going to read all of these. I'm not going to worry about it. Here's what I'm going to say. All of these are interesting features. All of these should not be just tied into the weapon. You shouldn't be able to use them super frequently. They shouldn't all have their own uses. That's insane. That's fucking insane. Because now I have a 15th level feature that can be used... I don't know, 5. This feature essentially has 25 uses, give or take. So this needs charges. This whole thing needs charges. Your fucking celestial weapons get a number of charges. You can expend a charge to do this. You can expend a charge to do this. You can expend a charge to do this. Something like that. If you don't do that, it's just not going to work, in my opinion. Also, the amount of options we're getting here is just like, it's just too many. It's just too much stuff. They all feel really divergent in a way that, like, is not... They don't feel clear. Like, I don't understand why they're getting what they're getting. I don't feel... I'm having a hard time understanding the vibe of each of them. I don't feel like it's... I feel like they're overcomplicated for what you want them to do. Like, I feel like I feel like they are either just, like, overcomplicated in what they're doing, which is, like, what these feel like. They're doing too many things, or they have too many uses, or both. But, again, you got to figure out selling the fiction. Why is this what the sword is getting? Why is this what the big weapon is getting? I don't know. I wouldn't give us healing in this way, though. And then as a bonus action, you cause your shield to hover around you. Additionally, once per... This is just a magic item in D&D. I wouldn't just give it to you. Additionally, once per turn, you can move the shield to allow an ally to get the AC until it's removed. We kind of are already getting this at the 3rd level. This is... I don't know, man. We're kind of getting this at the 7th level. Maybe it's the way it's being written. This is really... I feel like this is a tedious piece to read in the way it's written right now. I think it's just doing... I think it's doing too much. And I feel like it's doing too much of one thing. But that one thing feels like it's not building into something. I think it's... Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let's look at the 18th level feature. You gain a fly speed. Why are we getting a fly speed and immunity to necrotic and radiant damage now? I don't really feel like this makes the mark. Okay. So here's what I think. I think that if I were you, this thing should get a resource at level 3 that ties to all of these weapons. I think these weapons need to feel more distinct, and I think the things that they get need to feel more symmetric in what they do. Maybe one knocks them back. Maybe one could do a disadvantage on a thing. Maybe one has a little bit more of something. It doesn't matter, but don't just make them numbers go up. And then when you get to the higher level features, these... You can give them special things, but I can't tell if it's the way that these are formatted, but this feels way too long. Like, this is not a fun read, and it should be. These are cool ideas of things, but this feels tedious to keep track of. So I think that you either need to pretty majorly simplify these features or pretty dramatically change the layout to make them feel more reasonable. And also, at the very least, dramatically change your resource system so that it's like these are once a day things, or they're like all tied to the same resource system and you don't have that much of that resource. Yeah, those are my thoughts. I think the core idea is interesting, but I feel like the items, there is not a lot... The changing of the items into different things doesn't speak to me right now in the way it's being implemented. I don't think the differences between the... I don't think the things the items do uniquely work right now. And I think that that is going to be the make or break it for this subclass, because the whole subclass is centered around the idea of summoning these items that do unique things. So I think you got to work that out a little bit better, both in terms of the original ideas and then the things you get at higher levels. All right, those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing, Fenrir. I think the flavor is very interesting. I think the mechanics feel a little all over the place right now. And it just has way too much power. All right, thank you. What are you guys arguing about in the chat about emojis? Who cares? People use emojis all the time. People are getting in silly arguments in my Discord chat, or my stream chat. All right. You guys are more than welcome to disagree with things and chat with each other. I don't really care, but be nice to each other. I don't know if you're not being nice, but I'm just saying, be nice. All right. If anybody's saying anything dickish that I spotted, I'm just going to ban you. But I don't mind you disagreeing with each other. Just be polite about how you do it. Oh, the soul knife I think is great. Yeah. I don't know why people are saying they don't like the soul knife. I think that I disagree. I think it's quite good. Okay. You're heated? Well, don't get too heated unless it's very cold outside. Do you know what I mean? I get heated sometimes too. Happens to the best of us. Alrighty. I try not to do too much this is bad. Even when I'm in a crazy mood and I'm yelling about stuff, I still try to not just do this is bad. Although sometimes you guys really do push me to to figure out how to talk about a piece when sometimes I see things that are just not ready. I think sometimes people will send me homebrew before they should. That's what I think happens. I think sometimes people are excited to send me homebrew and they don't realize they should probably give it a good draft over and maybe show it to someone else before I look at it. What's the theme? No theme tonight. The next theme night is on Thursday, which is the monster night. And the theme is to design a monster that pairs well with another monster. I want to be a barbarian when I grow up. Boo. The soul knife is good. If somebody thinks the soul knife is not good, I feel like that has more to do with dungeon master player misinterpretations or home table interpretations of game mechanics. Let's see what Nathan has for us. I wanted to make a good legendary bow because the really cool weapons are always swords. I agree that is a great goal to have. Also, what a wonderful thing. Like, we need more bows. I'm going to be the one to make it. I hope this piece invokes enough flavor without being too complex. Well, let's see. Complexity isn't often in the eye of the beholder. If I have to scroll down a lot, no, that's not too complex. I can tell you right now it's probably not too complex. It's a legendary. It's a big boy bow. All right, here it is in the Twitch. Here it is in... Nathan, I hardly know him. You guys are funny. Oh boy, here comes Databank, the contrarian. Always gotta be the contrarian up in here. Let's look at the Phobius longbow. If you're saying bows are not underrepresented in weapons, that is you are either being pedantic to be right, or you are being willfully ignorant and nothing in between. There are such fewer bow legendary magic. There are such fewer bow weapons than there are melee weapons. Like, there's at least 3 times as many melee weapons as there are bow ranged weapons in terms of magic items, for sure, no question. Okay, now let's take a look at the Phobius bow. This magic bow is blessed by the gods of oracles and archery, guiding your shots and offering oracular visions. What is oracular? Guys, you are throwing some words that I have not heard before. Yeah, I know it's true. That's why I said you were wrong, you silly goof. So they are, just because bows are pretty solid doesn't mean they're not underrepresented. It doesn't change the fact that you were just being wrong. Oracular means to orate, relating to an oracle. Okay, so it's like, this is like an oracle. Okay, cool. I got you. I just didn't know the word. I don't know everything. Good night, monsieur. Just because D&D official books do a thing doesn't mean you should try to do that thing. There are, like, the writing suggestion that I give, where I say you should not start your writing with most things are like this, but your thing is like this. The reason why I say you shouldn't do that has nothing to do with D&D. It's just cliche writing. And cliche writing is hard to make feel good and evocative unless you're a really, really good writer. So the choice to do that, I disagree with, whether it's in D&D writing or any writing. So I'm sure they have done many things I disagree with from a creative writing perspective many times. Because the people that are writing those books change, everything moves around. But at the end of the day, the reason why I say you shouldn't start a sentence like that isn't because there's anything wrong with it. It's because it genuinely is cliche writing in a way that I think comes off trite. You know what I mean? It has less to do with them doing it and more to do with... No, I know. I didn't think you disagreed with me. I didn't think you disagreed with me. I just thought you were pointing it out. And I was just saying that, like, I think it's good to point stuff like that out because I think that we can always aspire to be better writers, and what it means to be a better writer might be different for every person. And for me, being a better writer often means using as few words as possible to be as precise and evocative as possible, and action-oriented as possible. Okay, let's get back to this gosh darn bow. Bow. Makes me want to say Beauregard. Okay, +3 weapon. This weapon has 7 charges. When you hit with an attack with this weapon, you can expend a charge to deal 4d6 extra radiant damage. And the next attack roll made against the target before the end of your turn, before the end of your next turn, has advantage. So it basically casts Guiding Bolt on top of your bow attack. That's pretty good. Additionally, while holding the bow, you can use an action to expend some of its charges to cast the following spells: Augury, Divination, or Commune. Honestly, it's a pretty straightforward item. It doesn't even... I don't even know if it would need to be legendary. Like, I think if you made this a +2 item and gave it 5 charges, you got yourself a very rare item. Do Divination and Commune do radically different things? You ask a question. I guess the one thing that I would say is Augury, Divination, and Commune all kind of feel like they do the same thing. So if I were you, I might pick whichever one of these feels like it the most flavorfully connects to the bow, and then drop the other two and give them some other sight beyond sight features. Maybe this allows you to cast True Invisibility, or see Invisibility, or True Sight, or something like that. So I wouldn't do all of them. I think all of them is a little overkill, you know? They're too similar in what they do. So I would drop some of them and replace them with things that do other things. Foresight would be a little too strong. That's a 9th level spell, you silly goose. I wouldn't put that on a legendary item. The Guiding Bolt Rider on the bow makes Sharpshooter Fighter very powerful. Oh yeah, this would be amazing on a Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter anything. All right, those are my thoughts. I think it's a cool item. I think it's very strong. I can see messing around with the spells a little bit. It's going to hit like a fucking tank, and if your person using it has Sharpshooter, your monsters will be gone forever. All right. Thank you very much, Nathan. I think it's a pretty solid little item. I think that you covered all the grounds you needed to, and I think that you over-covered them, and you can pull back on some of them and plant new things, diversify your crop, you know? Yeah, it's true. Sharpshooter is just very powerful. Clairvoyance could work. Clairvoyance might be the move. Anyway, thank you, Nathan. And goodbye. Thank you all, and goodbye. Sharpshooter and Great Weapon Master break the game. Great Weapon Master doesn't break the game quite as much because of the range limit, but Sharpshooter, I don't know if either of them break the game. I've never been frustrated with players for having them or using them, but I also do not have particularly tactical players. So maybe that would change if I had really tactical players. I don't know. Question about magic items. I've seen some dormant, awakened, ascended forms. How do you awaken a magic item? How do you ascend it? I love those sorts of magic items. Magic items that go through stages, where they basically evolve over time. This is how Critical Role does the Vestiges of Divergence. And what I like to do is have them basically sort of level up in the same way that like milestone leveling works for characters, where I have them grow at particularly victorious moments, either for the character personally or for the group or whatever. I make it narrative growth. What are your rankings for favorite thing to homebrew to least? Favorite thing to homebrew to least? I don't know. My favorite thing to homebrew used to be monsters. But there's a lot of tedious work to making monsters, and I'm lazy. Like, I don't love having to figure out all the stats. I just like thinking of, like, the cool things they can do. I don't know, man. I like homebrewing everything. There's very few things. I guess spells. I don't really homebrew spells that much. So maybe that's the least thing, but I don't dislike it. I just don't do it that much. I really like making monsters. I really like making subclasses. Those are probably my two favorite things to homebrew. Magic items are the easiest, I think. Yeah, monsters are a lot of work. Monsters are probably the most work outside of classes, especially if you're making like a fairly complicated monster, or you're making like a group of monsters that like sort of work in tangent. Monsters are about as much work as subclasses, I think. Unless you're making a really small monster, or you're really just copying the stats from something else. Why'd the music get so intense? And also, where'd my spider friend go? Hopefully he comes back. Dude, you don't want to write a whole class. You want to write a class more than you want to write a monster? That's crazy. I have never... I have worked on 2 homebrew classes. And the only reason I was able to do it at all was because I worked with them with other people and we built them together. I would be so I would be so overwhelmed with and frustrated with trying to write a whole class all on my own. I just don't think it's just so much work, and I just don't think it would be that fun for me. I also am one of those people that like fundamentally struggles with like the question of like, does this really need to be a class? So when I'm making my own things, I feel like I overthink that, you know? What classes have I made? If you guys are interested, I have there's a Kickstarter that I'm going to be doing in the next, I don't know, couple months for a D&D compendium book called Waste and Wild. And we made 2 classes for it. One of the classes is called the God Slinger, which is basically a class where you are sort of corrupted by like a magical weapon that's sort of alive and drives you to do crazy stuff. It's a little bit like the Hexblade. If the Hexblade was not a patron, but was literally like a living weapon that was like a force of nature, sort of. But the idea is that it can transform into all these different types of guns, and it changes into different gun forms, and the changing them into different gun forms sort of do different things. And depending on what your patron is, depending on what not your patron, depending on what sort of gun it is, it's different. So here's the link for it if you guys want to follow along. But basically, there's like Abyssal Bone, and you can have this crazy shotgun that turns into a giant lance. There's the Celestial Steel, which is like a rifle that can do these weird like glass light things. There's the Feywild one, which is sort of more like a bow. But that was a fun class to make. It's basically like a demon gunslinger class. And then the other class that we worked on together is called the Rigger, and you're basically a guy that makes like a big crazy rig. It's a little bit like an Artificer if the Artificer didn't know how to do magic, didn't really know how to do science, just sort of found parts of a machine and smashed them together and figured out how to make it work sometimes, but also sometimes explode. So whatever their rig is kind of changes them. So one of them is a jetpack guy. One of them has like a spacesuit that's designed for interplanar travel. One of them has like a little bit of like a mech suit that they wear. Anyway, those are two classes that I've worked on for a while. Lady Azalea. This is my first completed subclass. I feel I've reached a point where I can add something with more without muddying up how tightly designed it feels. Well, you can't. Okay. Also, I can't figure out material costs for replacing repairing rifle. Need some input. Thanks. Rifle. This is the Rifle Master Artificer. Oh, I hate artificers. I'm going to read it, but I hate artificers. I'm just telling you that. I don't have any shame about hating artificers. I so rarely see an artificer that's designed in a way that I am comfortable with it. So often they have so many words and so little that needed. Okay, let's see. This is the Evanescent Rifle Master. What is this word? Evanescent. Soon passing out of sight or memory of existence, quickly fading or disappearing. Why is this the definition that you're using? I don't know. Okay. Artificers who find themselves... Why is there quotations here? Artificers who find themselves traveling down the path of the Evanescent Rifle have learned two things matter on the field of battle: information and reaction time. This should be its own sentence. Why did you not break up this sentence with a fucking period here? Come on, Jesus Christ. Having a distant view of the battle grants both, and nothing is more terrifying than an enemy sniper that denies you the same. Taking out your allies with a series of well-placed shots. You're doing this dash thing in replace of commas, and it's not super helping you with your sentence structure. Taking out your allies with a set series of well-placed shots 1 second and vanishing without a trace the next. I would tone it in a little bit. Having is not a great opening word for a sentence. You have. I don't know. Having a distance is like grants both. This is just awkward. I feel like this is trying to sound conversational maybe. But I don't think it's working. It kind of just means it kind of makes it seem more stream of conscious and less intentional in the writing structure. So I would try to make it less that. I would try to make it a little bit more even keeled and less sort of roundabout to get to the goal of what the thing does. Whether they are indentured soldiers serving in combat between warring states, or simple adventurer who's become quite proficient at like, this is what I mean. This is way too many words. You're trying to come up with quick examples. So the way that what your sentence wants to be is, whether they're tall and strong or short and squishy, everybody loves a wiggle wham. Okay? If you want to say a sentence like that, great. But those first two things, whether they're this or this, those need to be very short. Because these are becoming so long that you lose the sentence. Whether you're tall and short from the mountains and you used to be a dog and you hate being a dog, or you're just a simple guy who become quite good at a little thing next to the stuff near the other thing. It's just too long. You know what I mean? Like, I genuinely feel like this sentence would be better if it was just this sentence, this part of it. So when you're thinking about the way you're writing your sentence, you got to think more. You got to think outside of the box of just like, do the words work next to each other? And it's like, how do they sit in the sentence? How does that gimmick of sentence that you're trying to write work with the amount of words and the types of words you've chosen to use. Because this sort of sentence can work, but look how fucking long it is. It just doesn't work at all with this length. So I think if you want to do whether you're this or this, everybody's this, you got to keep that shit short. All right, let's see what we get. We get Tinkerer's Tools. Using Tinkerer's Tools over a long rest, you can make ammunition, 20 rounds of 2 gold worth of materials. Okay, so over long rest, you can make 20 bullets. We get some skill spells. Zephyr Strike, Hunter's Mark, Invisibility, Misty Step, Lightning Arrow, Thunder Step, Greater Invisibility, Dimension Door, Mislead, Conjure Volley. So we are like a ninja gunslinger. If you don't want us to be a ninja gunslinger, then you got to get rid of Zephyr Strike. Probably both of these. Probably this. Probably this. Probably this. If you want to be a ninja gunslinger, then I think that this makes me feel like we're being a ninja gunslinger. These don't particularly feel like sniper spells, if you ask me. I would say certainly the invisibility ones don't. Misty Step also doesn't really either. Zephyr Strike, I think does. I don't think Zephyr Strike is melee only, is it? It might be. No, just weapon attack, not melee. Okay, let's see what we get at 3rd level. At 3rd level, we get 2 features. We're proficient in martial weapons, and when you attack with a magic weapon, you can use your intelligence modifier instead of your strength or dex for the attack. Okay, so basically, Battle Master, same opening as a Battle Master. If you want this to be specifically a gunslinger, limit this feature to firearms. Don't make it magic weapons, make it firearms. I think that would work much better. Okay. Also, at 3rd level, you get a custom rifle. You get a bear rifle. This custom magical firearm created in whatever image you desire, regardless of what form it takes. Again, so many fucking extra words. We don't need all of this. If you want to say you can make it look like whatever you want, great. Why did you just say that twice in a row? Like, stop it. Cut all these words out. This is a custom magical firearm that takes on any form you want, period. That's it. Just say that. Your bear rifle is a martial ranged weapon with the 2-handed ammunition and reload for 5 shots property. Does it have a misfire rate? How quickly can it reload? How much time does it take to reload? I don't know. I don't know that much about the reload mechanics in D&D. I don't really use them. It has a short range of 150 feet, long range of 600 feet. Deals piercing damage. It does 2d4 plus your dex modifier. Okay. In addition, you may, don't say may, say can, use it as a spellcast focus for your Artificer spells. Okay, so it's basically a longbow, but it does 2d4 instead of 1d8, and it requires a reload. It can be infused. Okay, that's cool. And you gain the following features. We get Sniper's Repositioning. After dealing damage to a creature with your bear rifle, if it would not trigger opportunity attacks, you can move to another space within 5 feet. You must have occupied that space at some point during the current turn. So at 3rd level, we get a little bit of the Battlesmith. We get a gun that's not much better than a longbow. And we get the ability to move 5 feet for free? Why 5 feet? 5 feet is not anything. Right? Not to be cruel, but why does this exist when the artillerist exists? I think the idea is that they want to make one where you're building a gun. And the artillerist doesn't really build a gun. The artillerist builds like a little mobile turret. So it's a different vibe. If I were you, though, I would not... Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. It looks like you kind of designed this... I don't know, man. I would make the gun more unique. Like, or make it like the armorer artificer, where you can like switch your gun's components, right? Like you get a gun, these are its stats. You also don't need to write it this way. You could literally write it. You could write it out the way that an item is. You could use the exact same formatting that is used to show weapons in the book. To all of this information, you could basically give in a single line of text if you just write it like an item you'd find in the book. But I think we should be able to do more than just like, it's just a rifle. It doesn't do anything unique. And this feels kind of lackluster. Moving 5 feet is nothing. It doesn't change anything. Especially if you're at range. 5 feet matters a lot if you're in melee. It doesn't matter if you're in range. At 5th level, you get more damage. And you gain access to a new feature. When you hit a creature with your bear rifle, you can expend a spell slot and an additional round of non-magical ammunition. When you do, you deal force damage to the target. It's 1d6 for a first level slot plus 1d6 for each level above it. Okay, if we are getting the ability to smite, I feel like this feels kind of redundant. I appreciate that you want the damage to scale, and I think that that's fine. But I feel like either give us smite earlier or maybe don't have the damage scale in this sort of way and have the guns just do different things. Because this is, you do more damage. This is, you do more damage. It's like they're exactly the same thing. We don't need both at this level. We should be getting alternative things that can make our gun unique or that can make this thing feel like a little bit more like it's doing more things. Also, just to be clear, if the only thing we get is this, that would be reasonably balanced. So the other thing that I want to say is getting this plus this feels unbalanced compared to what other artificers get at this level. For example, the artillerist artificer gets to add a D8 to its damage, and that's it. We immediately are doing a shit ton more damage and getting the ability to do a shit ton more damage on top. So I do feel like you should be a little bit conscientious about which one of these things you want to keep. I probably wouldn't keep both. And I might even change them more or less depending on how I change the rifle, because I think the rifle needs to be different. Rifle is just a rifle right now. But having it scale with you doing more damage and not getting extra attacks makes sense. I think it's fine. Going up from 2d4 to 2d6 is not a lot. I mean, it's adding like 35% to the potential damage. It's definitely similarly good to getting to add an extra d8. Also considering that this is your special gun that's doing all your special things, I feel like it's a little bit different than just adding a d8 to a cantrip. At 9th level, we get Perfected Rifle. Our damage should not increase at every increase. If you want to do the damage increase, do it at 9th level or 5th level, not both. The extra die from the... again, similarly, like, this is nothing. If this is what you want the thing to become, just make this the thing. The reason why D6 feels balanced for a smite is because it's ranged. If you're making it D8s immediately, I disagree with it. So I would just completely remove this feature. When you activate Arcane Discharge, you can increase the resulting movement from sniper's position. For each spell slot used, increased by 5 feet to a maximum of 15 feet. Again, I would just increase the movement here. I don't think we need this. This feels overcomplicated in the way where it's being represented mechanically. When you infuse your bear rifle, you can apply 2 infusions. All right, I would keep the bear infusion. I would keep the movement from your silly nonsense sniper feature to make it so it's actually reasonable. Just have that increase. And I would increase the damage of your bear rifle here, but I would drop the smite thing. And I don't think I would have the bear rifle increase here if it also increases here. This is really not doing, like, I guess here's my problem with this, is that feels very one note. Like, one note in a really extreme way. Like, this does not feel like an... I'll tell you what. I would argue this almost feels like I don't understand why it's an artificer. Because I feel like this would make a lot more sense as a fighter or a rogue or somebody that gets really good at ranged attacks. But this is not... This is just a guy that's really good at ranged attacks. There's very little in here that feels like you are crafting your rifle or customizing your rifle or doing anything kind of artificery with it. It's sort of just you get big ranged attack. Like the whole subclass so far, I would basically say you get ranged smite. That's the subclass so far. And I don't know if that's what you want this subclass to be. But this subclass is a ranged smite subclass. And if you don't want that to be the main selling point of it, you got to pretty dramatically, I think, rework some of these features. At 15th level, your talent and deception, blah, 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 blah. Where's the actual mechanics? As an action, choose up to 5 creatures you can see within 150 feet of you. Make a ranged attack against each target of you with your bear rifle, ignoring cover. All cover? That means it can shoot through walls. On a hit, it deals force damage instead of piercing. You can choose to teleport to an unoccupied... So this is just... You can choose to teleport to an unoccupied space you can see within 60 feet of one of the targets. Why? Additionally, you can use this feature... When you use this feature, you can reload the bear rifle as a free action at the end of your turn. The feature does not use ammunition. If the feature doesn't use ammunition, you don't need to have to reload the rifle. These two features don't... Why are we getting to reload it if it doesn't use ammunition? Doesn't matter. Yeah, this is basically Steel Wind Strike with bullets. I don't understand why it's ignoring all cover. I don't think it should ignore full cover. Or, if you want to do something that ignores full cover, make it like a railgun shot. Make it like you can shoot a bullet that just goes through everything in a super straight line. But to be able to, like, marksman shoot 5 creatures within 150 feet of you, even if they're behind total cover, doesn't really make sense to me. And free actions aren't a thing. Yes, free actions are not a thing. That is true. So overall, I think the idea is interesting, but it's a little too one note, and it doesn't really feel like an artificer. It feels like this feels like it would be a fighter subclass or a rogue subclass. I think that it needs to feel... I think that it almost seems like you took the battlesmith and took the progression... Like the way the progression works for the battlesmith's dog and applied it to a rifle. And I don't think that works. Because the only reason the battlesmith's dog works the way that it does is it's a whole creature. It can do a lot of different things. It's a stat block. It's a whole thing. This is just a gun. So if you want the gun to grow and be interesting, you got to make the way it grows and is interesting a little bit more unique, I think. Yeah, this would make... Honestly, this would make a lot more sense on a ranger, the way that it's written. You're basically doing a magical smite ranger. I feel like this feature clashes with the thing it was doing at earlier levels. Maybe. It's a neat idea. I would lean more into the artificer in this guy. It just doesn't feel like an artificer right now. Yeah, it is quite similar to the Hunter Ranger in vibe, for sure, for sure. Alternative Sniper Hunter. Snupper. An alternative Snupper Hunter. All right. Anyway, thank you, Lady Azalea. I think it's a neat idea. I think if you... I would pull back from the just numbers go up in all directions, and I would try to make it do some genuinely unique alternative things. Those are my thoughts. You know, there's all sorts of weird techie things you could do to, like, be a sniper. Like a grappling hook to get to better elevation. Fog clouds to make cover. I don't know, all sorts of stuff. All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's give Azalea a round of applause for sharing her piece. I think everything that we've looked at tonight has potential. Also, sometimes I don't go into depth because there's just not a lot to say. Doesn't mean it's better or worse. I'm just honest with what I say. So if I don't have a lot to say, I'm just going to be like, blah. I'm not going to like make up bullshit. Not my style. All right, kids, you ready? Should we do another spin? They have invisibility and Misty Step in their spell list. I'm not sure what that was in reference to, but they did. It was true. That's true. They did. Yeah, it's a fun concept. It's cool. I want it to be more techie. I want it to be like a techie sniper, but you should also make it whatever you want. Boo! Brent is up next. Brent, what do you have for us today? Dropping heavy stuff trope because it fits my players' characters. Don't really know what that means. Pauldrons of Peerless Torment. Right, here it is in YouTube. Here it is in Twitch. Pauldrons of Peerless Torment. Peerless Torment. Okay, so there's a couple things that are missing immediately. Does this require attunement? What rarity is it? What type of item is it? Is it a wondrous item? Is it a magic weapon? Is it whatever? I'm pretty sure pauldrons are just a part of armor, but I want to check to make sure. They're shoulder pads. Okay, yeah. Okay, Peerless Torment. The wearer of these heavy pauldrons immediately suffers the following effects. Do they immediately suffer them, or is it an attuned creature? So you want to make sure you're writing it like this. This is the way that you would describe it if I cast a spell on you and you failed a saving throw. That you would immediately suffer the following effects. For a magic item, I would probably be like, when attuned to this item, this is what happens. Bop, 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 bop. This also probably should be a cursed element, I imagine. -5 to movement, -1 to AC, -1 to attack rolls, -1 to damage rolls. You could put these two together, just say -1 to attack and damage rolls, and -1 to con, dex, and strength saves. So you just get a little minus across the board. A creature can attune to the pauldrons. Oh, this is not attunement? Then you need to maybe make that more clear. That this is happening regardless of who's wearing it, and it's not an attunement thing. A creature can attune to the pauldrons of Peerless Torment by wearing them for 1d4 plus 2 hours. A wearer can use a bonus action to doff and drop the pauldron. That's pretty good if you only can get over the bonus action. Normally, armor takes a while to take off. When attuned, the wearer doffs the pauldron. When an attuned wearer doffs the pauldron, their attunement ends. For 5 rounds, they gain the following effects. Okay, so this is a really, really tediously confusing item. So the way this item works is that you put the item on. You can then spend a bunch of hours attuning to it. You then get a minus penalty permanently. But when you use your bonus action to take the item off, you get a positive for 5 rounds. That just seems overly complicated to me. That just seems overly complicated and a little tedious. And I also feel like the things we're getting aren't really evocative of anything. It's just like, you're a little bit worse all the time, and then when you take them off, you're a little bit better for a brief period of time. I would also say 1 minute instead of 5 rounds. I also feel like this feature should not be able to be used very often. Like, I would probably say you probably have to wear the armor for 8 hours to use this feature. But even then, I don't know, man. I don't know if I would like... Maybe this is a personal thing. I don't think I would enjoy this item. The I'm not left-handed moment is really cool, but we really need a big pickup and mild disadvantage instead. Yeah, I agree. I agree. The penalty feels too big, and the thing that we get is just not particularly exciting. It's just cool. You get plus to your stuff. All right. I don't know. For me, that's not the most exciting thing. I think the idea of the conserving energy or your training armor that you can release is cool. I do agree with that. I don't know the mechanic, the implementation of the mechanics, like this whole system I don't love, and I don't actually really have much fondness for the bonuses or the negatives. I would imagine it like Rock Lee taking off his weights. Yeah, that's definitely what's supposed to be. That's definitely what it's supposed to be. It also doesn't feel like Torment. No, it doesn't feel like Torment at all. But that might be okay, right? If it ends up feeling more like the training, if it ends up feeling more like training weight armor, you just change the name to training weight armor and you're there. It's fine. You think the bonuses and negatives could go harder? Maybe. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. There's going to be people that are going to love an item like this. Personally, these are the types of items that I never use. Items that have fairly complicated mechanics to keep track of, or at least in the way that they're expressing themselves right now. And items that really just do number goes up, number goes down. I'm just not interested in those sorts of things for like my personal use, or it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know. I think if I were you, I would spend a little bit of time thinking about if these are the best buffs, debuffs you want to give it. But the main thing that I think I would work on for you is simplifying the language and making it very clear the way this thing functions mechanically. I don't want to have to figure it out like I'm solving a puzzle, which is kind of what it felt like as I was reading it. I should be reading it and I should immediately understand what I'm getting into. So this item requires attunement. While wearing the item, you get these negative penalties. However, after 8 hours of wearing the item, you can do a bonus action to do super mode for a minute. And you can do super mode for a minute once per day. Something like that. But you got to really simplify and make clear the way you want to express that idea. I think that idea is cool. I think the mechanics behind it right now are not the move. A one-time use item definitely would, I think, work better than it being armor that you could use multiple times. I agree, for sure. It also works in anime because that fight scene is rare and because they're hard to draw. If you wear it for 3 days, then take it off, it should reap different benefits. I would not do that. I would not give an item power scaling based on how much in-game time you wielded it. I don't like that. You can do that if you want to, but that's not for me. Flavor text would also help put the reader into the headspace of understanding it yet too. It's a neat idea. I think the execution of it right now is not there, but I think the idea is pretty fun, and I think if you tried to temper it a bit more specifically for D&D as opposed to for like anime, and then sort of reorganized it, I think you'd be in a better spot. Ugh. Why are you saying sorry to the mods? Did you do something stupid? All right. Thank you, Brent. Let's give Brent a round of applause. The mods sometimes, listen, Budbot gets timed out from my channel more than any of my other followers. He's a diehard fan, and he is here at almost every stream, but sometimes the mods find him funny, sometimes the mods don't find him funny. And when they don't find him funny, sometimes they time him out. It's timing out on me? Well, you probably did something stupid. You probably said some dumb shit. It's fine. Just be glad I didn't notice it. If I notice it, I just ban people. Thank you, Brent. I do unban people when they send unban requests. There's one guy who I denied an unban request from, and it was because they were being kind of dumb in the chat. They were like just calling me a dick because I wasn't answering their question. And then I banned them, and then they DM'd me and then they sent in an unban request, but their DMs was weird, and then their unban request was like apologetic, and then they spam DM'd me. And then I just was like, all right, cool, man. You want to be unbanned? You probably shouldn't spam DM the person. So then I didn't unban them. Oh, Automod held a comment? Yeah, Automod holds comments all the time. They were definitely a child. They were definitely a child. There's lots of children. That's fine. I'm familiar with them, with their species. A bucket, 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 a boo! It's the Bildo. What's up, Bildo? I made this. Nice. Oh, I wasn't even talking about that guy. Helldivers inspired mechanics for D&D. All right, I'm not going to read this whole thing. I'm probably just going to read part of the first page, just so you know. But you know that already. They called me the king of suck balls. Yeah, that is what that kid said. And listen, if I got to be a king, I'll be a king. All right, let's see. So you're trying to run a Helldivers campaign. You get something like this. Short rest recovery. Players regain all lost HP on a short rest. Spell slot recovery. Spellcasters can roll hit die during a short rest to recover spell slots equal to the roll. Once per short rest. Why does that matter? Why would it only be once per short rest? I don't understand. And then you would have mission structure and objectives. Each mission includes multiple main objectives necessary to progress the campaign. That's kind of regular D&D, no? Lesser objectives can provide tactical advantages. I will say, I'm going to say something right now. What you are describing right now, this is just D&D written in tactical language. Unless I'm missing something. Which is not a bad thing to say, but that's what this is, right? Main quest, side quests for cool stuff. Really small side quests for little magic items and things. That's just D&D, right? All right, let's see rest and recovery. Players are only eligible for a long rest after the completion of a mission and return to the ship. All right, that's fun. Objective-based rests. After each main objective is complete. After each main objective completed, you're missing a word in here. Players don't say may, say can. Take a short rest, allowing for health and limited resources. A lot of this is kind of like, I think these are neat ideas, but a lot of this also just feels like regular D&D. If I were you, I would probably pull all the regular D&D stuff out and really boil down to the thing. So like, for example, when you're describing main objectives and lesser objectives, this, like, you know, introduce the rest and recovery as tied into a part of this. Implementing objectives, create objectives that challenge players. Yeah, this is kind of just being D&D. This is just D&D. I think it's a cool idea, Bildo. But I also think that a lot of the mechanics that we're expressing is just D&D. The parts of that feel kind of unique is the short rest thing, the spell recharge, the long rest based on objective finishing. And I feel like those are the details that are worth keeping. I think the rest you probably don't need to spend as much time on. Yeah, it's a cool idea. If anybody's interested in trying to run some Helldivers style campaigns, here you go. Sometimes getting the language you need for a thing to exist is all that matters. I think their intention is to make all of that more rapid. Like, this is all supposed to be done in a single session as opposed to a big story arc. That might be true, but I do think that that is a big assumption to be made because I don't see anything in here that has anything to do with pacing. So I don't want to assume that, but I agree that that could be the case for sure. Cool. Thank you for sharing, Bildo. Let's give Bildo a little round of applause. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Just as a reminder, if you do send me something like that, like a rule list or a compendium of things, I will generally look at the first page, and that is about it. Unless the first page is like a cover, or if there's a very specific part of the compendium you want me to read, and I do not need to read the rest of the compendium to understand the context of it. So like if you make a compendium of subclasses or of monsters and you're like, I just want you to read this monster, I'll go look at that monster. But if you send me a compendium that's like an alternative rule system and you're like, I just want you to look at this specific rule, it's hard for me to just look at that specific rule outside of the context of the whole system. So usually I'll just sort of read the beginning. Similarly to what we just did with Bildo's piece. Just sort of take out the main intro. And I think for Bildo, the main thing I would change, if I was going to change anything or going to make any suggestions for you, would be to set the tone initially, because it does seem like people were like, at least people in the chat were like, maybe it's this. And I was like, oh, it could be that. But it's hard to tell if that's the goal if we're not setting the tone in addition to giving the new mechanics at the same time. Alrighty. Thank you, thank you. Boo! It's Beelzebul. Hello, Cinder. Hope your Tuesday is going well. Here's a wee little item I made eons ago. My players are stuck in the Feywild and encountered some dryads who will give them this if everything goes to plan. Let's take a look. This stream reminded me that I want to homebrew a big pirate ship. Do it. Dive hells, Bildo. Dive hells, Bildo. I think that, yeah, man, I'm going to be honest. I think the main thing you should do, if you want to expand that into something that people should use, is not even change that much of at least what I looked at. What I looked at, everything balance-wise seemed interesting. It's really just about figuring out the way you want to, like, intro it, you know? Like, the vibe, the way you want somebody to learn it, like, the process of which they learn the information, and a lot of that is, like, the way you introduce the features, etc. And that's hard to do, by the way. I don't always know how to do that, either. This is a woodland bean. A bean of the woodlands. I haven't played Helldivers all day, and I have been thinking about it all day. It runs really slow on my computer. Even when I have nothing running but it gets a little jerky. Like, I can't type in my stratagem super quickly because the keys sometimes have lag. It's like, I'm going to get a new computer sooner than later. Sooner than later. One day. Would having a race submission with attached special subclass rules be acceptable? I probably won't read the subclass. I'll just read the race. I wouldn't want to read a race and a subclass. If you made a subclass that needed to be for a specific race, and that race was homebrew, I would probably not want to. I would be mostly confused. I would probably not do that. Don't send that to me. Send me the race, not the thing that is not the homebrew that it is required to use it. If the race that's required is like, this is only for orcs or something, then I'll happy to look at it. A woodland bean, a wondrous item, very rare. This football-sized bean has 4 distinct ridges and seems to be made out of bark. The inside rattles tantalizingly when shaken. Tantalizingly feels like a weird word there. I don't know if that's the move. Even if grammatically it's fine, it doesn't sound good in my mouth when I say it. It doesn't have good mouth feel. If opened, you find 1d12 large seeds covered in soft purple flesh. Is this very similar to the bag of beans? Each seed can be eaten to heal you or an ally 1 HP. When a seed is eaten, you must make a con save. On a failed save, roll a d20. The seed on the seed insanity table. The effect lasts for a day. Say 24 hours, because a day doesn't exist in the Feywild. Feywild is Twilight all the time. On a successful save, nothing happens. Okay, so you eat a seed, you get 1 HP, and you roll a d20, and something weird happens. The seed can be planted in any diggable ground. Diggable ground is such a weird descriptive term. I don't know how I feel about that. I would say in loose soil. The seed can be planted in loose soil. Once buried, a thick root takes hold. You must spend 30 minutes each day for a week watering the ground and whispering sweet words to it. If you miss a day, it won't grow. When tending to... What does it grow into? When tended to properly, it will grow into a 15 by 15 patch of lush, dense forest. This happens overnight. On the last night of the week, the forest grows is permanent. This is really awkwardly worded, this last part. I feel like this was written stream of consciousness. I think you need to reorganize your thoughts here. So instead of saying, again, all this fucking passive voice, instead of saying the bean can be planted, how about this? How about this? You can plant the bean in diggable soil. Whatever the fuck diggable soil means. Period. You must spend a week, like for the next, like, I would say something like this. Actually, here's how I would say it. If you plant the seed in diggable soil and water it for at least 30 minutes for the next 7 days after planting it, it will grow into a 15 by 15 foot patch of lush forest at midnight on the 7th day. Period. Something like that. But you got to simplify this wording and sort of reorganize it a little bit. Okay, so let's see what the insanity effects are. You don't remember your party members, your hair changes colors, you repeat the end of sentences, you can't turn, you can't tell the truth. You grow a cloaca. This one's fucking weird. You teleport 5 feet forward. You get little flowers. Okay, so all these are just pretty goofy. All right, that's fine. I would say the 1 HP is almost not worth it for... It's because Goodberry exists. I would make the health gain a little bit higher, or I would make there be some other secondary effect that makes me feel like there's a reason to eat this other than because I don't want to cast Goodberry. I wouldn't say planting seeds causes, because again, that's still very passive voice, you know? Like, planting seeds causes the plants to grow. Maybe that would work, Gina. I don't know. I don't know, man. Wow, this is a late dinner for you. What is it? It's like 10 o'clock? 11 o'clock for you? I would say when you plant the seed, bop, 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 because I do think that I want this thing to be action-oriented. I feel like planting the seed. You could say planting the seed. I feel like I would rather make this more action-oriented. Honestly, the right way to write it might be planting the seed. Bop, 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 bop. But it still feels very passive voice to me that I don't love. I notice that every stream, I tend to randomly select a piece of homebrew I'm writing and ask for advice on it, then ask for advice on a different one. Is that annoying for anyone? If it's annoying for me, I just ignore it. What are you having for late night dinner, Gina? All right, thank you very much, Beelzul. Let's give them a little round of applause for their madness bean. Coconut rice, tofu, and veg. I mean, that sounds pretty dang good. Gina, can I tell you something about myself that is going to make you think so much less of me? Like, genuinely? Because it's relevant now, so I'll share it. I hate coconut. I hate it. Very rarely, I will be okay with it if it's in a curry or something like that. Like, I like it when it is like a tool that is leading to a larger goal. But when it is coconut that tastes like coconut, I don't want it. Not only do I not want it, I genuinely have traumatic memories. This shows how lavish a life I've lived. I genuinely have traumatic memories where when I think about them, I feel the pain, like in the top of my chest and like the top of my stomach and the bottom of my chest, of going to New York with my family and going to a fancy ice cream parlor and ordering a chocolate sundae and being so excited for it and to have it be, and for it to be covered in coconut. And for me to like not want it to be the right thing, and it's not the right thing, and it was just one of the worst experiences of my life. Like, I genuinely have, like, I think about it and it makes me feel bad when I think about it. Like, I have a physical reaction to thinking about being surprised with a coconut chocolate sundae when my family visited New York to go to the fancy ice cream place. Like, it genuinely rocked me in a dark, dark way. I remember that more clearly than I remember, like, I don't know, maybe like 4 or 5 years of school. So anyway, yeah, I don't like coconut. But I like you, my friend Gina. So you can have all the coconut. Boo! Easoops. There is a benefit to not liking coconut, which is that when there is coconut food and people all really want some, I can just sit back and genuinely not care. You made Captain America? We looked at another Captain America thing today. You made a Captain America shield? We looked at a Captain America shield today already. 2 people made Captain America shields today. How do I feel about cilantro? I love it. My sister hates cilantro, but I love it. I want to eat it up. I'm going to put it in my cereal. I want so much cilantro that I can eat it by the mouthful and just crunch in and taste it. Just feel it going into my blood. Do you not like cilantro? Ah, this is, yeah. My sister, it tastes like soap for her too. Well, listen, whenever we go to the restaurants, okay? Whenever we go to the restaurants, me and Bildo, you and Bildo can have all the coconut, and me and Invictus will have all the cilantro. And that'll be great. Well, you'll just have a plate full of coconut, I'll have a plate full of cilantro. We'll eat at a safe distance, so we're not getting too much blowback from all the flavor. And then we'll wash our mouths out, and then we'll play D&D or something. I think that would be a good time. I do love cilantro, though. Cilantro is a magic bullet for me. Cilantro, you put cilantro, any meat, not any, but I would say, if I'm not exaggerating, I would say 30 to 40% of dishes, I think, are improved with cilantro. 30 to 40%. Yeah. I say that with confidence. Or not non-dessert dishes. If we can cut sweets out, then I can say that with confidence. If sweets are a part of it, I think it's less. You don't need to do cilantro. I will do the cilantro. Me and Invictus. Me and the dill. But he's not dill. He's sill. Entro. See, this is what stream is really about. Cilantro. And coconut. Are there any dishes with cilantro and coconut? Cilantro and coconut dish. This is cilantro coconut rice. What does cilantro do to dishes? Probably makes them awesome. How many calories are in coconut lime rice? Probably depends on how you cook it. God, the internet is so full of fucking dumb questions. How many calories are in a thing that is entirely dependent on how many calories you put in that thing? And there is no universe. So stupid. Everybody on the internet's so dumb. We should do a stream one day where I just yell about dumb things that aren't homebrew. That would be fun. Basil. Basil's good. Basil's so good that I prefer to call it basil. I used to live with a British guy, and I tried to just take on his speaking mannerisms. Not in terms of his accent, but in terms of slightly different pronunciations. Like basil, aluminium instead of aluminum. That was really fun. Yogurt instead of yogurt. I still do that sometimes, unintentionally. What's another good one? Those are the 3 best ones. Yogurt. Oh, vitamin. Classic British language. I wish I was good at the South African accent or the New Zealand accent. Those are the best English-speaking accents. The Australian one is okay. Scottish and Irish are also really cool. But I can't do any of them. The only accent I can really do is Monty Python British. That's the only British accent I can do. All right, let's take a look at the Shield of Returning. Who is this? Ezoops has been waiting for like 100 years. We got into a deep discussion of cilantro. You wish you were better at accents? The thing is, I know I'm not. So what I try to do is I try to lean hard on other things. So like if I'm playing a D&D character and I want them to sound different, I will very actively try to like hold my face in a different position. So like even just like this, just like having my jaw kind of wrenched to this side just starts changing the way I talk immediately. Like I sound a little different. Not that different, but a little different, you know? Or if you like pull back, if you sort of pull back as you talk, it kind of changes the way you sound a little bit too. So there's weird face stuff that I do. Or like, you know, you just try to really get in the headspace of the guy. I'm not great at that, but sometimes I'm pretty good at it. I'm very good at getting into the headspace of characters once I've gotten into that headspace. I'm pretty good at sticking to it. If I ever run an actual play that you guys watch live, you can actually listen to me do actual plays for any of the shows that I ran. We just released episode 2 of a mini arc that I dungeon mastered on Unbalanced Encounters that is essentially like The Rescuers or like Fievel Goes West. It's about a bunch of animals on an adventure in a human city. That was fun. I get to voice a bunch of weird little creatures and stuff. Caustic Phoenix was our guest. I think that people also depends on where you come from. So like there are some native Americans, native like born in the USA Americans, not Native Americans, but you know what I mean. Take 3 steps back, Cinder. Don't accidentally say something fucking weird or offensive. I think that people that are born in the US are okay at accents sometimes or very good at accents, largely due to like skill and talent. Where can you find Unbalanced Encounters? Anywhere podcasts are. It's also on YouTube if you'd rather listen to it on YouTube. So just type Unbalanced Encounters or Unbalanced Encounters D&D into Google or Spotify or Apple or YouTube and you'll find it. But I think people that come from Europe or other countries that are a little bit less singular, less like self-centered in their focus are much better at accents because they just hear them more. All right. I'm sorry, Ezoops. I'm sorry. But you keep getting distracted by all these lovely comments. Here's the problem. The problem is my lovely friend Gina showed up, and I got very excited. We started talking about cilantro, coconut. It's a problem. Gina, I told you that I ended up talking to Christian, and he seems nice. I think I did. I messaged him and I said, this was the conversation that I said. I said, instead of waiting for Gina to connect us, I'm just going to say hi. And then he said like, Gina, he was like, lol, Gina's my connection to different TTRPG people too. And then I said, and I think that I'm very proud of this because I think it's actually really accurate. And it's the only reason why I'm telling this story because there's like no reason to explain this because it's such a little comment. But then I said that Gina is the Madame Web of the TTRPG verse. And I think that that was very apt. I felt like that. And I said it so fast. I was like, it came out of my brain before my brain thought of it. Okay, let's take a look at the Shield of Returning. I'm sure you don't feel like you are the Madame Web of the TTRPG verse, but you are a little bit sometimes. Even if you don't feel like it, we don't always feel like what we are, you know? But that is something you are sometimes. Maybe not all the time, but definitely sometimes. Oh, the music's getting so intense. It's calm down, please. Gina, did I tell you that I had a dream that involved a bunch of people from the Sanctum Discord server? It was totally random. There was nothing eventful that happened in it, but it was like at a party in a building that was sort of on a beach, but like a lot of people were there. Hannah was there. Endo was there. Dev was there. You were there. But none of us were interacting, and it was like a flash in the pan. So it's not really a dream worth... That was all it was. It was just like you guys were all background actors for a hot second. Okay, Shield of Returning. An uncommon one. It does not require attunement. You don't need to say does not require attunement. You can just not say anything. Please tell you weren't. I will never tell you you weren't. While wielding this shield, you can use a bonus action to throw it as if it were a weapon with the thrown property. When you do, the shield will return to your hand at the beginning of your next turn. When you hit the ranged attack, it deals 1d6 plus strength bludgeoning damage. You do not get the shield bonus to AC until it returns. That makes sense. You don't need this to be in parentheses. When this hits a creature with a ranged attack and rolls a 20, switch that. When you roll a natural 20 with a ranged weapon attack with this shield, you can make a second attack against a creature within the 10 feet of the first. That's kind of an idea. I would reflavor it. Here's what I would say. Here's how I'd write this. I would say, when you get a critical hit, or when you get a critical hit with this weapon, or when you roll a natural 20 with this weapon, you can make the shield bounce to a secondary target within 10 feet of the first before returning to you. Something like that. Yeah, that's what they said. They literally said they wanted to make Captain America's shield. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I think it's fine. I think the bonus action D6 is a little strong. This is maybe more than making it an uncommon item. I probably would lower this to a D4 just because a free ranged bonus attack on somebody like a fighter is pretty dang good. It's pretty dang good. So I would lower that damage a little bit. Or make it require attunement. Something like that. It's a neat idea. I will say that I have seen versions of this idea several times before. That doesn't mean you're doing anything wrong. It means you're thinking like a creator and a designer. But here's what I'm going to suggest to you, Ezoops. I think that this accomplishes the goal for the most part, so long as you clean up the language a little bit and maybe scale it down a little bit. But my challenge to you, Ezoops, is that the next time you make a item based on something from fiction, either make it as accurate as possible, but pick the item to be a weirder item. Like, challenge yourself, go harder, go a little harder in the paint. But I think the more interesting challenge is to use the original item as inspiration, but then allow the element of whimsy, of magic, of D&D, allow the setting the item is designed for to push the idea to be something a little bit more than just what the inspiration was. And I think if you start doing that, if any of you start doing that, you will find yourself making some really cool magic items that end up feeling really unique. Maybe even to the point where their initial inception is like not super evident. You know? And I think that would be cool. Okay, those are my thoughts. Shield of Returning. Thank you, Ezoops. Let's give them a little round of applause. A round of applause for you and for you. Everybody is making a poo. You make a little poo and you have to go to the store. All right, Ezoops. Thank you very much for sharing. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Put an apple in my eye. I rhymed I with my. That wasn't great. I could do better next time. Ugh. What's wrong with me? Why aren't I as cool as I want to be? Why aren't I the tallest man in the world? How come nobody's reaching out to me and saying, "Hey, gimme," and then we high five forever? Why won't they just high five forever, you know? That's the kind of question that I want to know the answer to. If we're going to high five, and it's not going to be forever, what are we doing with our lives? You know? Chad is now sitting back and wondering, what the fuck are they talking about? What the HE double hockey sticks are they talking about? Hey, that's a fine way to feel. I accept that. Okie dokie. Guys. Friends. Neighbors. Creatures of all shapes, sizes, and alignments. We are going to start wrapping up now. We have gone more past 6 hours than I thought we were going to. So let's do a big final round of applause to everybody who submitted Homebrew. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate all of you. Super nice to see all of your stuff. Thank you, everybody that submitted. I hope you all keep working on your Homebrew and trying to build it and design it and change it. Try to grow and stretch and wiggle and waggle. The wiggle is important, but the waggle equally as important. I believe in you. As long as you're creating, you're doing good. And I hope you are having a happy evening. We're going to go raid Art Hard Studios because they're having a birthday stream. And they're not that late into it. We will be back tomorrow. No, we won't be back tomorrow. We'll be back on Thursday for our monster stream. Our Monster Mash stream, and I'm very excited for it. Again, remember, the main idea for Thursday's stream is I want you to go into the monster manual, go into any of the officially published monster books, find a monster that you think is cool, and then design a monster to go with that monster. Make them synergize mechanically, make them synergize narratively, both if you're feeling really bold and brave. And it should be a lot of fun. So, everybody, thank you so much. You're the best. Have a great night, and I shall see you on Thursday. And if you feel like you love me so much and you want to give me money, you totally should. But you also shouldn't if you don't have money to spend, or you don't like me, or you don't want to give me money. All right, I love you. Have a good night. Bye. I love you. Bye. I love you. Thank you for your support. I love you. Bye. YouTube, I'll see you later. I love you too. You get a special extra goodbye, YouTube. I love you.